Good morning, everyone. I'm Richard Fontaine, CEO of the Center for New American Security, and I'm really pleased to welcome everyone to our 17th annual CNAS National Security Conference. This year's conference, held in partnership with Axios, will focus on American power and purpose. And over 3 days, experts will explore the new challenges, ideas, and voices transforming America's national security landscape. It's a particularly appropriate and perhaps even a dramatic moment to have these discussions given the pace of change in today's world. The world's witnessing two simultaneous revolutions, one geopolitical and the other technological, that together are upending traditional patterns of international behavior. The geopolitical revolution can be seen in stark relief following Russia's invasion of Ukraine. That act marked the end of the post-Cold War era and the beginning of something new. And though the precise contours of this new global era remain blurry, several features are nevertheless clear. First, the forces that drove 3 decades of globalization, economies of scale, a focus on efficiency and growth, integrated supply chains, unprecedented levels of cross-border investment and technologies that allow the offshoring of services, all those forces remain in place, but they're increasingly contested by what you might call the revenge of geopolitics. Countries, including the United States, are now willing to pay an economic cost to reduce national security risk. We see this in the calls for de-risking and more. America's economic agenda today is, for example, largely defensive, focused on export controls and investment reviews, sanctions, rather than aimed at liberalizing trade and investment. Private sector is more concerned with geopolitical risks than at any time in recent memory. And so we're seeing not the end of globalization, but rather a move toward a different and more limited form of it. The second feature of this geopolitical revolution is that the world is rearming. Europe's increases in defense spending following the Russian invasion are well known at this point, but other countries, including those worried about China rather than Russia, are following suit. Japan's set to double its defense budget over 5 years, making it the third largest defense spender in the world. Japan wants an offensive strike capability. Australia seeks nuclear-propelled submarines. A majority of the South Korean population wants nuclear weapons. Taiwan's extending conscription. And the post-Cold War peace dividends are finally coming to an end. Third, we see today the outlines of political military blocs, even as rival blocs remain deeply intertwined economically. Russia and China have forged a quasi-alliance, one aimed at revising a global order that they believe doesn't accord them their rightful places. They increasingly work with Iran and North Korea, two other revisionist powers. NATO is working alongside key Pacific countries, not as allies, but in security terms ever more closely, and identifying similar threats and challenges in both sides of Eurasia. And the G7 unified to support Ukraine and punish Russia. There's a lot of countries that wish not to be forced into choices between the blocs, but nevertheless, on specific issues are going to face a whole array of choices that derive from the preferences of one or the other of those blocs. The fourth feature is that ideological competition's back in a way far different than before. Many countries, both democracies and dictatorships, now claim to deliver to their people the benefits they seek and better than the other model. China and Russia insist that their systems are democracies, just of a non-Western sort. And we see a contest of ideas that has reemerged. And fifth, and perhaps most obviously, U.S.-China competition has emerged at the world's defining feature, even with the war raging in Europe. Virtually no issue and no country is going to be immune from the U.S.-China competition. And all this, I submit, amounts to a geopolitical revolution. It requires new approaches, new ways of thinking and acting, new partners, and new coalitions, the kinds of things that I hope we will have the opportunity to discuss over the next 3 days. That geopolitical transformation is accompanied by a technological one that is touching every aspect of our lives. Everyone knows the headlines around AI, autonomy, advances in semiconductors, automated bots, quantum computing, all of the rest. But to see how these developments are changing international affairs, just look for a moment at the war in Ukraine. What would the battlefield in Ukraine look like without drones or autonomous missile defense systems? Would public knowledge of Russian depredations and outrages in Ukraine be far less if the Ukrainians themselves weren't digitally connected to social media platforms, including through satellite internet service? What would international support look like if President Zelensky hadn't been able to zoom into meetings of legislatures and leadership around the globe, rallying the world to assist Kiev's cause? Ukraine illustrates just some of the effects of new technologies on international behavior, and there remain many questions. But looking at the big picture, our colleague Paul Share compares artificial intelligence to other general purpose technologies like electricity, the internal combustion engine, computer networks. And like the coal and steel and oil that fueled previous industrial revolutions, Paul says that AI is likely to have similarly transformative effects across society, increasing economic productivity, accelerating scientific progress, and transforming military power. This is all happening right at the moment when we gather for this conference to discuss these national security matters that are challenging the country and the world. We meet amid these two revolutions, the geopolitical and the technological, whose interplay will shape the contours of tomorrow's world. And that brings us to the theme of the conference, American Power and Purpose. American power remains, for all the talk of decline, vast in virtually every dimension: military, economic, demographic, geographic, technological. And by many measures, and contrary to some of the predictions, U.S. power is actually increasing. So what's the purpose of all that power? What is American purpose? In this time of narrowly construed national interests, the United States should retain, it seems to me, a uniquely expansive view of its international responsibilities. Today, global order, balances of power, and the future of freedom all hang in the balance. A strong United States active in the world is, to my lights, the best guarantor of the things that we hold dear. And this year's conference will provide an opportunity to discuss and debate such matters and bring together those whose views vary considerably. You have ahead of you a series of interactive hybrid sessions on issues like the future of defense, alliance structures, and the economic security agenda. The conference will culminate in The Pitch, the center's fourth annual competition of ideas. We call that Shark Tank meets national security. And we have a full day ahead of us today. We'll get started in just a moment with a discussion of cooperation among China, Russia, and Iran. Before we begin, I'd like to take just a minute to recognize our conference sponsors: American Rheinmetall Defense, GE Aerospace, the Boeing Company, Palace Advisors. Thank you to all of you and to our institutional donors for helping make this work and this conference possible. For those who'd like to engage with the sessions over the next 3 days, you can follow us on Twitter at CNASDC. You can tweet using the hashtag CNAS2023. And you can also join the conversation and submit questions by using the chat on the official conference website. That's at conference.cnas.org or cnas.org/live. So now to our first session. This is a panel that will look at the axis of authoritarians, the implications of cooperation among China, Russia, and Iran. There are three superb CNAS experts who will discuss these matters, and the discussion will be moderated by Bethany Allen Ibrahimian. She is the China reporter at Axios, who has been with us before, and it's great to have her back dialing in from Asia. And I will turn it over now to Bethany to get the discussion started. So Bethany, over to you.
Well, thank you so much for that kind introduction. I'm thrilled to be back again this year, moderating another great panel for CNAS. Our panel discussion this morning for me is, despite the very serious topic, kind of a treat because I'm bringing together three experts from three different regions who, and rarely do we have on one panel the interplay of all three regions. We have Russia, the Middle East and Iran, and China. And I'm particularly interested in all three of these. I've visited all three of those countries. I personally have spent all my adult life focusing on China. And I think that the interplay between these three countries is increasingly important. So that will be the focus of our panel today. Well, and one sort of historical, just quick note before I introduce our panelists is one thing, since I've visited these countries and studied all three of them, one thing that strikes me about them is all three of them, Russia and Iran and China, are the authoritarian successors of former multi-ethnic empires. And it's interesting that in the world today, in some ways, they are playing a similar role or looking to each other to support their goals on the world stage. So with that, I will jump right into introductions. We have joining us today Andrea Kendall-Taylor. She's a senior fellow and director of the Transatlantic Security Program at CNAS. She previously served as a senior intelligence officer and led the U.S. intelligence community's strategic analysis on Russia. Jonathan Lord is a senior fellow and director of the Middle East Security Program at CNAS. He previously served as a professional staff member for the House Armed Services Committee and managed the U.S. Central Command Middle East Defense Portfolio. Jacob Stokes is a fellow in the Indo-Pacific Security Program at the Center for a New American Security, where his work focuses on U.S.-China relations, Chinese foreign policy, and Asian security affairs. He previously served in the White House on the national security staff of then Vice President Joe Biden, where he was senior advisor to the National Security Advisor and acting special advisor to the Vice President for Asia Policy. And today, our discussion will be in a slightly different format. So what we're going to do is each panelist is going to posit a truth. And the other panelists have the opportunity to either tear that apart or to build on it further with their own analysis. So I'm going to turn first for our first truth to Andrea Kendall-Taylor, who has a sweeping one to begin with that brings in points from all three countries. Andrea, over to you.
Wonderful. Well, this is so much fun. I'm really happy to be here, and thanks for leading us through this conversation, Bethany. Okay, so my first truth, I think, gets at, as what you were alluding to in the beginning, the interplay between all three. So my truth is really about synergy and this idea that the cooperation between Russia, China, and Iran amplifies the threats that they pose to the United States. So to put that differently, I would say by working together, the challenges that they pose collectively add up to be more than the sum of their parts than any one individual challenge if they were working on their own. So over to you, Jake and Jonathan, to tear it apart or agree. But yeah, curious what you guys think.
So I'll jump in. I generally agree with that. And I think that's well recognized, at least in Beijing, as they think about their own position, including to topics like the war in Ukraine. I would just add, I think that increasingly authoritarian regimes, all three of these who feel insecure at home, have taken to pursuing political opponents overseas. And that's also made the competition have more of a global character. And the result has been a pretty expansive and aggressive transnational repression campaigns that are also helping to bring the ideological aspects of strategic competition to the fore. So in addition to, I think, the security and strategic elements that Andrea was referring to, I think that authoritarian domestic politics is increasingly linked to foreign policy in ever more direct ways, and that's kind of creating or adding to this sense of a global competition. It's not just a series of regional competitions.
Start with unmuting myself. Just really excited to be here. This is my first CNAS conference on this side of the camera. So I'm eager to be here and join my fellows in this discussion. I can't agree more. We see this on a strategic level. We see it on a tactical level, but there's no question that the cooperation we're seeing between Moscow, Tehran, and Beijing in a military security capacity makes all three stronger. Particularly, I think this is most visible right now in the cooperation going on between Moscow and Tehran. where Iran is providing UAV technology to Moscow in its war in Ukraine. And as a result, Iran has now acquired fifth-generation Su-35 fighter jets, possibly air defense to come in the future, and loads of other forms of cooperation, which will ultimately have major impacts in the Middle East, not just on the United States, but on its partners and allies as well, and not in the long-distance future, but immediately. And certainly when it comes to Beijing's role in the Middle East, I think they're likely operating on a slightly different level than Russia. They're probably operating more in parallel than in total concert. But Iran and Beijing are clearly working closely together to strengthen both of their spheres of influence within the Middle East to the detriment of other powerful actors.
Yeah, maybe just to put a little more meat on the bones to pick up where Jonathan left off, obviously the military piece of this is really key. And you mentioned this now, I think what the United States has called a fully fledged defense partnership between Russia and Iran. But we see that kind of same synergy between Russia and China also, where Russia, especially the more desperate it becomes, may be tempted, or actually I shouldn't say tempted, required to pass along increasingly sophisticated defense and military systems to China, which then amplifies the challenge that China would pose in the Indo-Pacific. So the military piece of it is really key, but I'm also thinking about the economic realm. And so I think what we're seeing, again, in terms of the synergy, all three countries working together to really restructure trade. They're building these trade routes, overland railways, and other things that really make the trade between them safe from U.S. interdiction, right? So they're recognizing U.S. military strengths and able to adapt so that they can insulate themselves from U.S. and Western pressure. The sanctions evasion piece has been really key. So obviously Tehran has been an excellent teacher for Moscow. Not that they probably needed so much teaching because they're very adept at doing that, but working with Iran and also to some extent China working around sanctions. And I think moving away from the dollar. I think I recently read it's the yuan overtook the dollar in the most traded currency on the Moscow exchange. So in the economic sphere, they're really working together in ways that mitigate any Western pressure and are tools of economic coercion. And then the last realm, which is also important, and I'll turn it over to you guys to respond, is the diplomatic realm. I think by working together, and especially, I think China probably is doing a lot of heavy lifting in this regard, but it's really making it a lot easier for America's traditional security partners like Saudi Arabia, UAE, Jonathan, if you want to weigh in on that, but to hedge. It's easier. So a lot of those countries, I think it's made it easier for them to stay on the fence and not condemning Russia in its war in Ukraine because they give each other this backing. And then I think the thing that I'm ultimately worried about moving forward is they're giving each other, like, I think, additional self-confidence that they can move out knowing that they've got partners who can mitigate Western pressure and some diplomatic cover that they can perhaps move out more belligerently and aggressively than they would if they didn't have that cover coming from each other.
I think that's absolutely right. I mean, we're seeing it in real time in the Gulf. I was just in Abu Dhabi in March, and while I was there to do research to explore the avenues and the reaches of a CENTCOM-led Middle East regional architecture, I wasn't alone in Abu Dhabi. At the very same time that I was there, at the time, the Secretary of Iran's Supreme National Security Council, Ali Shamkhani, was actually there as well. And I was a stone's throw away from him, which was odd to say the least. But he was in the country to brief Mohammed bin Zayed and Tahnoun bin Zayed, the leaders of UAE, on the deal that had been announced just that week that was inked between Beijing and Saudi Arabia and Tehran, the joint trilateral agreement. And it was basically offering them a way in and sort of demonstrating the grandiosity of both Iran and China and what they could offer the Gulf if they joined hands. It'll remain to be seen what, in fact, comes from the deal itself. But I think we need to look very carefully at what the deal is purposed to do. I think for Beijing, it's exactly as what Andrea suggests, and I'm sure Jake has a good comment on this too. But China definitely took the opportunity to sort of parade around the world stage and demonstrate that we, like the U.S., can be a global diplomat an agent of stability. It's not the U.S.'s world anymore, and we have the power and influence to end conflicts and change the tectonic plates under which geopolitics operates. And for Iran, it was an opportunity to legitimize themselves on the world stage and continue this pursuit of lead and gold, or lead and silver rather. You know, you can have outreach with us, you can legitimize us, or we can continue to attack you through asymmetric means. And so those things are always happening at the same time. And for countries like the UAE, one need not preclude the other. I mean, they are very much in a position where they are now on the fence and open for business, both East and West. While I was there, CENTCOM was hosting a Ministry of Defense conference with senior non-commissioned officers from both countries. While I was there, my friends at the Atlantic Council down the street were hosting an N7 event exploring the reaches of what both UAE, Israel, and other Abraham Accord signatories could do to address water scarcity and other non-military issues. And of course, none of that begins to touch on the fact that China is ever present in UAE, elsewhere in the Gulf, in infrastructure, in economic projects, and assuredly, whether covertly or not, in military projects as well.
Yeah, I would just add a couple of things. I agree with all that. I think one key for assessing the contours of cooperation among this axis or lack thereof is kind of seeing how the improvements, especially in military and technological and even diplomatic coordination, are growing, but generally from a very low base. So I think, or a relatively low base. So you've seen some major improvements, particularly in military cooperation between China and Russia, but there still isn't kind of direct operational coordination, and their military exercises are getting more sophisticated. But compared to something like NATO or the U.S., South Korea or Japan alliances, the real deep interoperability and the planning that goes around that, I think, is still it's beyond nascent stages, but there are still more ways that it could advance. In terms of the security hedging, I agree that that's sort of what we're seeing in the Middle East, but I feel like in East Asia and to a large extent in Europe, there's been something of the opposite effect, where increased China-Russia cooperation is actually driving liberal democracies to work closely with one another and to actually revitalize their alliances with the United States or security partnerships with the United States, and increasingly in a network sense with one another. And that's been a really important trend, particularly in the Indo-Pacific that we've observed. And even while states like India continue to have a certain amount of hedge, you could argue that India's deepening defense partnership with the United States is a hedge against its traditional relationship with Russia that is becoming increasingly in question as Russia becomes more beholden to China.
If I could jump in here, I'm really curious about something, and I know that it relates to something that both Andrea and Jonathan kind of have truths to posit about. How has Russia's invasion of Ukraine affected this whole dynamic?
I can jump in to start. I mean, I think it's been an accelerator. So none of the dynamics that we're talking about are necessarily new, right? So we've been talking about the deepening partnership between Russia and China for years, and certainly that's a trend that's been continuing at least since the waning days of the Cold War. So that's not new. 2014, Russia's annexation of Crimea and then subsequent occupation of eastern Ukraine was a key catalyst back then. And I think it's another catalyst again. And of course, there are limits to this no limit partnership. But for me, I think this conflict has strengthened their partnership in some really important ways. And then the same thing I think is true also of the Russia-Iran relationship. I mean, Russia has had a history of mistrust with both of these partners. So there is that history there. But I think that, with Iran, the repeated interactions working through the JCPOA, Russia and Iran's ability to coordinate and work together on the battlefields in Syria, these repeated interactions were helping to overcome some of that historical mistrust. So then you arrive in February 2022, and I think it's another important kind of catalyst or accelerator of the trends that we've been seeing for a long time. So again, none of this is new, But I do think with events, in particular Russia's invasion of Ukraine, that it's been a real catalyst for these relationships, and it's given greater impetus by creating these geopolitical conditions that have been very conducive to pushing these actors together. I mean, I think if we just think about some of the key drivers of the relationship, they do all have this hostility to the United States and the status quo. And here's Russia saying, we are going to challenge the status quo. And so it's created some momentum for both Russia and China to be able to take advantage of this moment, in particular by trying to rally some of the countries in what we're calling the so-called global south, or some other countries where there has been a lot of discontent and dissatisfaction with the United States and the US-led order. They've been able to leverage that in this moment. So what we're saying here isn't new, but I think what we're seeing is an acceleration and a coalescence of these allies, or I shouldn't call them allies, of these three countries.
Bethany, in the spirit of debate and sort of punching it up a little, I'm going to disagree a little bit with Andrea a little bit when it comes to whether this is new or not new, and I'm going to do my best to channel the academia of my good friend and colleague Sina Azodi at GW, a lecturer who's done a lot of historical study on Iran's national security history. And I do think the depth of Moscow and Tehran's relationship right now is something a little bit unprecedented. If you go back a couple regimes, there was a time when, in fact, Iran sought to bring in Western powers to check Russian aggression on its own borders. There has been immense division between Russia and Iran, immense geopolitical competition and local geographic competition, over terrain even, especially. What I do think we're seeing now is a major shift where the Supreme Leader's guidance of neither East nor West is yesterday's news, and there is a clear shift from the Supreme Leader on down to face eastward and work with these partners, deepen these relationships into alliances, perhaps, that historically Iran has been reticent to do in either direction under various governments. So I know this has some of our friends and partners in the Middle East quite concerned because they do see this as a depth of partnership that is otherwise previously unprecedented in the modern era, and therefore, could hearken new levels of cooperation to their detriment.
Jacob, I'd like to hand things over to you for you to posit one of your truths.
Okay, thanks, Bethany. Yeah, so I will posit the following truth. I think for Beijing, some degree of weakness in its partners is actually a feature, not a bug, and that China wants to be at a minimum first among equals, and at a maximum really the dominant power with a veto over the affairs of what we could describe as client states. I think we should keep in mind that there's really an alternative world where Russia and even Iran could help counterbalance Chinese power in Eurasia, and that's something ultimately that Beijing wants to avoid. In addition, a weak Russia in particular has to accept increased Chinese influence in Central Asia and also defer to Beijing's prerogatives in East Asia on issues like Taiwan and the South China Sea. At the same time, this is my own hedge here to my truth here. China wants to avoid a complete collapse of its partners in the face of pressure from liberal democratic states, which explains some of its policies in support of Russia, Iran, and even North Korea. And then finally, as part of this, we've seen this debate recently among international relations scholars, most prominently in foreign affairs, about how to describe polarity in the international system. And I think this is important because despite its rhetoric to the contrary, China doesn't actually seek multipolarity. Instead, what China wants is a bipolar system where partners align under a China-led pole focused on countering the United States. And I think that kind of overarching goal is important in kind of describing how China wants the dynamics of this axis to function going forward.
Yeah, your polarity piece is really interesting because for Russia, one of the longstanding pillars of its foreign policy is that it envisions a world of multipolarity with Russia as one of the poles. So at some point, I think we've all recognized there could be tension in the relationship as there's growing asymmetry between Russia and China, but that's not happening for the time being. And I think right at this moment, given Russia's weakness and its obviously clear concerns about what's happening in Ukraine, they're perfectly fine to be a junior partner. And I think that Moscow likely recognizes that there is going to have to be some concessions made to Beijing in order to keep Beijing firmly in Moscow's corner. And I think that's one of the concerns of this axis of authoritarianism, is that the weaker Russia becomes, the more they're going to have to give away and toe the line on Beijing in particular. And you talked about Central Asia. So that's something where, Russian influence has severely been diminished, as a lot of the Central Asian leaders are now looking extremely warily at Moscow, worried that they could be next. So we're seeing really important geopolitical shifts there in Central Asia that I'm sure Beijing will be all too happy to cash in on. The other area I'm watching closely too is the Arctic. And I found it extremely fascinating to see that Russia and China recently signed an agreement between their coast guards in the Arctic. That was such an interesting indicator, because Russia for so long has gone to great lengths to try to keep China out of the Arctic. It is really a region that Russia views, its preeminence in that region. And so to see them willing to give on, it's something small, but I think it is this indicator that they are going to increasingly have to give more and more away to keep Beijing on side. So I totally agree. From Beijing's perspective, I'm sure that they are perfectly happy to have somewhat weakened partners so that they can take advantage of and leverage in that. And for the time being, that's not a problem for Moscow.
As for the Middle East, I certainly see Russia and China largely, working at different levels and attempting to get different things out of the region. I mean, Russia always enjoyed a security cooperation relationship with a range of states. That's going to be difficult. I think Andrea can speak to that much better than most people. That recently, I think in Moscow we saw a parade where I think there might have been one World War II era T-34 tank. I think the Ukraine war has heavily attrited their ability to sell arms of any value to Middle Eastern partners. So if I'm an American security cooperation officer working in the region, I see great opportunity. But for Russia's purposes, its geopolitical presence, its military strategic presence in places like Syria, Tartus, Latakia, gives them their sole warm water port in the world. China has a much broader view of the region, and really, though it's a security cooperation partner for many countries, it's really its economic projection into the region, its foreign investment in the region is really the primary tool. And when I think of perhaps with a soft underbelly of U.S. policy in terms of where we can counter, that's clearly where our foreign policy toolkit is the weakest. We've always really been, certainly called ourselves the partner of choice. Our military presence, I think to this day, we've got over 35,000 forces in the region. We are there to assure the partners. But what happens the day after someone flicks a switch and Huawei networks take over, and all of a sudden it becomes impossible for the U.S. to securely operate its systems in many of these countries. So slowly, shwaya shwaya, as they say in Arabic, we can see ourselves pushed out of the region from the side, so through these lateral means. And I think there is an effort by this administration in particular that recognizes the need to harness U.S. economy to create some sort of alternative future, to drive U.S. investment into the region, as well as to harness the investment capability of our partners in the region to ensure that Beijing doesn't have the world's supply of critical minerals going into this century when they're going to be so desperately in need.
On your on the arms sales point, Jonathan, I was reading, I think Russia is buying back weapons from India and other places. So if we come back around to talking about opportunities, the arms market and trying to weaken Russia's historical links to some of these countries is a really important one.
Yeah, I would just add, I think on China's involvement in the Middle East, for a long time, China tried to just engage economically as a partner there and sort of avoid the politics of the region. As China makes this foray into regional problem solving and seeking to be a peacemaker between Iran and Saudi Arabia. In some ways, that's a very good trend for the region, for the world, and I think the U.S. has rightly welcomed it insofar as it goes. But I think that's the key part, right, is what happens when the notoriously difficult politics of the Middle East, rear their head. What is Beijing prepared to do to support a particular set of regional frameworks? And basically, when China is tested, China's diplomacy is tested on the regional and international stage. What's Beijing's capacity and willingness to push the parties together to sustain that peace over time? That's kind of the bigger question, and we're really in a wait and see posture there.
I have my own truth I'd like to posit, and I actually disagree with it, so I hope that you guys can just tear it apart. One thing that I've heard a lot is that the Russia-China axis is weaker and more brittle than and less resilient than like the U.S. Relationship with Britain or other democracies, because the Russia-China relationship is one of convenience, that it's based on not on shared positive goals, not on shared values, but simply on a shared foe. Please, someone destroy that. How about Jacob? We'll start with you.
Sure. So I think that it is much deeper. I mean, as Andrea mentioned, this is something that's been decades in the making and has spanned multiple leaders in both countries. And I would describe it as kind of a couple that divorced in the Cold War and really knew where the fault lines in their relationship were, and they've kind of come back together and worked really hard to avoid or cordon off and or deal with some of the most difficult areas of their relationship. And I think that's one of the things that gives the China-Russia relationship its durability, is they are the ones that are most aware of these kind of fault lines. And in addition, you just have in Xi and Putin two increasingly personalized leadership systems, and it's clear that the leaders are committed in their own version, in their own views about grand strategy to this relationship. And I think that is both based on a reading of their current circumstances, but I think it's also deeper than that, in the sense of you see lots of overlap in how they view the history, including, how the Cold War ended and what has happened in the intervening years. I mean, I think there really is a lot of consensus between the two leaders about the kind of trajectory of global politics and where they want to take it. And especially as, the systems are increasingly, especially in China, just a reflection of the more personalist views. The role that the leaders play is really important. Whether or not they're actually best friends or whatever, I think we can set that kind of thing aside. Some of that is pomp and circumstance, but I think if you just sit down and do kind of a nuts and bolts reading of what the leaders want and then how that's translated into the system, there is a lot of more durability and resilience built up within that. In addition, I think they see themselves as having the same problem set, essentially, right? That in the parts of the near abroad that they are most focused on, they face a wall of U.S. Alliances and partnerships that not only kind of hems them in a security sense, but in an ideological and regime type sense, poses a threat to their domestic power at home. And so I think on those three levels, sort of the leadership, the strategic, and then the domestic politics level, they're very much aligned in that perspective. And I think that creates some durability that we're going to have to contend with, at least as long as the two leaders, Xi and Putin, are sitting atop their respective systems.
Yeah, I think the thing, I don't know if I can tear that one apart, Bethany, because like talking about the US, UK, it's a really high bar, right? It's hard to think of many countries in terms of, we have this special relationship. So our military cooperation, our intelligence sharing, that really is, I think, a high bar. So I wouldn't say that Russia and China really approximate anything like that. But I think that's a little bit misleading and it leads to faulty conclusions because, as Jake said, for all the reasons Jake just laid out, there is a significant overlap in their interests. And by working together, again, it goes back to the synergy argument, they amplify the challenges that they both pose. So they might not be, they're not interoperable. They're probably not having the same degree of intelligence sharing, or probably certainly not the same degree of intelligence sharing as we have with the UK. But those things are deepening over time, and through repeated interaction, they are building the scaffolding of a more lasting and deeper relationship. But even short of the US-UK relationship, it still has tremendous potential to cause challenges and risks and threats to the United States and its allies and partners. So I think it's really important. I know we get often caught up. Is it an alliance? Is it an entente? What is this? But I think if you really focus on concrete areas of their partnership, you could start to outline some really important areas where by cooperating together, they are posing real challenges to the United States and its allies.
Yeah, if I can just add, I think there's an important policy implication for the U.S. and its allies here, because there's still this persistent argument in American strategy and others that we just have to do a reverse Kissinger, right? Split somebody off from the other and figure out a way to drive a wedge in between the two. I think that searching for that, and you've seen that, we saw, Republican presidential candidates tweeting this exact idea yesterday. So it is very, very much alive in the debate in a real way. But I think we have to not set that aside, but we have to have nuanced metrics in trying to figure out when the time might be ripe to do that and on what issues it might be possible. But we have to be realistic about its prospects, especially in the near term, and focus, I think, on another set of strategic responses, which is trying to still have the preponderance of power amongst our network of allies and partners, right? If it's Russia and China versus the U.S. alone, sure, they can actually have more landmass, more people, all of a lot of technological power, more military strength. But if it's the U.S. and its alliances and partnership network versus Russia and China, we still have the preponderance of power in every area. And so I think being able to double down on that, deepen it, sustain it over time is really critical. And versus a short-termist ploy to try to find wedges or drive wedges between China and Russia that might come at extremely high cost. For example, making major concessions on Ukraine or Taiwan, and not create much benefit for the United States or other democracies.
If I can jump in really quick and just remind the audience that we are accepting questions. So send in your questions and we can get to them later. Jonathan, over to you.
Yeah, and of course, I'm going to defer to the Russia and China expert in the virtual room here. But just to your original truth, Bethany, I'm not so certain that powerful alliances require ideological alignment. I think historically, if we look back at what formed the 20th century, I don't think FDR and Stalin necessarily had a lot of ideological alignment, but the combined power of USSR and the US in World War II was probably unmatched and unmatchable by the Axis, right? So there is definitely opportunities for these partners to come together absent any great ideological alignment, just, sort of in service of each other's near-term or strategic individual needs against the U.S. and its allies. And to Jake's point, I think he's spot on. We have a national defense strategy which identifies China as the pacing challenge, Russia as the acute threat, and then sort of as a tertiary trying to contain Iran. And as we execute this strategy, we are going to see these partners come together as we are. And Jake's absolutely right. We need some middle game here, and it's not necessarily wedges, but we need to understand that as we play, the adversary is going to adapt, and we need to look carefully at the toolkit to understand what our counterpoint to that adaptation is.
I'm curious about, we've talked somewhat less about Iran, and Jonathan, in your truth that you had that you have written out ahead of time, you mention Israel's interests and how they might come into play in this. And just one more plug for viewer questions, please do send them in.
Yeah, no, my truth that I posited was that as Russia's back gets further up against the wall, Iran is going to be able to ask for more and more from Russia in order to support Russia and Ukraine and sort of give them an opportunity to stay in the fight. And that is going to have immediate impacts on Israel's security. One near-term, almost immediate example is for years now, Israel has targeted Iranian Quds Force targets in Syria as they transit materials and sensitive things to Lebanon for potential use against Israel. That's what the Israelis call the war between the wars. In Hebrew, it's milchama ben hamilchamot, or mabam for short. In doing that, the whole time, they have quietly tiptoed past the Russian presence in Syria, and the Russians have seen them do it and watched as they had targeted and killed Iranians without turning on their own air defense systems or doing anything to otherwise stop or make it more difficult for the Israelis to engage Iran. What happens when Russia becomes so desperate that Iran can ask Russia to turn on its air defense in Syria and otherwise make it more difficult for Israel to interdict these shipments of weapons to Hezbollah and other proxies? What happens when Iran successfully takes ownership of advanced air defense systems and deploys them not only in Iran itself to defend against possible U.S. or Israeli military incursions against nuclear sites, but also is able to deploy them in Syria and elsewhere to take down Israeli planes engaging those targets on a fairly regular basis? The cooperation has a lot of avenues. Cyber, hypersonics could make Iranian rockets, ballistic missiles, and systems much more deadly. And already, I have some real concerns that many of the kit and weapons of U.S. origin being taken off the battlefield in Ukraine, specifically the Javelin anti-tank guided missile system or the Stinger anti-air system, they've got units of that in Tehran right now that they're working to reverse engineer. And while the chemistry and the engineering of those systems makes it hard, you get enough engineers in the room and give them enough time, they're going to do it. The Iranians have done this with a number of U.S. systems that they've then successfully used themselves and deployed to their proxies for use against the U.S. And Israel. So the Israelis have to be wondering, what does an Iranian variant of a Javelin anti-tank missile do to a Merkava tank in the hands of Hezbollah on its northern border, and so forth and so forth. So the threat really compounds. And the Israelis have to be asking themselves, what coercive tools do they have against Moscow to attempt to limit that cooperation such that it doesn't begin to directly or more so threaten them? But also, we have to be asking ourselves about our strategy, about how our Middle East strategy now comports or parallel lines with our broader NDS goals, and how we can bring some of our partners into greater global alignment in the way we see the threats emanating from both China and Russia, as they don't threaten just U.S. interests, but those of our partners and allies as well. That was a lot of truth.
I mean, I would just add, I mean, I think from one of the major challenges that this axis is going to pose, especially in the context of the military technological developments that Richard mentioned earlier and you alluded to here, is some of the structural elements of military technologies, whether it's hypersonics or autonomous systems or more traditional nuclear weapons delivery systems and warheads. We're going to have to build often in consultation with Russia, China, and to a certain extent Iran as well, some 21st century vision of an arms control regime or management regime. And that's just going to be incredibly difficult given the expansion in size and sophistication of China's nuclear arsenal to the point where increasingly China is moving to a place where it's on par with the U.S. In Russia as a nuclear power. It's going to take some time, but it creates a unique three-player problem at the very top of the nuclear arms control world that's structural and really is going to force us to rethink some of the underlying premises that we had from the Cold War, where it was more of a bipolar competition. And of course, as all these other things are going on, where tensions in the relationship are deepening, that sense of rivalry is deepening, being able to make progress on just those security issues, setting aside climate change, migration, all these other transnational issues, is just going to become that much harder. So I think while we have this, while we need to maintain a very competitive approach in this kind of major power competition against authoritarian powers, we still have to have a realistic, coherent way of engaging them on some of these key issues where they're essential players, and where our alternative of having no agreements and no constraints on an arms race is actually much worse than working something out with our competitors. But it's gonna take time and a lot of innovation, frankly, in the policy space and in the implementation space to get that done.
I'll just pick up on one point you said, Jake, which is like the democracy versus authoritarianism. That's clearly what it is. But it's not a useful framing, I don't think, for engaging a lot of the countries who are, in the middle or the swing states. That is not a frame that's resonating with large parts of this so-called global South and countries that we want to reach out to. So I think, as we're thinking about, well, what do we do about this? Your point that you made earlier, Jake, about the coalescence of United States allies and partners is key. We probably haven't talked enough about that, because it's there. But I think we do have a problem with these in-between states, and using this framing of democracy versus authoritarianism is not a winning strategy. And many of the countries that sit in that middle are also authoritarian, right? Jonathan, this is largely a lot your world, but it's not just there. And so I think the unfortunate reality, you're saying, yes, it will require outreach to Russia and China on some really important issues like arms control. I fully agree with that. It will probably also require some compromises, if we want to use that word, in figuring out when is the right time to push on democracy and human rights issues, and when is that going to jeopardize our interests in competing with this sphere. So as you said, it's more complicated, it's more complex. The democracy versus autocracy works with our allies, but it doesn't work with these other countries. And we've got to figure out the pragmatic areas of cooperation to engage so that we can, grow the coalition of countries that we're cooperating with in order to enhance our ability to compete.
If I could address that, I think, in putting a plug for a former CNAS event, actually, if you go back and watch the speech that National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan gave at Georgetown, where we hosted in coordination with Georgetown the rollout of the National Defense Strategy, his language was very careful. Basically, he was opening the tent to autocratic regimes, and the litmus test of whether you were on sides with the U.S. is, do you support a rules-based order? Does might make right, or are you willing to engage in diplomacy and recognize the national sovereignty of the world's nations? And that was basically the test by which one was on sides with the U.S. or not. So I think he took a very open and broad view of welcoming otherwise autocratic countries into the fold in the context of our national defense strategy. To Jake's point about coming to grips with arms control, there's, in some respects, nothing more crucial. And I'll offer just maybe a secondary truth here that our friends in the intelligence community might refer as a low probability, high impact scenario. We think about where Iran is on its possible pursuit of a nuclear weapons capability. And right now, in terms of timeline, about 2 weeks we posit until they have enough fissile material for weapons. But the weaponization would take considerably longer. Different analyses out there have different timelines, but roughly, let's say, a year until they could put that material into some sort of advanced system to deliver it. That's a capability that Russia has right now. And so does there come a point where Tehran makes the decision that it wants that it wants to shorten its timeline? Or conversely, and I don't want to put any ideas in anyone's head, is that something that Moscow uses to extract concessions from the West? Is that something that they could use to try to barter a better deal or exit from Ukraine? So, I mean, clearly the arms control aspect, strategically speaking, is something that's eclipses and overshadows all the other aspects of this. And frankly, we need a better solution for it, to Jake's point.
Yeah, I just have one thing to add for that, if I can, which is on Andrea's point about the global South. I think I try to keep this in mind because I focus on China every day in my work, but I think a lot of our success in engaging the global South or the developing world more broadly is not only not leading with that democracy versus authoritarianism framing, but also not leading with the China-Russia framing, right? To engage those parts of the world on their own terms. And I think that's aside from strategic competition in a broad sense, and in many ways, that's where China is succeeding in the sense of really working on, development, investment, those kinds of things, with all the strings and complications and often negative things that come with that. But regardless, that's the focus of their engagement, and really that, I think, particularly in Latin America and parts of South and Southeast Asia, that are so critical to U.S. interests. We have to have a more coherent story to tell there, and that's often or almost usually not about military affairs. It's about trade and investment, people to people, some of those, for lack of a better word, softer parts of foreign policy, but ones that have real meaningful strategic effect. And I always try to keep that in mind in terms of, we have to really get our arms around this challenge of the axis of authoritarianism to the extent that it exists, but we can't let it consume our entire foreign policy. And that's really a very tough balance to strike that I know the administration, at least in their formal sense of the national security strategy, tried to strike. But there's going to be this temptation in different parts of the U.S. foreign policy debate to only do strategic competition or only do engagement on softer issues like climate change and human development. But it's always going to be this tense balance that we're going to have to get right over time, and that's going to be a challenge for years and decades to come.
Can I make one point, Bethany, because I feel like I have been remiss not to have said it so far. These personalist dictatorships, first and foremost Putin, but increasingly Xi Jinping, are prone to miscalculate and make mistakes. Putin's invasion of Ukraine was a gross miscalculation, and so it is extremely incumbent on the United States and its allies that we are able to take advantage and exploit the mistakes as they make them. And so it brings us back to Ukraine. It is so important for the United States and its allies to ensure that Vladimir Putin is defeated and that Ukraine comes out of this conflict on top. I think if we're to, what are the things that the United States can do to shape the strength of this alliance? Getting Ukraine right is really critical. It's obviously critical for our Russia policy, but it has ripple effects for Xi Jinping and his calculations, and I think for the emboldenedness, if that's a word, of this access of authoritarianism. So I just really wanted to be sure that I made that point, that getting Ukraine right is really critical for our ability to compete and manage this coalescing alliance. If things had gone differently in Ukraine, I think we would actually be having a very different conversation about the strength of this axis of authoritarianism. We're very fortunate that the Ukrainians were able to repel the Russian attacks to put us in the position that we're in now. And so now it's really incumbent upon us to finish the job. And that, again, goes just such an extraordinary distance, I think, in making this a more manageable challenge.
I think that's a great place to finish and to wrap it up. Thank you so much to our three panelists for lending your expertise in this very lively discussion. Our next panel is Home Before the Leaves Fall, Protracted Wars, Past, Present, and Future. It will begin at 10:10 Eastern Time. Please join us for a discussion on the nature of protracted war with CNAS defense experts Andrew Metrick and Stacey Pettyjohn, hosted by my colleague David Lawler of Axios. Thank you again.
What is a war game? If you're like most people, the term war game conjures up an image of a bunch of old men sitting around a map in their military uniforms, pushing around little ships and tanks. But the definition of war game is much more expansive than that. A war game can take many forms, but at its core, it includes three things: people making decisions that have consequences. Games are best for examining how humans make decisions about complex issues and for stress testing concepts against a thinking adversary. Certain sticky issues that interest the Department of Defense, for example, the potential for nuclear escalation in the middle of a war, are good opportunities to leverage gaming. When done well, these games can lead to even deeper insights than traditional research methods would alone. And so war games are traditionally used for two purposes: analytic games and educational games. Educational games offer sort of an experiential learning opportunity for players, allowing them to better grasp very complex topics by forcing them to kind of grapple with trade-offs and the consequences of their actions. On the other side, analytic games allow researchers to explore complex questions, to test hypotheses, or to develop new operational concepts by, again, putting controlled pressure on the participants and seeing where they take things. The Gaming Lab at the Center for New American Security runs games just like this as part of the CNAS Defense Program's research agenda. And recently, the Gaming Lab ran a game with the U.S. House Select Committee on U.S.-China competition. It's a bipartisan committee that kind of takes a holistic look at how the U.S. can mitigate threats posed by the Chinese Communist Party today. So to supplement the many hearings that the committee's been doing, Chairman Mike Gallagher invited CNAS to run a tabletop exercise, which is a particular type of war game, looking at a fictional scenario in which China had invaded Taiwan. So representatives played in the game themselves. They played as advisors to the president, making key military and economic decisions about the strategy. And it was a great opportunity for collective learning and exploration among the very decision makers that are driving the discussion on US-China competition today. It allowed the representatives to test assumptions that they have about how a war like that would play out, and to identify gaps in current US readiness for such a war. So armed with the lessons learned from the game, the members published their 10 for Taiwan, which was a list of 10 recommendations so that the US can prevent such a war from ever happening by strengthening deterrence. Many of those recommendations were insights that flowed from the game, such as the need to develop deep stockpiles of long-range munitions and the need for a distributed and resilient posture in the Pacific. The CNAS Gaming Lab is extremely grateful for the opportunity to work with the committee to advance measures to strengthen deterrence and U.S. national security, and the exercise was a great opportunity to show how gaming can be a powerful tool for policy analysis and how it can lead to great actionable policy to strengthen U.S. national security.
My name is Sam Howell. I'm a research assistant with the Technology and National Security Program at CNAS, and I'm here to tell you why you should be paying attention to the global race to develop quantum technologies. Quantum information science uses the laws of quantum physics, which describes the properties of nature on a tiny scale, to advance the processing, analysis, and transmission of information. There are three subsets of quantum technologies: quantum computing, quantum sensing, and quantum communications. Establishing U.S. leadership in quantum ranks among the Biden administration's highest national security priorities because quantum technologies promise to transform almost any industry dependent on speed and processing power, from aerospace and automotive to finance and pharmaceuticals. Quantum technology will enable machines to solve problems beyond the capacity of current generation computers and are inherently dual use, meaning they can be applied to both military and civilian contexts. Quantum technologies have already been used to enhance the US military's position, navigation, and timing capabilities, drug design and discovery, financial fraud detection, and port logistics optimization. The potential strategic advantages of quantum technologies are numerous and significant. Quantum-enabled countries could crack an adversary's encryption methods, build unbreakable quantum communications networks, and develop the world's most precise sensors. The first country to operationalize quantum technologies will gain the ability to threaten adversaries' corporate, military, and government infrastructure faster than the adversary can establish effective defenses. Quantum technologies also carry immense potential market value, with quantum computing alone expected to reach a global market value of $1 trillion by 2035. The first country to commercialize quantum will have an upper hand in establishing market dominance, developing quantum governance models, and pursuing novel quantum applications. Because quantum is an enabling technology, advancement in quantum could also catalyze a series of disruptive innovations in other profitable technology areas, such as AI and machine learning. The United States currently leads in the development of quantum computing and quantum sensing capabilities, but China leads in the development of quantum communications and holds the highest number of quantum technology patents. Quantum researchers in China also claim to have an algorithm capable of breaking public key encryption years before anyone expected. Lots of experts question the accuracy of this claim, but true or not, the announcement serves as a reminder that surprising quantum breakthroughs are possible in the near term. It's time for the United States to do more to secure its advantages in quantum technology. This means investing in workforce development, cooperating with key allies like the Netherlands, Australia, and Finland, and carefully studying the utility of economic tools like export controls and outbound investment regimes to safeguard sensitive quantum components and know-how. Significant technical hurdles continue to slow progress toward a world in which quantum technologies upend traditional understandings of national security, economic prosperity, and everyday life. But the US cannot wait to reaffirm its position as a quantum technology leader. The quantum race is one the US cannot afford to lose.
American power and purpose. And our topic for this session fits neatly into that theme. A long war could rob the United States of both. For today's conversation, I'll first be joined by Dr. Stacy Pettyjohn, the director of the Defense Program here at CNAS and also a senior fellow, to discuss why this issue is coming to the fore now. A little later, I'll be joined by Andrew Metrick, a fellow in the Defense Program here, for a deeper dive on protraction in the context of a US-China conflict, which is the topic of a forthcoming CNAS report. This is going to be an interactive session. During my discussion with Andrew a little later on, we're going to ask our audience to participate via live polls about a hypothetical conflict with China. You'll also have the opportunity to ask questions, so please submit those using the form below the video player or by tweeting #CNAS 2023. But first, Stacy, let's start with exactly what we're talking about here. So what is protraction and why are people talking about it right now?
So let's break this down a little bit. Protraction means something that is prolonged fighting, right? And what particular type of fighting and how long are we really talking about? And there aren't precise answers to this. It's very contextually dependent and depends on sort of what folks' expectations are. You can think back to the 17th century and the 30 Years' War. That was very, very protracted. Then you have World War I and World War II that are 4 to 6 wars, which are still pretty prolonged and high-intensity conflicts. And then on the other end of the spectrum, you have the 1991 Gulf War, the first Persian Gulf War, Operation Desert Storm. And that was something that was a short conflict that was very decisive. So you had a 43-day air campaign and then 100 hours of ground operations, and Saddam capitulated, left Kuwait, and the United States won. Now, the picture is a little bit fuzzier than that. There's some gray area there into that narrative. But that created the idea that a technologically superior force, in particular the United States, would be able to win very quickly on the battlefield if they were armed with long-range, precision-guided weapons, and they could very accurately target the enemy and destroy its forces and its capability and its will to fight. And I think over the subsequent decades after the first Gulf War, the U.S. was engaged in a lot of smaller-scale contingencies in Bosnia and Kosovo and Libya, and all of these sort of reinforced the idea that you could win quickly because the high-intensity phase of the conflict was short. Operation Deliberate Force was 3 weeks. The war against Kosovo was 11 weeks. And when you look at the high-intensity phase of fighting in Afghanistan and then Iraq in 2001 and 2003, those were relatively short. Now, obviously, those became protracted conflicts, but they were of a different intensity where you were facing terrorists or insurgents that were fighting the U.S. asymmetrically. Iraq lasted at least 8 years, and then Afghanistan more than 20. But that's not really what we're talking about here. We're focused more on thinking about the high-intensity phase of combat operations, and that is something where it didn't seem like there was any country that could go toe-to-toe with the United States and stand up for very long.
So, Stacy, that was a great sweep. You took us back to the 17th century. I'm just going to go back to last year when we were all expecting this Russian invasion of Ukraine, or at least some people were. I don't think many of us were thinking about the counteroffensive in year 2. I mean, we were very much focused on this initial period of fighting. How has the way that war has played out shaped thinking about protraction more generally?
Yeah, I think Ukraine shattered this notion that you could have these quick wars and that these grinding wars of attrition that everyone thought were a thing of the past were over, and now that has proven not to be true. It's interesting because Russia fell into the same sort of trap that the United States did, thinking that they could win quickly. You know, Putin has called this a special operation, not a war. And after, I think, the relatively quick success in Crimea in 2014 and Ukraine and then Syria, he sort of thought that he could bring in his larger force that was better equipped and just sort of the Ukrainians would roll over. They obviously haven't, and the war has changed in character. It began as one with maneuver, where you had really sort of innovative Ukrainian forces that were fighting hard in small units using quadcopters and other types of drones to target moving Russian columns. And it was frankly embarrassing for the Russians, who didn't do well. And the Russians have made a lot of mistakes along the way. They've attacked from multiple axes. They stretched their forces thin, stretched their lines of communication. And the Ukrainians were able to push them back. And then the lines have sort of settled a bit more, and it has moved into this war of attrition where there are more static front lines and some smaller counteroffensives that both sides have attempted. You've seen both parties also having to change the way that they fight and to adapt their tactics and the weapons that they're using. The Russians started to run out of their most preferred long-range weapons, their Kh-101 and Caliber cruise missiles, and instead were using some of their air defense missiles in land attack mode, or using the Shahed drones that they got from Iran to attack Ukrainian cities in the electric grid. And the Ukrainians have had to adopt because they've been running low of artillery, and then some of the more long-range precision-guided weapons that they have, the long-range rockets fired by HIMARS, they only have a certain number each month, and they've had to look to alternate weapons to provide them with some more firepower. But you've had this really move into this long grind that I don't think anyone anticipated, and there's no end in sight right now.
Got it. And I think people in the audience probably know that when we're talking about potential future conflicts, one of those that we're talking about is potential U.S.-China conflict. I know you've war-gamed this multiple times, including with members of Congress. In those war-game scenarios, are people thinking about year two or the longer conflict, or are people usually focusing on just the initial exchanges, perhaps?
Yeah, typically the war games end up being focused on the early phase of a conflict. And whether you're thinking about the East China Sea in a Senkaku scenario, the South China Sea, or an invasion of Taiwan, most of those typically focus on the early days or weeks, maybe months. And there's a good reason to do so. The 2018 NDS, the National Defense Strategy, had focused on preventing fait accompli. So it had really identified the ability of adversaries to potentially quickly seize territory and defeat the U.S. as the main challenge. So China could rapidly decide to invade Taiwan and then would win. So the U.S. defense strategy is focused on stopping and blunting those initial invasions. And then there's been less thought in terms of what comes after it. And when you take one of the games that we ran recently for the House China Select Committee, for example, we only played out 6 days. Within 3 days, the United States had run out of its preferred long-range anti-ship weapons and was running low on others. China was starting to run low on some of its longest-range ground-based missiles. And then the character of the conflict would change. We have concluded through a lot of analysis and war games, along with other folks at other think tanks and FFRDCs, that it's likely that China could get some forces on Taiwan. They have a Navy that is more than 300 ships now. They've built airborne forces and air assault forces. They're crossing about 100 miles in terms of the strait, so geography is in their advantage. But so the U.S. couldn't entirely stop the invasion, but China still faces a significant challenge in terms of sustaining those forces once they're ashore. So what happens when both sides are running low of their key weapons? There are some Chinese forces on Taiwan. They face Taiwanese defenders, and the United States has to adapt how it fights.
Got it. And we're going to actually have to pause there, but we're going to pick up on some of those ideas that you just laid out. Thanks so much, Stacy, for describing to us why protraction has become such a hot button issue and setting us up for this discussion of China that Andrew is going to come up here for in a second. And you mentioned the Bad Blood TTX your team ran for the House Select Committee on China. We have a brief video that reviews the findings from that exercise and ties in some of your other research as well. And as I said, that will set the stage for my conversation with Andrew in just a couple minutes. So thank you, Stacy. So I think we're probably all appropriately frightened now by some of what we saw in that video. I want to welcome Andrew to the stage. I also want to get our online audience primed for your roles here. We're going to be asking you poll questions about a potential conflict with China. And of course, we're also going to turn to questions for Andrew at the end. So please start thinking about and submitting those. Andrew, Stacy helped set the stage for this discussion about protraction. Bring us into the conflict with China. How do you think about protraction in terms of a potential U.S.-China conflict?
Thanks a lot, David. So the way that I think about protraction is the early stages of the conflict are really key to helping us get there, but once we're there, things start to look very different. So what I mean by that is the location of the conflict, whether we're talking about East China Sea, South China Sea, or a Taiwan scenario, all offer slightly different flavors. They offer slightly different flavors in terms of geography, the scope and scale of the conflict as well. But across the board, there are some things that we can sort of understand to be true universally. And one of them is that these potential conflicts are incredibly resource intensive. They require extreme amounts of munitions in order to fight. You see this in the Ukraine example. The Russians have expended thousands of weapons at Kyiv and achieved, I would say, marginal effects. I like to think that ourselves have better targeting capabilities than the Russian military. But I think there is a truism here that fighting wars in what the Chinese would term low contact ways, i.e. using standoff weapons, requires a tremendous amount of munitions in order to be successful and to achieve the types of effects you want. So that's one sort of key part of this thinking about protraction that you have to be aware of. Another part is that I think this is really key because when we think about the way that modern militaries want to fight, they want to achieve rapid, decisive effects. I think that's true for militaries in all times and places, but especially since what we would now call the revolution in military affairs, the precision strike revolution, which has, started large debates about where it started, definitely the technology probably in the States, philosophically maybe in the former Soviet Union. That technology set really almost forces one into this style of fighting where you go all in on day zero and you're trying to achieve those effects. And in doing so, my view, and this is why it's so corrosive for protraction, is that in doing so, you end up in a place where you've shot your bolt, and therefore protraction occurs because those technologies mean you've expended so many munitions in such a short time, but you haven't actually gone after some of the levers of state power. And that's some of the things that Stacy was talking about in terms of, we have this history of short, sharp wars going back to the Gulf War, but then we have all of these other examples where things went on longer than we want. So I really think that in the case of China, regardless of what scenario you're talking about, it's unclear to me that the concepts and ways of fighting that we talk about for both China and the United States actually achieve the effects they want on the timelines that they lay out, and therefore protraction looms.
And that brings us into our first poll question for the audience. We're going to ask all of you how long you think a potential U.S.-China conflict would last. Andrew laid out some of the geographic areas where it might take place, some of the questions around time frame, but we're going to let answers start coming in terms of whether the audience thinks days, weeks, months, years. And maybe, Andrew, if you want to reflect a bit on, you've given us some hints that you think it might not be days, but perhaps why don't you weigh in?
So I'm going to sort of cheat here and say, well, it depends on the answer of what is. Yeah. So I think there's two questions here. I think that we tend to view conflict as a continuous period of violence. But when you look at historically, it's very much punctuated equilibrium. There are campaigns. Your military has to execute to achieve a certain objective and then pause while its capabilities reconstitute. So I think that we will see weeks to months periods of sustained high-intensity combat operations punctuated by longer interregnums where both sides are trying to reconstitute their capabilities. So if that means that we're going to see things in terms of months, it could also mean that these conflicts nest in a larger war or series of wars in the way that Stacey was talking about the 30 Years' War that last for years. And I think really what I'm highlighting here is that there are inviolable commitments on both sides that are difficult to resolve by force of arms alone. And that reality means that, from my perspective, these conflicts have an extreme likelihood of lasting far longer than we anticipate.
Got it. And I think we're waiting for those results to come in terms of how long the audience thinks that the war might last. But I want to ask as well about munitions. You mentioned munitions, that there can be insufficient. Certainly, we saw in the video that the U.S. ran out of some of its most valuable systems quite quickly. Can you, talk about perhaps the issue of replenishment?
Yeah. So I think that the question of munitions, and we saw it in the video that come up, is really important. Because so often the times we focus on platforms, and platforms need munitions in order to achieve their effects. That's just sort of a basic rule that we often forget. We always want to talk about the planes, the tanks, the artillery systems, but they all require weapons that actually let them achieve their effects. So that's a key part of this. I think we do ourselves a disservice when we talk about replenishment in a unitary sense, right? Weapons are different in the same way that platforms are different, in the same way that networks are different, in the same way that all the capabilities that we talk about when we do military analysis are different. And one of the big piece parts around the replenishment question is that different weapons are replenished at different rates, as well as different weapons are expended at different rates. And that differential means that we have to talk more cogently and more carefully about what we mean by replenishment. I'll give an example. So LRASM, long-range anti-ship missile, key weapon in Indo-PACOM scenario, simply because, as Indo-PACOM will tell you, their AOR is mostly water. And we're really concerned with the capabilities of the People's Liberation Army Navy, the plan, and having counter-maritime weapons is important. The administration has made great strides in investing in the joint production line for JASM and LRASM. But if that production line is, picking a rough number, only able to produce 1,000 rounds a year, the expenditure rate going out the other side, A, is much higher, but the stockpiles you need in order to achieve those effects, given that, the adversary will be attempting to shoot down your weapons, is potentially much higher. So there's this difficult trade space to manage between making sure your weapons are capable enough on one hand to achieve the effects that you want, but on the other hand are able to be produced at volumes that actually mean that you can not only build up a sufficient stockpile, but when your stockpile starts to be degraded, it means you can actually replenish it in a meaningful way. Because when you do the math of if I can produce 1,000 weapons a year, math in public is it's about 3.25 weapons a day. And you look at the weapons expenditure rates for things even such as Operation Inherent Resolve, and we were shooting, Stacey and my colleague Becca Wasser have a report from their past lives at RAND, and I believe the expenditure number is on the order of 10,000 weapons or more a year. So you can see that there's a disconnect, and that was in low-intensity combat operations in the Middle East. So there's definitely a piece here. But I think we have some poll results if we want to...
We do. And I'm going to set up question 2 as well before we go into those. So our poll question number 2 was how quickly are the U.S. and its allies able to replenish stockpiles of key munitions? We've got less than a year, 1 to 5 years, 5 to 10 years, 10 plus years. We have the results now from question 1. So 0% in the audience think that a U.S.-China war would be done in the opening days. Andrew's answer has perhaps given us some reasons to believe that is the case. 60% think we're talking multiple years of conflict. How do you reflect on those?
So apparently I'm either very persuasive or the Overton window in the policy debates is shifting. I do, it is good to see people thinking about more deeply about this problem. It is not good to see that there's a potential for conflict that lasts this long or is at this intensity. But what I will say, it's heartening for one reason. I think that the debates around what I would call the Taiwan invasion scenario, which seem to be most of the fore here in DC, take on a flavor that's concerning to me, which is what I call the denialistas, which are those who focus almost solely on the initial days to weeks and this, looking after how do we deny China their objectives. That is vitally important, but it is a necessary but not sufficient condition to achieving our ultimate aims, and also what I say the ultimate aims of the people of Taiwan. So that is a piece here that I think we need to extend the conversation, because the keys to effective deterrence is deterring a range of adversary strategies. And the PRC has a range of strategic substitution options that mean it is a much more challenging adversary than simply an invasion scenario. So it's good to see that either I am convincing or that folks are beginning to think more broadly about this.
Not many denialistas, as you've coined them, in the audience, apparently. I should have mentioned, by the way, if you here in person want to participate in this poll, you can vote on cnas.org/live in the chat box. There, we've got a second poll question out there for the audience in terms of replenishment. I also want to ask you, Andrew, about the idea of nukes. Obviously, the war in Ukraine, as it has dragged on, the U.S. And Ukraine's other backers have had to grapple with this question of where Vladimir Putin's threshold for nuclear use might be, how it could come into play in the war. How do you extrapolate that onto a potential U.S.-China conflict? Obviously, in this case, both countries would have nuclear capabilities.
So this is a vital question. I want to give a shout out to a piece of research that Stacy and Hannah Dennis did, Avoiding the Brink, that looked at nuclear escalation dynamics within a U.S.-China scenario and came to some concerning conclusions, and we're hoping to dive more deeply into some of those areas in the coming year. Because what I will say as a person who participated in some of that gaming on the red team is that I think we have a perception gap. So much of deterrence is actually in the cognitive domain, and the perception differences between blue teams and red teams about how nuclear weapons shape the escalatory environment and shape and control their conditions, and who actually has escalatory dominance within those specific scenarios, it seems very tenuous to me. It also seems like most of our deterrence models that we have are products of the Cold War, and it's not clear to me how universally applicable they are. So in that way, I think we need to think much more deeply about how nuclear signaling constrains but also accelerates conflict. That is one of the paradoxes of nuclear weapons that I think is most often misunderstood, is that they do both things at the same time. There is the nature of nuclear arms is highly paradoxical, and you sit with it and you feel very uncomfortable because not only are these weapons of tremendous power, but they produce results and they produce effects in the environment between states that simultaneously makes them more risk acceptance, because if we go back to the original definition of brinksmanship, it's about gaining advantage by acting crazier than your adversary, or the perception that you will do things that they won't go to, running along the brink. And so when we think about this in the U.S.-China context, in a world where China is reportedly accelerating and expanding their nuclear modernization and the size of their arsenal, it stands to reason that their perception of nuclear arms is changing, but we don't necessarily have the same shared understanding of what that nuclear escalatory environment looks like. And I think that that's the big thing that's most concerning to me. Is my perception is that the U.S. and the Soviet Union during the height of the Cold War had a greater, not the same, but a greater degree of shared understanding of the role of nuclear weapons and how those escalatory pathways worked than my perception is of the U.S. and the PRC. And that, I think, is really concerning.
Got it. Well, let's see what our audience thinks of that in terms of the role nuclear arms might have in a conflict with China. We've got limited to no role, significant role as a constraining effect on conflict, or a significant role in accelerating that conflict? And we have results in from our second question as well, in terms of how quickly the U.S. and its allies can replenish some of the munitions that Stacy laid out could be used quite quickly in a conflict. It looks like the consensus is 1 to 5 years, which is obviously concerning if you're talking about a high-intensity conflict with China. Does that comport with your understanding?
Yeah, I think this also, again, depends on the class of weapon that we're talking about. Because for some things that have very long production timelines, I can talk myself into a 5 to 10 year production window. For other things, I think that 1 to 5 is probably right. But this really also is going to be factored on how much we think we need to fight and how much we think we need to fight the conflict after next. So part of this is also thinking about the unfortunate reality of that states who are engaged in strategic struggles over deep issues tend to fight not simply one war, but a series of wars or a series of conflicts nested under a simple war. And that changes some of these replenishment questions in some pretty pernicious ways. I'll observe that from my perspective, the core question of European security and Franco-German relations, which begun arguably with the Napoleonic Wars, didn't really end up being resolved until the fall of the Berlin Wall. And in those environments where you're talking about protracted competition with protracted conflict nesting underneath it, 1 to 5 years is probably the place you need to build your industrial base for, but there's a whole host of other economic issues that are sort of beyond the scope of this discussion, but are really important to contextualize in this space.
Okay, so we've talked about how long a conflict could last, the types of weapons that could be in play, nuclear or not. I want to throw one last question to the audience while we wait for the nuclear results to come back, in terms of how a conflict between the U.S. and China could end. We're talking about a frozen conflict, a clear victory for one side or the other, or a negotiated settlement. Obviously, this is a discussion we've had many times around Ukraine, but is obviously relevant in a U.S.-China conflict as well. And I also want to say as well, we're going to turn to audience questions pretty shortly, so make sure to submit those. But Andrew, talk to us about, maybe it depends on whether we go nuclear or not. There are a lot of variables here, but how do you think about how a war between two superpowers will end?
I think that if we set aside a situation where, in a lot of these contexts, where the PRC using non-military means is able to freeze out U.S. action and actually achieve its immediate aims quickly, which is sort of the case that we have scoped out of this discussion. In a case where the U.S. chooses to contest the PRC's objectives, I think the most likely option of these three is an unresolved frozen conflict. There are a range of reasons why, but one thing I do want to highlight is that there is to go full international relations nerd for a second, there's an information asymmetry on both sides at play. Both sides are understanding the battle space and their relative gains differently, and that means that they are more likely to basically perceive themselves to have achieved something, and therefore be more risk acceptant in the furtherance of their additional war aims, and are less likely to seek a negotiated settlement because they perceive continuation of the conflict in their interests. So it's this, and one of the biggest challenges here is actually one of the things that we're talking about, precision strike, using these standoff or other, again using the Chinese term, low contact weapons to fight. I don't think that you get the same amount of information exchange about your adversary's will and capabilities as you do in other forms of conflict. If you're fighting trench warfare, your forces in contact have a very clear sense of the adversary's will to fight. If you are shooting cruise missiles at each other from 1,000 nautical miles away, I don't think you get that same perception. And therefore the information space between the two combatants, which is different, and the reason why they're not seeking a negotiated settlement is because they perceive the conflict differently. And therefore, you don't get this coming together And because you don't get this coming together, you don't necessarily seek this negotiated settlement, therefore the conflict stalemates, therefore frozen conflict.
We've now got the results in from poll question 3. So most people think that nuclear weapons would have a significant constraining effect on war between the U.S. and China rather than accelerating conflict, or rather than being a non-factor. I guess we have to get to audience questions quickly, but if you want to give us some quick reflections on that.
Yes, I think that they have a role actually in accelerating conflict up to a point, and then they place constraints on the types of operations you can perceive. I think they will drive you up an escalation ladder to a point where both sides might get cold feet, but then they create a space underneath which conventional arms play a big role. And I think this, again, to this paradoxical nature of nuclear weapons, I think is an area that we need to spend a lot more time thinking about the actual dynamics, because I don't think it's going to be as cut as dry as this question makes it out to be.
Got it. And while we're waiting for the results from the last question, I'm going to turn to a question from Vincent, who asks, how prepared is the U.S. for a sustained conflict, and how can the U.S. government incentivize industry to increase production and increase weapon and ammo stockpiles?
So I think we are more prepared than we were before Ukraine. But I don't think we're as prepared as we need to be. And I think part of this comes down to, as the question sort of alludes to, incentivization. And part of it comes down to this question of national will, which is difficult to answer. Because if you believe that the U.S. needs to confront Chinese aggression in the Indo-Pacific, there's a prospect for a protracted war, which basically means you need to accept inefficiency in your industrial systems that basically pay a tax for excess capacity that you carry around. And post, the fall of the Berlin Wall, we made an explicit choice to get rid of that capacity in order to reap the benefits of that and the peace dividend. If we, and this is a question of national choice, if the United States chooses as a people to confront the PRC and Indo-PACOM, it needs to be prepared. But what exactly that looks like, probably some future study needs to be done. The thing that actually keeps me the most up at night is advanced energetics, so rocket motors, munitions, all of that stuff. Not necessarily, where they get put together, but where we actually make the explosives for that, because there are some very challenging regulations around that. Those regulations are valid and appropriately scoped because you're dealing with very dangerous materials, but it just means there's limited places in the United States where you can do that, and there are places where you probably need to think about putting in more investment.
Got it. And one thing I've been thinking about is if you think about what systems you're going to need in week 1, week 2, and then extrapolate off of, okay, if we're going to sustain the conflict, how do we replenish them? What if you make the wrong assumptions about what the war is going to be? I mean, you were planning for a potential conflict with China. We didn't expect Ukraine-Russia war to play out the way that it did. So what if we make all these preparations for 5 years of war with China, but actually we are envisioning the conflict happening in a much different way than it ultimately does play out?
I think part of this ultimately comes down to humility and analysis, and I think the conflict is recognizing the conflict will play out differently than you envision it. So how do you build into your force structure strategic hedges for uncertainty? And that's really hard. And I want to be really humble about the fact that doing so is really challenging because, right, we have last war-itis in the United States. We always plan for the last war, or we plan for the war we think we're going to fight, and we end up not fighting that one as you lay out. I don't have a good answer for what that looks like, but I do know that you could probably identify a core set of capabilities and a core set of things that you will need regardless. Logistics is probably a really important one because it makes the lifeblood of what we do. I would observe that the key asymmetric advantage, or one of the key asymmetric advantages for the United States, is we can put people on the other side of the globe in a very short period of time. That's a unique capability that no one else has. So how do we think about what drives this asymmetric value and what's universally applicable across a range of contingencies, invest in those areas, and then figure out the key, spiky niches where you need different things for different capability sets.
Got it. And we're really running short on time. I'm going to take one question from here in the room. If anybody quickly has a question, otherwise I will continue on. Let us know if you have a question in the last couple minutes here. Otherwise, Andrew, I'm going to stick with this idea of what preparation's happening now. Mm-hmm. So, we've talked in a lot of hypotheticals. Obviously, the Pentagon can't be thinking, just in terms of 5 years from now, 10 years from now. There is a possibility that a conflict with China breaks out in a relatively short window of time. What's going on now in terms of preparations for the kinds of conflict that you're talking about?
So I think there's two things that come to mind, and I already talked about one, which is sort of the focus on advanced munitions and the focus on ramping up the production of things that are sort of LRASM and JASM class weapons, because if we have to fight tonight, those are going to bear the brunt of that, and those are going to be sort of your foundational weapons. Going forward, you probably need to think about a different set of foundational weapons, just as the force changes. We go from a force of F-15s and B-52s to a force of F-35, B-21, NGAD, and other future systems. So that's one piece. I think the other thing that I would like to see a much greater focus on is actually submarine maintenance. If we can fix a lot of our maintenance problems in the submarine backlog, you actually get more submarines. It's kind of this, it's like one neat trick. Is we do focus a lot on production rates, which are really important, but we need to put a similar amount of focus on the maintenance of those, because if we clear out our maintenance backlog, we can give the fleet a much greater number of available attack subs.
Got it. We just got a flurry of questions here, and we're down to the last couple minutes, so I'll go rapid fire here, and you can pick one or two. So what disadvantages does China face? We've talked about disadvantages of the U.S. in a long conflict. What disadvantages does China have? How does Taiwan's will to fight affect the potential duration of a conflict over Taiwan? And we had another question similar to the first one about, what are the biggest disadvantages the U.S. has to fix for? So, all right, U.S. disadvantages, Chinese disadvantages, Taiwan factor in a conflict. Any of those, all of those?
Yeah. So the biggest U.S. disadvantage is structural, and it's that I believe, depending on how you count, there's on the order of 15 PLA Air Force bases in Eastern Theater Command, and there are far fewer than that in all of Indo-PACOM for the United States. So there is what I term a fundamental asymmetry of aim points. So when we do very pointy planning stuff, there's just that, there's a stuff problem. And I don't know how we fix that. I don't think that's fixable. I think we can do stuff like dispersion that helps, but fundamentally, there is a asymmetry there that the U.S. will not be able to solve. From a PRC perspective, what I think their biggest disadvantages is they lack U.S. power projection capabilities. So they might try to subvent that in some ways, but their military today can't project power in the same way that we can. So if you get into a global or a wider conflict, they don't have the same tools the U.S. does. Also, it's unclear to me how resilient their own population would be. It's unclear to me how resilient the U.S. population would be. Truth in analysis, this is a very open question. But we saw some cracks start to form in PRC civil society due to COVID and their zero COVID policy. And so how a protracted conflict looks like it's a very ill-formed piece in this discussion, but I'm kind of putting a finger on it and saying there's a there. I'm not smart enough to know what it is, but it strikes me as an area for far smarter China experts than me to look at.
All right, so we'll end with a call to action there. So somebody go out and look at the challenges that Andrew was just mentioning there. Thanks so much to Andrew and Stacy for a fascinating conversation. Thanks to CNAS for inviting me and Axios to take part. This is a topic that the defense program here is going to continue to focus on for the coming year. So if you found this interesting, there's more coming. That's all for this session of American Power and Purpose. To our virtual audience, please stick around for a fireside conversation with Ambassador Bonnie Jenkins, Undersecretary for Arms Control and International Security, hosted by CNAS Vice President and Director of Studies, Paul Scharr, in just 10 minutes. Thanks, everybody.
What is a war game? If you're like most people, the term war game conjures up an image of a bunch of old men sitting around a map in their military uniforms, pushing around little ships and tanks. But the definition of war game is much more expansive than that. A war game can take many forms, but at its core, it includes three things: people making decisions that have consequences. Games are best for examining how humans make decisions about complex issues and for stress testing concepts against a thinking adversary. Certain sticky issues that interest the Department of Defense, for example, the potential for nuclear escalation in the middle of a war, are good opportunities to leverage gaming. When done well, these games can lead to even deeper insights than traditional research methods would alone. And so war games are traditionally used for two purposes: analytic games and educational games. Educational games offer sort of an experiential learning opportunity for players, allowing them to better grasp very complex topics by forcing them to kind of grapple with trade-offs and the consequences of their actions. On the other side, analytic games allow researchers to explore complex questions, to test hypotheses, or to develop new operational concepts by, again, putting controlled pressure on the participants and seeing where they take things. The Gaming Lab at the Center for New American Security runs games just like this as part of the CNAS Defense Program's research agenda. And recently, the Gaming Lab ran a game with the U.S. House Select Committee on U.S.-China competition. It's a bipartisan committee that kind of takes a holistic look at how the U.S. can mitigate threats posed by the Chinese Communist Party today. So to supplement the many hearings that the committee's been doing, Chairman Mike Gallagher invited CNAS to run a tabletop exercise, which is a particular type of war game, looking at a fictional scenario in which China had invaded Taiwan. So representatives played in the game themselves. They played as advisors to the president, making key military and economic decisions about the strategy. And it was a great opportunity for collective learning and exploration among the very decision makers that are driving the discussion on US-China competition today. In that, it allowed the representatives to test assumptions that they have about how a war like that would play out, and to identify gaps in current US readiness for such a war. So armed with the lessons learned from the game, the members published their 10 for Taiwan, which was a list of 10 recommendations so that the US can prevent such a war from ever happening by strengthening deterrence. Many of those recommendations were insights that flowed from the game, such as the need to develop deep stockpiles of long-range munitions and the need for a distributed and resilient posture in the Pacific. The CNAS Gaming Lab is extremely grateful for the opportunity to work with the committee to advance measures to strengthen deterrence and U.S. national security, and the exercise was a great opportunity to show how gaming can be a powerful tool for policy analysis and how it can lead to great actionable policy to strengthen U.S. national security.
My name is Sam Howell. I'm a research assistant with the Technology and National Security Program at CNAS, and I'm here to tell you why you should be paying attention to the global race to develop quantum technologies. Quantum information science uses the laws of quantum physics, which describes the properties of nature on a tiny scale, to advance the processing, analysis, and transmission of information. There are three subsets of quantum technologies: quantum computing, quantum sensing, and quantum communications. Establishing U.S. leadership in quantum ranks among the Biden administration's highest national security priorities because quantum technologies promise to transform almost any industry dependent on speed and processing power, from aerospace and automotive to finance and pharmaceuticals. Quantum technology will enable machines to solve problems beyond the capacity of current generation computers and are inherently dual use, meaning they can be applied to both military and civilian contexts. Quantum technologies have already been used to enhance the U.S. military's position, navigation, and timing capabilities, drug design and discovery, financial fraud detection, and port logistics optimization. The potential strategic advantages of quantum technologies are numerous and significant. Quantum-enabled countries could crack an adversary's encryption methods, build unbreakable quantum communications networks, and develop the world's most precise sensors. The first country to operationalize quantum technologies will gain the ability to threaten adversaries' corporate, military, and government infrastructure faster than the adversary can establish effective defenses. Quantum technologies also carry immense potential market value, with quantum computing alone expected to reach a global market value of $1 trillion by 2035. The first country to commercialize quantum will have an upper hand in establishing market dominance, developing quantum governance models, and pursuing novel quantum applications. Because quantum is an enabling technology, advancement in quantum could also catalyze a series of disruptive innovations in other profitable technology areas, such as AI and machine learning. The United States currently leads in the development of quantum computing and quantum sensing capabilities, but China leads in the development of quantum communications and holds the highest number of quantum technology patents. Quantum researchers in China also claim to have an algorithm capable of breaking public key encryption years before anyone expected. Lots of experts question the accuracy of this claim, but true or not, the announcement serves as a reminder that surprising quantum breakthroughs are possible in the near term. It's time for the United States to do more to secure its advantages in quantum technology. This means investing in workforce development, cooperating with key allies like the Netherlands, Australia, and Finland, and carefully studying the utility of economic tools like export controls and outbound investment regimes to safeguard sensitive quantum components and know-how. Significant technical hurdles continue to slow progress toward a world in which quantum technologies upend traditional understandings of national security, economic prosperity, and everyday life. But the U.S. cannot wait to reaffirm its position as a quantum technology leader. The quantum race is one the U.S. cannot afford to lose.
The People's Bank of China, China's central bank, is developing the digital yuan, the first digital version of a fiat currency from a major economy. The digital yuan will likely strengthen the Chinese Communist Party's domestic digital authoritarianism. As countries look for models to manage central bank money, Beijing's digital yuan will bring about new standards.
Welcome. Thank you all for joining us. I want to welcome those in person and those joining us on the live stream. I'm Paul Shorey, Vice President and Director of Studies at CNAS. We're joined today by Ambassador Bonnie Jenkins, Undersecretary of Arms Control and International Security at the State Department. Welcome.
Thank you.
Jenkins. It's great to have you here. Before we launch into discussion, I just want to let folks know we will turn to audience Q&A partway through, so please start thinking about your questions. And for those on the live stream, you can enter your questions in the chat at any time using the chat function at the bottom of the screen. So thanks so much for joining us. I am very excited to talk about some of the work that you and others have been doing at State on norms for responsible use of military AI. There was a big conference at The Hague back in February, which you spoke at, and then this political declaration by the State Department. What are the goals? What are you trying to accomplish with engagement on this issue?
Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me. Thank you everyone for being here and those online as well. One of the things that I think to start out the answer is looking at emerging technologies, in addition, including AI, is we are very much, I can't just say in the beginning stages for some of these emerging technologies, but there's a lot happening in terms of emerging technologies, whether you're talking about AI or quantum or biotechnology or whatever. And there's a lot of entities that are involved, governments, industry, academia. And so one of the things that we are seeing is that, and everyone's witnessing, is the rapid development of this and many entities involved. And so it's hard to keep track of what's going on. It's hard to know what's really going on. And one of the things that that we find is interesting, particularly in my bureaus at State Department, which are focused on, of course, international security issues, arms control, disarmament issues, export controls. We're concerned with what's actually happening in terms of issues that we care about, issues of security. And we think one thing that would be helpful in these fields that are rapidly developing and moving so fast is to have some kind of principles, rules of the road, best practices, that countries and industries and anyone involved on AI development in this particular issue, AI, in terms of what should we be doing, what should we not be doing, what should we be considering as these things continue to develop, so that there's some kind of predictability in these spaces, but in a way that's not necessarily going to slow down development or make companies or governments feel as if we're saying you shouldn't do things, because there are a lot of positives, obviously, from the emerging technologies, but just to have something that's helping, that what should governments be thinking about? What should industry be thinking about when they're developing these things? What should be the rules of the road? What should they be considering? And at this point, there's not, in our view, not enough out there. There's discussions taking place. So one of the things that this declaration is doing, and this was launched, as you mentioned, at this conference in the Netherlands, where it was focused on AI in the military, is we launched this declaration on responsible behavior in AI and autonomy that's helping to set out some of the, what we think, some of the principles and rules of the road for the use of AI in the military.
And what are some of those core ideas behind this idea of responsible use of military AI?
I can actually go through some of them, but more specifically, we're looking at, when looking at some of these issues, looking at the importance of international law, humanitarian law, making sure that there's human control, and in terms of any kind of decision making on nuclear weapons employment, which is something that is very important. It's something that the U.S., UK, and France is already committed to, is ensuring humans involved in any kind of nuclear weapons employment, principles of responsible design, development, deployment, to take seriously minimizing unintended bias in military AI capabilities, making sure there's well-defined uses that are designed and engineered to fulfill the functions, and just has a number of, things that which anyone can find online, but things to be taken in consideration, but also after endorsing these principles, to implement the practices, describe their commitments in these practices, to work with other countries and other entities to promote these kind of practices. So it's not just agreeing to do some of these themselves, but also to promote these in other places. Now, right now, we're working with countries around the world to work with us on this. But it'll be also important, of course, to engage at some point industries and others to also be responsible.
So what does that look like? Can you talk us through kind of next steps on promoting this document, engaging with other countries, and what's the goal of that? Is it to get other countries to sign up to this or to agree to their own statements?
Well, as I said, first of all, we're talking to a number of countries around the world, not just our closest allies, but countries in all regions of the world, and incorporating some of their thoughts. This is what we have put forward, but now we want to hear what other countries think, and we're incorporating their viewpoints into what we want to have as a draft a final document that we will promote at the UN, at the first committee in October. Will there be, at the UN where countries can adopt a resolution on this.
That's great. Well, that's exciting. We'll look forward to that. What about competitor nations? Russia, China, where are they on these kinds of issues?
Well, one of the positive things is that we feel that these are issues that all countries should be thinking about and take into consideration in terms of how they're looking at the use of AI in their militaries. So we are not excluding anyone at this point. We really want to see, what countries think. One thing that's really positive is that the REAIM conference, the conference we're talking about that took place in the Netherlands, the PRC was there, China was there. They also adopted a document that the Netherlands put out on these issues as well. So we feel at this point this is a topic that we think we don't want to exclude anyone. We want to be able to talk to all countries.
So doors open at least.
Doors open, yeah.
Yeah. So one of the things that I'll often hear in these discussions is people will say, well, Russia and China will never agree to these kinds of things. So it's like doors open, but that's a fair challenge, right? And so people will say, why should we tie our hands? What's your response to that?
Well, first of all, we don't know if they will never agree to it, so we have to first continue to have these conversations. I think there's a difference of viewpoint already. I think in some of the areas of emerging technology, there's a desire for some countries to have legally binding documents and legally binding instruments in terms of these. There's a difference of opinion on that. And I can say from the U.S. perspective, we don't think we're in that position yet with these emerging technologies that are developing so fast to be able to put something in that's legal, a document that commits us to something where tomorrow something else will be developed. So, we're not there yet in our opinion, but there are some countries who believe that's what we should do, and that's where they are. They don't want to think about in terms of how we develop till we get to that point. So, some of our competitors push that position, so that's an issue. But everything's about, we don't know where countries will be in the end. It's about talking, negotiation, diplomacy, and seeing where we can get with countries on these issues.
Okay.
So.
There is this really interesting line in the political declaration about human control over nuclear weapons that you kind of talked about earlier on. Can you talk to us about that? Because that seems like a really consequential, that's good news, that's important, but a really consequential statement.
Well, as I said, the U.S., UK, and France have already decided that committed to human control for nuclear weapons employment. And that, I think, is of concern to a lot of countries who want to make sure that there's not going to be a machine that's going to make a decision about any decisions related to nuclear weapons use and employment. And so we're very happy that we have this commitment and that it's also one that the UK and France share. We'd love for all nuclear weapon possessing states to have something similar for obvious reasons. But I think it also makes countries feel good to know that we are committed to something like that.
So there's a lot of excitement around AI. This is certainly a hot time to be talking about this topic. How, if at all, has that changed some of these diplomatic discussions, all of the energy surrounding kind of this ChatGPT moment that we're in?
What I think it's doing is creating more interest in countries about AI. Some countries, I think, were on the board early in terms of what is AI, how we're going to use it, what is its impact. They're seeing their industries and academia getting involved in these issues. But I think what's happening is that you see things like ChatGPT is now even more countries and more individuals and more academia and more industry just on the whole concept of AI and what's possible. And so it creates some excitement in terms of individuals or entities that may not have been as engaged as earlier. But so it also, in a sense, makes our engagements more interesting because now we have more interest from countries as well because of these things. So, you know, so it's been, it's increased our ability to have conversations with countries because now it's one thing to talk about it and think about it when you see it and you actually say, okay, this is what it is. Okay, now I can see an example of what it can do. Then there's naturally going to be more interest to talk about it.
Yeah. I mean, there's also been a lot of conversations about risk lately, AI risk, a lot of alarm coming from AI scientists. Has that been absorbed by the diplomatic community at all? How has that changed how people are thinking about risk of, say, military competition with AI?
Well, I think from my perspective, because, you know, my view, because I've been working on international security issues for many years, so I always come to an issue thinking about how something can be used badly. Right. And you know, there's so many positives about emerging technology. So, you know, don't want to at all take away from that and the work that we do in the arms control world or disarmament, non-proliferation, international security, export control. You know, we naturally look at the prevention and protect side of things. That's just what we do. So naturally, I'm going to be much more focused on that. And you know, as we were saying, as more countries see the advantages of AI and see what it can do, there's also going to be more individuals who are also going to look at, okay, how can it be misused as well? So, but also, you know, as we look at AI in the military, there's many ways that AI can be helpful with decision making, producing data faster. So there's a lot of positives that could be brought in terms of the military. But then again, folks like myself, we're going to be trying to make sure that it does stay the positive side and not just anything else. And but you know, like I said, also helping not just the military but other entities develop some practices because it's helpful for everyone just to have some parameters, just to know what should I be thinking about, what should I be doing. You know, I think that's important.
Yeah. Well, we've been talking about ways in which sort of there might be these security challenges of AI and how to deal with it. But there's also ways that you kind of mentioned briefly how AI might help all of the other work that the Bureau does on arms control and verification for other things. Be interested in your thoughts on that. How could AI be a valuable tool to strengthen some of those efforts that are underway in other non-AI areas?
Yeah, I mean, for example, in verification, you know, in terms of nuclear disarmament verification, you know, I mean, one of the things we always want to look at is how we can use emerging tech or AI to make our verification processes better. There's an entity that has 25 countries represented called IPNDV, which is the International Partnership for Nuclear Disarmament Verification. And it also has a number of 25 participants and includes non-governmental entities as well. And they're focused on how do we improve verification in nuclear disarmament. And so AI will naturally become part of that conversation because, like I said, there's a lot of positive aspects about AI. So everyone wants to look at emerging technologies, in this case AI, and how it can promote the work you're doing in a positive way. So naturally we'll be using it in terms of, you know, verification and how it can be better, how we can do better disarmament verification with the uses of these emerging techs.
Well, those sound like good opportunities. Certainly look forward to hearing how those mature. I want to open the floor for questions. So for those in person, we will have a mic going around the room. So I'll call in and please just wait until the microphone comes to you before you ask a question. And ask you please just include your name and affiliation. And a reminder for those on the live stream, please go ahead and put your question in the chat function at the bottom of the screen and also include your name and affiliation. Yes.
With the Voice of America. Ambassador Jenkins, in October last year at a Think Tech Forum, you said arms control can always be an option with North Korea and also risk reduction. This was very thought-provoking, not only here in Washington, but also in Seoul, South Korea, because arms control is between two nuclear states. Do you mean the U.S. is no longer pursuing denuclearization of North Korea? Is it an acknowledgement that it is difficult to denuclearize North Korea after 30 years of failed negotiation? How is arms control compatible with the denuclearization goal? And also, how do you plan to make North Korea accountable for its latest satellite launch when UN Security Council is paralyzed? Thank you.
Great, thanks for the questions. Just a couple of clarifications. So there are a couple of things that I was talking about at the Carnegie conference. One is two issues. One is about arms control, and one of the things that I think it's important for people to understand, and this is irrespective of North Korea or anything else, is that arms control has been traditionally viewed as only treaties, legally binding documents. And one of the things that we recognize is that arms control is about, it promotes predictability. You know, it promotes a way of understanding, you know, between countries, amongst countries who are part of it, whether you talk about nuclear nonproliferation, biological weapons convention, chemical weapons convention. These are amongst countries who want to find some way to regulate a particular type of arm and to verify and to destroy. But arms control can also be different types of other things. It could be risk reduction, it could be crisis management. And so one of the points I was making, which I think got confused, is that arms control is more than just traditional arms control treaties. And I think there's still a thinking of that. And so one thing we're trying to do is help understand that it also, you know, we talk about these norms. So we're talking about now, these rules of the road, practices, best practices, all of these things are ways in which we are providing and promoting predictability, particularly as we talk about export controls. And we're talking about this field where there's so many more countries, and entities, and development, and who's doing what is this company doing here, what is that company doing in another country. We have to have some predictability. So all of this can be defined as arms control from treaties all the way to norm settings. That's the first thing I was saying. The second is that we have not given up on denuclearization. We still want North Korea to denuclearize. That has not changed. And President Biden has made it clear from the very beginning with North Korea that diplomacy is how we want to deal with this, that we are open to having discussions with North Korea. But as you know, they have not responded to that open gesture by President Biden from the very beginning of the administration to engage diplomatically on this. In terms of the recent tests, I was actually out in South Korea last week for a Proliferation Security Initiative 20th anniversary event, which was amazing. So they had the test while we were there. And you know, you're right, it is challenging having going to the UN Security Council right now. I think we all know Russia and China are not always going to agree with the other three permanent members, or maybe other countries in the Security Council on issues overall. So that does challenge. But we still are committed to working and improving and strengthening the sanctions that we have, working with like-minded countries in ways to make sure that other countries do not violate those sanctions, and you know, strengthening our extended deterrence in South Korea. You know, we're doing a lot to do that as well. So you know, you do what you're able to do, do what you can diplomatically through sanctions, to work with other countries to try to ensure that the message remains the same, that you know, these actions that violate Security Council resolutions are not to be tolerated, and that's pretty much where we are with that. Sorry, thanks.
Yes.
Hi, Sharik Zafar, formerly of the State Department, currently at Meta. Thank you so much for today's meeting. Can you tell us a little bit about how the work of your bureau, Assistant Secretary, is linked to the Biden administration's broader work on AI? I believe the Office of Science and Technology released a blueprint for AI, or AI Bill of Rights. And I understand your focus is obviously on military and nuclear issues, but how are you linking up with the broader conversation in the administration? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, we're obviously very linked up with them. The declaration that we have just launched in February we worked very closely with the Department of Defense. We work very closely with the White House on all of this work, so they're very much supportive of these ideas of rules of the road, responsible behavior, and emerging technologies overall. So there's no disconnect. They are, I mean, like I said, there's, even at State Department, we've established a new cyber bureau that also has within it emerging tech focus, which is very much focused on the promote side of emerging technologies. My bureau within state, as I said, we focus much more on the prevent and protect side of things, and developing these rules of the road. So we all work together. There's different parts of the emerging tech. There's all the work that's positive, that's promoting it, that's great, that's part of the overall strategy within the government. And then there's also part of the, you know, the side that my bureaus always worry about, and which is international security. So.
Yes, in the back here.
Hi there, my name's Ollie Carmichael. I'm from a company called Adaga, based in London. We're an artificial intelligence company building software for defence and national security. We've got Prime Minister Rishi Sunak arriving in town today to speak to the President about AI regulation. And from what you've said, Ambassador, it obviously seems like there's a big effort to align a whole range of countries, in particular kind of liberal democracies, in terms of thinking in the same way about AI regulation policy. One question I have is actually at this stage, rather than alignment, recognizing the plurality and sort of diversity of experiences in respective countries, and actually recognizing that as a strength at this stage in the early days, and sort of ensuring that everyone is complementary, but also not racing to get alignment where there's a whole range of different criteria that respective countries will have to consider. Great to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the reasons, for example, we don't want, well, first I should start with, nothing that we are looking at is we want to stop progress, we want to start development, because we don't want to. And that's one of the reasons why, one, we don't want a treaty like some countries want, because we don't know what's going to be developed in emerging technologies or AI next year or next month or 6 years from now, because it's still developing so quickly. So we recognize that, and we recognize that diversity here can actually be a strength, because countries can be developing something that other entities could learn from, because that's the way it is in AI and emerging tech. So we don't want to stop that. We don't think it's a bad thing either, and we think having countries or entities, whatever it is, looking at what they think is most interesting to them is fine. Well, what we want to do is try to put, like I said, some predictability, because I think anyway, if I was starting a company, I was starting an AI, you could just go and do whatever you want, but which is fine, and everyone has a right to do that. But also, what are the things you may want to consider? We had a lot of AI that was developed on facial recognition, and there were issues with people with darker skin, and so now people are aware of that. And so we need to be more equitable in terms of how we do AI and make sure that we think about issues of equity. That's just one example. But these are things, if you're not thinking about it and you develop it, do something that you may not be considering. So, having these kind of practices and rules of the road and responsibility, I think it's helpful, will be helpful, I think, in the long run from everyone.
Yes, right in front.
Good morning. Thank you for this conversation. Good to see you, Ambassador Jenkins. I'm Margaret Cope, an independent consultant. Thank you for bringing these complex issues to our attention. I know with AI, there's a lot of concerns with regard to our country's ethics and moral values. And I know you're focused more on the international and high-level sorts of things, but what are the efforts that we are doing to connect with the public, the citizenry of the country? Are there conversations about moral values and where we should go with this in our country? I know that Senator Murphy recently brought up the concern of talking to our citizenry to see, where should we go with this, because there are a lot of different directions, And with emerging technology, what used to be called disruptive technology, there are a lot of issues, and how are these being addressed, or do you know of efforts in this area?
The one thing I'll say is, because one of the things I was talking with my colleagues before I walked in is, getting a sense. I mean, like you said, I focus a lot on the, obviously, State Department focus on the international side, but even there, getting a sense of what are the different departments do. We talked about the White House lead, of course, and all of this work. What is all the departments? I can't say all, but I would say most departments are questioning issues or have issues of emerging tech in some respect that they're looking at. And I think those that are focused on domestic would also be having some of those same discussions. I know that there's lots of questions and conferences where it's happening. I know industry is looking at some of these issues domestically. So I can't say specifically what those are, but I know that these conversations, as you said, recently with Murphy, these conversations are taking place. So there's awareness of the issues. The specific groups that are having it, I can't say for sure, but I know that academia is having these conversations, industry is having these conversations, which is good. I mean, I think it's good that people are asking the questions about, the question basically, what is it that we should be thinking about? Besides, of course, all the positives, which is great, but within this large area of positive things, what else should we be thinking about? What are the things that we need to be making sure that we're not making mistakes in, and these conversations are the result of the fact that people are asking these questions, which is good.
So we are unfortunately out of time. I want to say thank you, Ambassador Jenkins, for joining us. We will look forward to hearing more about these diplomatic efforts and what comes of them in the fall. Before we depart, I just want to let folks know, first of all, thank you to our in-person and online audiences. Next up in the CNAS National Security Conference, we'll have coming live at 12:40 Eastern Time after a short break, Kate Kosminski, Director of our Military Veterans and Society Program. We're talking about the all-volunteer force at 50. And she'll be joined by 3 Assistant Secretaries of Manpower and Reserve Affairs for that discussion. So that'll be at 12:40. Thank you all.
Thanks, everyone.
What is a war game? If you're like most people, the term war game conjures up an image of a bunch of old men sitting around a map in their military uniforms, pushing around little ships and tanks. But the definition of war game is much more expansive than that. A war game can take many forms, but at its core, it includes 3 things: people making decisions that have consequences. Games are best for examining how humans make decisions about complex issues and for stress testing concepts against a thinking adversary. Certain sticky issues that interest the Department of Defense, for example, the potential for nuclear escalation in the middle of a war, are good opportunities to leverage gaming. When done well, these games can lead to even deeper insights than traditional research methods would alone. And so war games are traditionally used for 2 purposes: analytic games and educational games. Educational games offer sort of an experiential learning opportunity for players, allowing them to better grasp very complex topics by forcing them to kind of grapple with trade-offs and the consequences of their actions. On the other side, analytic games allow researchers to explore complex questions, to test hypotheses, or to develop new operational concepts by, again, putting controlled pressure on the participants and seeing where they take things. The Gaming Lab at the Center for New American Security runs games just like this as part of the CNAS Defense Program's research agenda. And recently, the Gaming Lab ran a game with the U.S. House Select Committee on U.S.-China competition. It's a bipartisan committee that kind of takes a holistic look at how the U.S. can mitigate threats posed by the Chinese Communist Party today. So to supplement the many hearings that the committee's been doing, Chairman Mike Gallagher invited CNAS to run a tabletop exercise, which is a particular type of war game, looking at a fictional scenario in which China had invaded Taiwan. So representatives played in the game themselves. They played as advisors to the president, making key military and economic decisions about the strategy. And it was a great opportunity for collective learning and exploration among the very decision makers that are driving the discussion on US-China competition today. In that, it allowed the representatives to test assumptions that they have about how a war like that would play out, and to identify gaps in current US readiness for such a war. So armed with the lessons learned from the game, the members published their 10 for Taiwan, which was a list of 10 recommendations so that the US can prevent such a war from ever happening by strengthening deterrence. Many of those recommendations were insights that flowed from the game, such as the need to develop deep stockpiles of long-range munitions and the need for a distributed and resilient posture in the Pacific. The CNAS Gaming Lab is extremely grateful for the opportunity to work with the committee to advance measures to strengthen deterrence and U.S. national security, and the exercise was a great opportunity to show how gaming can be a powerful tool for policy analysis and how it can lead to great actionable policy to strengthen U.S. national security.
My name is Sam Howell. I'm a research assistant with the Technology and National Security Program at CNAS, and I'm here to tell you why you should be paying attention to the global race to develop quantum technologies. Quantum information science uses the laws of quantum physics, which describes the properties of nature on a tiny scale, to advance the processing, analysis, and transmission of information. There are three subsets of quantum technologies: quantum computing, quantum sensing, and quantum communications. Establishing U.S. leadership in quantum ranks among the Biden administration's highest national security priorities, because quantum technologies promise to transform almost any industry dependent on speed and processing power, from aerospace and automotive to finance and pharmaceuticals. Quantum technology will enable machines to solve problems beyond the capacity of current generation computers and are inherently dual use, meaning they can be applied to both military and civilian contexts. Quantum technologies have already been used to enhance the US military's position, navigation, and timing capabilities, drug design and discovery, financial fraud detection, and port logistics optimization. The potential strategic advantages of quantum technologies are numerous and significant. Quantum-enabled countries could crack an adversary's encryption methods, build unbreakable quantum communications networks, and develop the world's most precise sensors. The first country to operationalize quantum technologies will gain the ability to threaten adversaries' corporate, military, and government infrastructure faster than the adversary can establish effective defenses. Quantum technologies also carry immense potential market value, with quantum computing alone expected to reach a global market value of $1 trillion by 2035. The first country to commercialize quantum will have an upper hand in establishing market dominance, developing quantum governance models, and pursuing novel quantum applications. Because quantum is an enabling technology, advancement in quantum could also catalyze a series of disruptive innovations in other profitable technology areas, such as AI and machine learning. The United States currently leads in the development of quantum computing and quantum sensing capabilities, but China leads in the development of quantum communications and holds the highest number of quantum technology patents. Quantum researchers in China also claim to have an algorithm capable of breaking public key encryption years before anyone expected. Lots of experts question the accuracy of this claim, but true or not, the announcement serves as a reminder that surprising quantum breakthroughs are possible in the near term. It's time for the United States to do more to secure its advantages in quantum technology. This means investing in workforce development, cooperating with key allies like the Netherlands, Australia, and Finland, and carefully studying the utility of economic tools like export controls and outbound investment regimes to safeguard sensitive quantum components and know-how. Significant technical hurdles continue to slow progress toward a world in which quantum technologies upend traditional understandings of national security, economic prosperity, and everyday life. But the US cannot wait to reaffirm its position as a quantum technology leader. The quantum race is one the US cannot afford to lose.
The People's Bank of China, China's central bank, is developing the digital yuan, the first digital version of a fiat currency from a major economy. The digital yuan will likely strengthen the Chinese Communist Party's domestic digital authoritarianism. As countries look for models to manage central bank money, Beijing's digital yuan will bring about new standards in the global financial system that risk privacy and governance principles. So far, we know that the digital yuan system will have a two-tier structure, with the central bank managing the back end and state banks and private companies facilitating everyday transactions. It will not be blockchain-based. The most groundbreaking and alarming feature of the digital yuan is controllable anonymity, which allows China's central bank to see nearly all real-time transactions. China's central bank wants to harness the market share and technological innovation of private firms and gain direct access to Chinese consumers' financial data. It aims to shape monetary policy, monitor illegal activity, and curb corruption. The Chinese Communist Party will likely leverage the system to surveil Chinese citizens. The digital yuan system would make it easier for the party to cut off financial access of any individual. Pilot tests have been underway since mid-2020. If successful, China may gain an edge over the United States in financial technology innovation. China will make the digital yuan available for wider use during the Beijing Winter Olympics in February 2022. U.S. policymakers must address the digital yuan's potential to further Beijing's coercive power and influence in the global financial system. America must adapt to the evolving payments space, counter the digital yuan's threats to political and economic liberty, and ensure that innovation in financial technology does not advance China's digital authoritarianism.
What is a war game? If you're like most people, the term war game conjures up an image of a bunch of old men sitting around a map in their military uniforms, pushing around little ships and tanks. But the definition of war game is much more expansive than that. A war game can take many forms, but at its core, it includes three things: people making decisions that have consequences. Games are best for examining how humans make decisions about complex issues and for stress testing concepts against a thinking adversary. Certain sticky issues that interest the Department of Defense, for example, the potential for nuclear escalation in the middle of a war, are good opportunities to leverage gaming. When done well, these games can lead to even deeper insights than traditional research methods would alone. And so war games are traditionally used for two purposes: analytic games and educational games. Educational games offer sort of an experiential learning opportunity for players, allowing them to better grasp very complex topics by forcing them to kind of grapple with trade-offs and the consequences of their actions. On the other side, analytic games allow researchers to explore complex questions, to test hypotheses, or to develop new operational concepts by, again, putting controlled pressure on the participants and seeing where they take things. The Gaming Lab at the Center for New American Security runs games just like this as part of the CNAS Defense Program's research agenda. And recently, the Gaming Lab ran a game with the U.S. House Select Committee on U.S.-China competition. It's a bipartisan committee that kind of takes a holistic look at how the U.S. can mitigate threats posed by the Chinese Communist Party today. So to supplement the many hearings that the committee's been doing, Chairman Mike Gallagher invited CNAS to run a tabletop exercise, which is a particular type of war game, looking at a fictional scenario in which China had invaded Taiwan. So representatives played in the game themselves. They played as advisors to the president, making key military and economic decisions about the strategy. And it was a great opportunity for collective learning and exploration among the very decision makers that are driving the discussion on US-China competition today. In that, it allowed the representatives to test assumptions that they have about how a war like that would play out, and to identify gaps in current US readiness for such a war. So armed with the lessons learned from the game, the members published their 10 for Taiwan, which was a list of 10 recommendations so that the US can prevent such a war from ever happening by strengthening deterrence. Many of those recommendations were insights that flowed from the game, such as the need to develop deep stockpiles of long-range munitions and the need for a distributed and resilient posture in the Pacific. The CNAS Gaming Lab is extremely grateful for the opportunity to work with the committee to advance measures to strengthen deterrence and U.S. national security, and the exercise was a great opportunity to show how gaming can be a powerful tool for policy analysis and how it can lead to great actionable policy to strengthen U.S. national security.
My name is Sam Howell. I'm a research assistant with the Technology and National Security Program at CNAS, and I'm here to tell you why you should be paying attention to the global race to develop quantum technologies. Quantum information science uses the laws of quantum physics, which describes the properties of nature on a tiny scale, to advance the processing, analysis, and transmission of information. There are three subsets of quantum technologies: quantum computing, quantum sensing, and quantum communications. Establishing U.S. leadership in quantum ranks among the Biden administration's highest national security priorities, because quantum technologies promise to transform almost any industry dependent on speed and processing power, from aerospace and automotive to finance and pharmaceuticals. Quantum technology will enable machines to solve problems beyond the capacity of current generation computers and are inherently dual use, meaning they can be applied to both military and civilian contexts. Quantum technologies have already been used to enhance the U.S. military's position, navigation, and timing capabilities, drug design and discovery, financial fraud detection, and port logistics optimization. The potential strategic advantages of quantum technologies are numerous and significant. Quantum-enabled countries could crack an adversary's encryption methods, build unbreakable quantum communications networks, and develop the world's most precise sensors. The first country to operationalize quantum technologies will gain the ability to threaten adversaries' corporate, military, and government infrastructure faster than the adversary can establish effective defenses. Quantum technologies also carry immense potential market value, with quantum computing alone expected to reach a global market value of $1 trillion by 2035. The first country to commercialize quantum will have an upper hand in establishing market dominance, developing quantum governance models, and pursuing novel quantum applications. Because quantum is an enabling technology, advancement in quantum could also catalyze a series of disruptive innovations in other profitable technology areas, such as AI and machine learning. The United States currently leads in the development of quantum computing and quantum sensing capabilities, but China leads in the development of quantum communications and holds the highest number of quantum technology patents. Quantum researchers in China also claim to have an algorithm capable of breaking public key encryption years before anyone expected. Lots of experts question the accuracy of this claim, but true or not, the announcement serves as a reminder that surprising quantum breakthroughs are possible in the near term. It's time for the United States to do more to secure its advantages in quantum technology. This means investing in workforce development, cooperating with key allies like the Netherlands, Australia, and Finland, and carefully studying the utility of economic tools like export controls and outbound investment regimes to safeguard sensitive quantum components and know-how. Significant technical hurdles continue to slow progress toward a world in which quantum technologies upend traditional understandings of national security, economic prosperity, and everyday life. But the U.S. cannot wait to reaffirm its position as a quantum technology leader. The quantum race is one the U.S. cannot afford to lose.
The People's Bank of China, China's central bank, is developing the digital yuan, the first digital version of a fiat currency from a major economy. The digital yuan will likely strengthen the Chinese Communist Party's domestic digital authoritarianism. As countries look for models to manage central bank money, Beijing's digital yuan will bring about new standards in the global financial system that risk privacy and governance principles. So far, we know that the digital yuan system will have a two-tier structure, with the central bank managing the back end and state banks and private companies facilitating everyday transactions. It will not be blockchain-based. The most groundbreaking and alarming feature of the digital yuan is controllable anonymity, which allows China's central bank to see nearly all real-time transactions. China's central bank wants to harness the market share and technological innovation of private firms and gain direct access to Chinese consumers' financial data. It aims to shape monetary policy, monitor illegal activity, and curb corruption. The Chinese Communist Party will likely leverage the system to surveil Chinese citizens. The digital yuan system would make it easier for the party to cut off financial access of any individual. Pilot tests have been underway since mid-2020. If successful, China may gain an edge over the United States in financial technology innovation. China will make the digital yuan available for wider use during the Beijing Winter Olympics in February 2022. U.S. policymakers must address the digital yuan's potential to further Beijing's coercive power and influence in the global financial system. America must adapt to the evolving payments space, counter the digital yuan's threats to political and economic liberty, and ensure that innovation in financial technology does not advance China's digital authoritarianism.
What is a war game? If you're like most people, the term war game conjures up an image of a bunch of old men sitting around a map in their military uniforms, pushing around little ships and tanks. But the definition of war game is much more expansive than that. A war game can take many forms, but at its core, it includes three things: people making decisions that have consequences. Games are best for examining how humans make decisions about complex issues and for stress testing concepts against a thinking adversary. Certain sticky issues that interest the Department of Defense, for example, the potential for nuclear escalation in the middle of a war, are good opportunities to leverage gaming. When done well, these games can lead to even deeper insights than traditional research methods would alone. And so war games are traditionally used for two purposes: analytic games and educational games. Educational games offer sort of an experiential learning opportunity for players, allowing them to better grasp very complex topics by forcing them to kind of grapple with trade-offs and the consequences of their actions. On the other side, analytic games allow researchers to explore complex questions, to test hypotheses, or to develop new operational concepts by, again, putting controlled pressure on the participants and seeing where they take things. The Gaming Lab at the Center for New American Security runs games just like this as part of the CNAS Defense Program's research agenda. And recently, the Gaming Lab ran a game with the U.S. House Select Committee on U.S.-China competition. It's a bipartisan committee that kind of takes a holistic look at how the U.S. can mitigate threats posed by the Chinese Communist Party today. So to supplement the many hearings that the committee's been doing, Chairman Mike Gallagher invited CNAS to run a tabletop exercise, which is a particular type of war game, looking at a fictional scenario in which China had invaded Taiwan. So representatives played in the game themselves. They played as advisors to the president, making key military and economic decisions about the strategy. And it was a great opportunity for collective learning and exploration among the very decision makers that are driving the discussion on US-China competition today. In that, it allowed the representatives to test assumptions that they have about how a war like that would play out, and to identify gaps in current US readiness for such a war. So armed with the lessons learned from the game, the members published their 10 for Taiwan, which was a list of 10 recommendations so that the US can prevent such a war from ever happening by strengthening deterrence. Many of those recommendations were insights that flowed from the game, such as the need to develop deep stockpiles of long-range munitions and the need for a distributed and resilient posture in the Pacific. The CNAS Gaming Lab is extremely grateful for the opportunity to work with the committee to advance measures to strengthen deterrence and U.S. national security, and the exercise was a great opportunity to show how gaming can be a powerful tool for policy analysis and how it can lead to great actionable policy to strengthen U.S. national security.
My name is Sam Howell. I'm a research assistant with the Technology and National Security Program at CNAS, and I'm here to tell you why you should be paying attention to the global race to develop quantum technologies. Quantum information science uses the laws of quantum physics, which describes the properties of nature on a tiny scale, to advance the processing, analysis, and transmission of information. There are three subsets of quantum technologies: quantum computing, quantum sensing, and quantum communications. Establishing U.S. leadership in quantum ranks among the Biden administration's highest national security priorities because quantum technologies promise to transform almost any industry dependent on speed and processing power, from aerospace and automotive to finance and pharmaceuticals. Quantum technology will enable machines to solve problems beyond the capacity of current generation computers and are inherently dual use, meaning they can be applied to both military and civilian contexts. Quantum technologies have already been used to enhance the U.S. military's position, navigation, and timing capabilities, drug design and discovery, financial fraud detection, and port logistics optimization. The potential strategic advantages of quantum technologies are numerous and significant. Quantum-enabled countries could crack an adversary's encryption methods, build unbreakable quantum communications networks, and develop the world's most precise sensors. The first country to operationalize quantum technologies will gain the ability to threaten adversaries' corporate, military, and government infrastructure faster than the adversary can establish effective defenses. Quantum technologies also carry immense potential market value, with quantum computing alone expected to reach a global market value of $1 trillion by 2035. The first country to commercialize quantum will have an upper hand in establishing market dominance, developing quantum governance models, and pursuing novel quantum applications. Because quantum is an enabling technology, advancement in quantum could also catalyze a series of disruptive innovations in other profitable technology areas, such as AI and machine learning. The United States currently leads in the development of quantum computing and quantum sensing capabilities, but China leads in the development of quantum communications and holds the highest number of quantum technology patents. Quantum researchers in China also claim to have an algorithm capable of breaking public key encryption years before anyone expected. Lots of experts question the accuracy of this claim, but true or not, the announcement serves as a reminder that surprising quantum breakthroughs are possible in the near term. It's time for the United States to do more to secure its advantages in quantum technology. This means investing in workforce development, cooperating with key allies like the Netherlands, Australia, and Finland, and carefully studying the utility of economic tools like export controls and outbound investment regimes to safeguard sensitive quantum components and know-how. Significant technical hurdles continue to slow progress toward a world in which quantum technologies upend traditional understandings of national security, economic prosperity, and everyday life. But the U.S. cannot wait to reaffirm its position as a quantum technology leader. The quantum race is one the U.S. cannot afford to lose.
The People's Bank of China, China's central bank, is developing the digital yuan, the first digital version of a fiat currency from a major economy. The digital yuan will likely strengthen the Chinese Communist Party's domestic digital authoritarianism. As countries look for models to manage central bank money, Beijing's digital yuan will bring about new standards in the global financial system that risk privacy and governance principles. So far, we know that the digital yuan system will have a two-tier structure, with the central bank managing the back end and state banks and private companies facilitating everyday transactions. It will not be blockchain-based. The most groundbreaking and alarming feature of the digital yuan is controllable anonymity, which allows China's central bank to see nearly all real-time transactions. China's central bank wants to harness the market share and technological innovation of private firms and gain direct access to Chinese consumers' financial data. It aims to shape monetary policy, monitor illegal activity, and curb corruption. The Chinese Communist Party will likely leverage the system to surveil Chinese citizens. The digital yuan system would make it easier for the party to cut off financial access of any individual. Pilot tests have been underway since mid-2020. If successful, China may gain an edge over the United States in financial technology innovation. China will make the digital yuan available for wider use during the Beijing Winter Olympics in February 2022. U.S. policymakers must address the digital yuan's potential to further Beijing's coercive power and influence in the global financial system. America must adapt to the evolving payments space, counter the digital yuan's threats to political and economic liberty, and ensure that innovation in financial technology does not advance China's digital authoritarianism.
What is a war game? If you're like most people, the term war game conjures up an image of a bunch of old men sitting around a map in their military uniforms, pushing around little ships and tanks. But the definition of war game is much more expansive than that. A war game can take many forms, but at its core, it includes three things: people making decisions that have consequences. Games are best for examining how humans make decisions about complex issues and for stress testing concepts against a thinking adversary. Certain sticky issues that interest the Department of Defense, for example, the potential for nuclear escalation in the middle of a war, are good opportunities to leverage gaming. When done well, these games can lead to even deeper insights than traditional research methods would alone. And so war games are traditionally used for two purposes: analytic games and educational games. Educational games offer sort of an experiential learning opportunity for players, allowing them to better grasp very complex topics by forcing them to kind of grapple with trade-offs and the consequences of their actions. On the other side, analytic games allow researchers to explore complex questions, to test hypotheses, or to develop new operational concepts by, again, putting controlled pressure on the participants and seeing where they take things. The Gaming Lab at the Center for New American Security runs games just like this as part of the CNAS Defense Program's research agenda. And recently, the Gaming Lab ran a game with the U.S. House Select Committee on U.S.-China competition. It's a bipartisan committee that kind of takes a holistic look at how the U.S. can mitigate threats posed by the Chinese Communist Party today. So to supplement the many hearings that the committee's been doing, Chairman Mike Gallagher invited CNAS to run a tabletop exercise, which is a particular type of war game, looking at a fictional scenario in which China had invaded Taiwan. So representatives played in the game themselves. They played as advisors to the president, making key military and economic decisions about the strategy. And it was a great opportunity for collective learning and exploration among the very decision makers that are driving the discussion on US-China competition today. In that, it allowed the representatives to test assumptions that they have about how a war like that would play out, and to identify gaps in current US readiness for such a war. So armed with the lessons learned from the game, the members published their 10 for Taiwan, which was a list of 10 recommendations so that the US can prevent such a war from ever happening by strengthening deterrence. Many of those recommendations were insights that flowed from the game, such as the need to develop deep stockpiles of long-range munitions and the need for a distributed and resilient posture in the Pacific. The CNAS Gaming Lab is extremely grateful for the opportunity to work with the committee to advance measures to strengthen deterrence and US national security. And the exercise was a great opportunity to show how gaming can be a powerful tool for policy analysis and how it can lead to great actionable policy to strengthen US national security.
My name is Sam Howell. I'm a research assistant with the Technology and National Security Program at CNAS, and I'm here to tell you why you should be paying attention to the global race to develop quantum technologies. Quantum information science uses the laws of quantum physics, which describes the properties of nature on a tiny scale, to advance the processing, analysis, and transmission of information. There are three subsets of quantum technologies: quantum computing, quantum sensing, and quantum communications. Establishing US leadership in quantum ranks among the Biden administration's highest national security priorities, because quantum technologies promise to transform almost any industry dependent on speed and processing power, from aerospace and automotive to finance and pharmaceuticals. Quantum technology will enable machines to solve problems beyond the capacity of current generation computers and are inherently dual use, meaning they can be applied to both military and civilian contexts. Quantum technologies have already been used to enhance the US military's position, navigation, and timing capabilities, drug design and discovery, financial fraud detection, and port logistics optimization. The potential strategic advantages of quantum technologies are numerous and significant. Quantum-enabled countries could crack an adversary's encryption methods, build unbreakable quantum communications networks, and develop the world's most precise sensors. The first country to operationalize quantum technologies will gain the ability to threaten adversaries' corporate, military, and government infrastructure faster than the adversary can establish effective defenses. Quantum technologies also carry immense potential market value, with quantum computing alone expected to reach a global market value of $1 trillion by 2035. The first country to commercialize quantum will have an upper hand in establishing market dominance, developing quantum governance models, and pursuing novel quantum applications. Because quantum is an enabling technology, advancement in quantum could also catalyze a series of disruptive innovations in other profitable technology areas, such as AI and machine learning. The United States currently leads in the development of quantum computing and quantum sensing capabilities, but China leads in the development of quantum communications and holds the highest number of quantum technology patents. Quantum researchers in China also claim to have an algorithm capable of breaking public key encryption years before anyone expected. Lots of experts question the accuracy of this claim, but true or not, the announcement serves as a reminder that surprising quantum breakthroughs are possible in the near term. It's time for the United States to do more to secure its advantages in quantum technology. This means investing in workforce development, cooperating with key allies like the Netherlands, Australia, and Finland, and carefully studying the utility of economic tools like export controls and outbound investment regimes to safeguard sensitive quantum components and know-how. Significant technical hurdles continue to slow progress toward a world in which quantum technologies upend traditional understandings of national security, economic prosperity, and everyday life. But the US cannot wait to reaffirm its position as a quantum technology leader. The quantum race is one the US cannot afford to lose.
The People's Bank of China, China's central bank, is developing the digital yuan, the first digital version of a fiat currency from a major economy. The digital yuan will likely strengthen the Chinese Communist Party's domestic digital authoritarianism. As countries look for models to manage central bank money, Beijing's digital yuan will bring about new standards in the global financial system that risk privacy and governance principles. So far, we know that the digital yuan system will have a two-tier structure, with the central bank managing the back end and state banks and private companies facilitating everyday transactions. It will not be blockchain-based. The most groundbreaking and alarming feature of the digital yuan is controllable anonymity, which allows China's central bank to see nearly all real-time transactions. China's central bank wants to harness the market share and technological innovation of private firms and gain direct access to Chinese consumers' financial data. It aims to shape monetary policy, monitor illegal activity, and curb corruption. The Chinese Communist Party will likely leverage the system to surveil Chinese citizens. The digital yuan system would make it easier for the party to cut off financial access of any individual. Pilot tests have been underway since mid-2020. If successful, China may gain an edge over the United States in financial technology innovation. China will make the digital yuan available for wider use during the Beijing Winter Olympics in February 2022. U.S. policymakers must address the digital yuan's potential to further Beijing's coercive power and influence in the global financial system. America must adapt to the evolving payments space, counter the digital yuan's threats to political and economic liberty, and ensure that innovation in financial technology does not advance China's digital authoritarianism.
What is a war game? If you're like most people, the term war game conjures up an image of a bunch of old men sitting around a map in their military uniforms, pushing around little ships and tanks. But the definition of war game is much more expansive than that. A war game can take many forms, but at its core, it includes three things: people making decisions that have consequences. Games are best for examining how humans make decisions about complex issues and for stress testing concepts against a thinking adversary. Certain sticky issues that interest the Department of Defense, for example, the potential for nuclear escalation in the middle of a war, are good opportunities to leverage gaming. When done well, these games can lead to even deeper insights than traditional research methods would alone. And so war games are traditionally used for two purposes: analytic games and educational games. Educational games offer sort of an experiential learning opportunity for players, allowing them to better grasp very complex topics by forcing them to kind of grapple with trade-offs and the consequences of their actions. On the other side, analytic games allow researchers to explore complex questions, to test hypotheses, or to develop new operational concepts by, again, putting controlled pressure on the participants and seeing where they take things. The Gaming Lab at the Center for New American Security runs games just like this as part of the CNAS Defense Program's research agenda. And recently, the Gaming Lab ran a game with the U.S. House Select Committee on U.S.-China competition. It's a bipartisan committee that kind of takes a holistic look at how the U.S. can mitigate threats posed by the Chinese Communist Party today. So to supplement the many hearings that the committee's been doing, Chairman Mike Gallagher invited CNAS to run a tabletop exercise, which is a particular type of war game, looking at a fictional scenario in which China had invaded Taiwan. So representatives played in the game themselves. They played as advisors to the president, making key military and economic decisions about the strategy. And it was a great opportunity for collective learning and exploration among the very decision makers that are driving the discussion on U.S.-China competition today. In that, it allowed the representatives to test assumptions that they have about how a war like that would play out, and to identify gaps in current U.S. readiness for such a war. So, armed with the lessons learned from the game, the members published their 10 for Taiwan, which was a list of 10 recommendations so that the U.S. can prevent such a war from ever happening by strengthening deterrence. Many of those recommendations were insights that flowed from the game, such as the need to develop deep stockpiles of long-range munitions and the need for a distributed and resilient posture in the Pacific. The CNAS Gaming Lab is extremely grateful for the opportunity to work with the committee to advance measures to strengthen deterrence and U.S. national security, and the exercise was a great opportunity to show how gaming can be a powerful tool for policy analysis and how it can lead to great actionable policy to strengthen U.S. national security.
My name is Sam Howell. I'm a research assistant with the Technology and National Security Program at CNAS, and I'm here to tell you why you should be paying attention to the global race to develop quantum technologies. Quantum information science uses the laws of quantum physics, which describes the properties of nature on a tiny scale, to advance the processing, analysis, and transmission of information. There are three subsets of quantum technologies: quantum computing, quantum sensing, and quantum communications. Establishing U.S. leadership in quantum ranks among the Biden administration's highest national security priorities, because quantum technologies promise to transform almost any industry dependent on speed and processing power, from aerospace and automotive to finance and pharmaceuticals. Quantum technology will enable machines to solve problems beyond the capacity of current generation computers and are inherently dual use, meaning they can be applied to both military and civilian contexts. Quantum technologies have already been used to enhance the U.S. military's position, navigation, and timing capabilities, drug design and discovery, financial fraud detection, and port logistics optimization. The potential strategic advantages of quantum technologies are numerous and significant. Quantum-enabled countries could crack an adversary's encryption methods, build unbreakable quantum communications networks, and develop the world's most precise sensors. The first country to operationalize quantum technologies will gain the ability to threaten adversaries' corporate, military, and government infrastructure faster than the adversary can establish effective defenses. Quantum technologies also carry immense potential market value, with quantum computing alone expected to reach a global market value of $1 trillion by 2035. The first country to commercialize quantum will have an upper hand in establishing market dominance, developing quantum governance models, and pursuing novel quantum applications. Because quantum is an enabling technology, advancement in quantum could also catalyze a series of disruptive innovations in other profitable technology areas, such as AI and machine learning. The United States currently leads in the development of quantum computing and quantum sensing capabilities, but China leads in the development of quantum communications and holds the highest number of quantum technology patents. Quantum researchers in China also claim to have an algorithm capable of breaking public key encryption years before anyone expected. Lots of experts question the accuracy of this claim, but true or not, the announcement serves as a reminder that surprising quantum breakthroughs are possible in the near term. It's time for the United States to do more to secure its advantages in quantum technology. This means investing in workforce development, cooperating with key allies like the Netherlands, Australia, and Finland, and carefully studying the utility of economic tools like export controls and outbound investment regimes to safeguard sensitive quantum components and know-how. Significant technical hurdles continue to slow progress toward a world in which quantum technologies upend traditional understandings of national security, economic prosperity, and everyday life. But the US cannot wait to reaffirm its position as a quantum technology leader. The quantum race is one the US cannot afford to lose.
The People's Bank of China, China's central bank, is developing the digital yuan, the first digital version of a fiat currency from a major economy. The digital yuan will likely strengthen the Chinese Communist Party's domestic digital authoritarianism. As countries look for models to manage central bank money, Beijing's digital yuan will bring about new standards in the global financial system that risk privacy and governance principles. So far, we know that the digital yuan system will have a two-tier structure, with the central bank managing the back end and state banks and private companies facilitating everyday transactions. It will not be blockchain-based. The most groundbreaking and alarming feature of the digital yuan is controllable anonymity, which allows China's central bank to see nearly all real-time transactions. China's central bank wants to harness the market share and technological innovation of private firms and gain direct access to Chinese consumers' financial data. It aims to shape monetary policy, monitor illegal activity, and curb corruption. The Chinese Communist Party will likely leverage the system to surveil Chinese citizens. The digital yuan system would make it easier for the party to cut off financial access of any individual. Pilot tests have been underway since mid-2020. If successful, China may gain an edge over the United States in financial technology innovation. China will make the digital yuan available for wider use during the Beijing Winter Olympics in February 2022. U.S. policymakers must address the digital yuan's potential to further Beijing's coercive power and influence in the global financial system. America must adapt to the evolving payments space, counter the digital yuan's threats to political and economic liberty, and ensure that innovation in financial technology does not advance China's digital authoritarianism.
What is a war game? If you're like most people, the term war game conjures up an image of a bunch of old men sitting around a map in their military uniforms, pushing around little ships and tanks. But the definition of war game is much more expansive than that. A war game can take many forms, but at its core, it includes three things: people making decisions that have consequences. Games are best for examining how humans make decisions about complex issues and for stress testing concepts against a thinking adversary. Certain sticky issues that interest the Department of Defense, for example, the potential for nuclear escalation in the middle of a war, are good opportunities to leverage gaming. When done well, these games can lead to even deeper insights than traditional research methods would alone. And so war games are traditionally used for two purposes: analytic games and educational games. Educational games offer sort of an experiential learning opportunity for players, allowing them to better grasp very complex topics by forcing them to kind of grapple with trade-offs and the consequences of their actions. On the other side, analytic games allow researchers to explore complex questions, to test hypotheses, or to develop new operational concepts by, again, putting controlled pressure on the participants and seeing where they take things. The Gaming Lab at the Center for New American Security runs games just like this as part of the CNAS Defense Program's research agenda. And recently, the Gaming Lab ran a game with the U.S. House Select Committee on U.S.-China competition. It's a bipartisan committee that kind of takes a holistic look at how the U.S. can mitigate threats posed by the Chinese Communist Party today. So to supplement the many hearings that the committee's been doing, Chairman Mike Gallagher invited CNAS to run a tabletop exercise, which is a particular type of war game, looking at a fictional scenario in which China had invaded Taiwan. So representatives played in the game themselves. They played as advisors to the president, making key military and economic decisions about the strategy. And it was a great opportunity for collective learning and exploration among the very decision makers that are driving the discussion on U.S.-China competition today. In that, it allowed the representatives to test assumptions that they have about how a war like that would play out, and to identify gaps in current U.S. readiness for such a war. So, armed with the lessons learned from the game, the members published their 10 for Taiwan, which was a list of 10 recommendations so that the U.S. can prevent such a war from ever happening by strengthening deterrence. Many of those recommendations were insights that flowed from the game, such as the need to develop deep stockpiles of long-range munitions and the need for a distributed and resilient posture in the Pacific. The CNAS Gaming Lab is extremely grateful for the opportunity to work with the committee to advance measures to strengthen deterrence and U.S. national security, and the exercise was a great opportunity to show how gaming can be a powerful tool for policy analysis and how it can lead to great actionable policy to strengthen U.S. national security.
My name is Sam Howell. I'm a research assistant with the Technology and National Security Program at CNAS, and I'm here to tell you why you should be paying attention to the global race to develop quantum technologies. Quantum information science uses the laws of quantum physics, which describes the properties of nature on a tiny scale, to advance the processing, analysis, and transmission of information. There are three subsets of quantum technologies: quantum computing, quantum sensing, and quantum communications. Establishing U.S. leadership in quantum ranks among the Biden administration's highest national security priorities because quantum technologies promise to transform almost any industry dependent on speed and processing power, from aerospace and automotive to finance and pharmaceuticals. Quantum technology will enable machines to solve problems beyond the capacity of current generation computers and are inherently dual use, meaning they can be applied to both military and civilian contexts. Quantum technologies have already been used to enhance the U.S. military's position, navigation, and timing capabilities, drug design and discovery, financial fraud detection, and port logistics optimization. The potential strategic advantages of quantum technologies are numerous and significant. Quantum-enabled countries could crack an adversary's encryption methods, build unbreakable quantum communications networks, and develop the world's most precise sensors. The first country to operationalize quantum technologies will gain the ability to threaten adversaries' corporate, military, and government infrastructure faster than the adversary can establish effective defenses. Quantum technologies also carry immense potential market value, with quantum computing alone expected to reach a global market value of $1 trillion by 2035. The first country to commercialize quantum will have an upper hand in establishing market dominance, developing quantum governance models, and pursuing novel quantum applications. Because quantum is an enabling technology, advancement in quantum could also catalyze a series of disruptive innovations in other profitable technology areas, such as AI and machine learning. The United States currently leads in the development of quantum computing and quantum sensing capabilities, but China leads in the development of quantum communications and holds the highest number of quantum technology patents. Quantum researchers in China also claim to have an algorithm capable of breaking public key encryption years before anyone expected. Lots of experts question the accuracy of this claim, but true or not, the announcement serves as a reminder that surprising quantum breakthroughs are possible in the near term. It's time for the United States to do more to secure its advantages in quantum technology. This means investing in workforce development, cooperating with key allies like the Netherlands, Australia, and Finland, and carefully studying the utility of economic tools like export controls and outbound investment regimes to safeguard sensitive quantum components and know-how. Significant technical hurdles continue to slow progress toward a world in which quantum technologies upend traditional understandings of national security, economic prosperity, and everyday life. But the U.S. cannot wait to reaffirm its position as a quantum technology leader. The quantum race is one the U.S. cannot afford to lose.
The People's Bank of China, China's central bank, is developing the digital yuan, the first digital version of a fiat currency from a major economy. The digital yuan will likely strengthen the Chinese Communist Party's domestic digital authoritarianism. As countries look for models to manage central bank money, Beijing's digital yuan will bring about new standards in the global financial.
Welcome to this afternoon session on the All-Volunteer Force at 50. My name is Kate Kuzminski, and I'm the Senior Fellow and Program Director for the Military Veterans and Society Program here at CNAS. We focus on military personnel policy, issues facing military families and veterans, and civil-military relations. In essence, our program focuses on the human elements of warfare and national security. We also seek to educate the broader defense establishment on the ways in which our military personnel policies are directly tied to the U.S. military's readiness and lethality. Far from being a soft science, the study, development, and implementation of the ways in which we select, train, educate, retain, evaluate, promote, and manage our military personnel provides a distinct competitive advantage against would-be adversaries. They can attempt to replicate our technology or study our operations, but they cannot replicate the professionalism and will to fight present in the American service member. If there's any doubt that the human element of warfare is essential to our nation's security, it's worth noting that we're having this conversation today, June 6, 2023, on the 79th anniversary of D-Day. While the hardware of the war, the C-47s, the machine guns, the Higgins boats, were important, it was the combination of the skill, courage, and will of American troops that proved essential. It's not the 3,000 landing craft or 2,500 ships that we think of when we think of D-Day, but rather the image of the young service member, equal parts terrified and resolved, wading through the water toward a nearly impossible mission, or the airborne soldier of the 82nd or 101st clutching the line as they prepare to jump into the unknown. That not only stands out in American memory, but it elicits an emotional response. It's also the result of the expertise, training, and experience of the military planners and strategists, most notably General Eisenhower, and their qualities of leadership that were selected for, trained, and educated over a career of service. We're also approaching a second important anniversary, the 50th anniversary of the All-Volunteer Force. On July 1st, 1973, after years of analysis and debate, Secretary of Defense Mel Laird announced that the United States military would fill its ranks exclusively from volunteers rather than conscripts, though it should also be noted that the creation of the AVF still requires the infrastructure of an effective stand-in draft in case of national emergency. The AVF provided some distinct advantages, in particular the professionalism of the force. There were also concerns at the inception of the AVF. Would it be too expensive? Would it cause the creation of a separate warrior caste, disconnected from broader society? Would society pay less attention to our use of force decisions if the AVF didn't seemingly affect them? Who would serve when not all serve? We've taken the all-volunteer force through the Gulf War and the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. We witnessed the adaptation from a conventional force in the 90s to a counterinsurgency force in the 2000s. The services are currently investing heavily in ensuring the strength of the all-volunteer force in deterring and, if necessary, fighting and winning the nation's wars against a near-peer adversary, as reflected in the National Defense Strategies of 2018 and 2022. Here at CNAS, we've been leading a task force on the all-volunteer force at 50, examining the levers and mechanisms the military services use to recruit, retain, and train our service members and retain their families. We're wrestling with questions of how the services can best access the talent necessary to sustain the all-volunteer force, and whether some of those mechanisms might need to be modernized in a new era. So, joining me today are the three civilians responsible in the military departments for managing all of these questions and the burden that comes along with it. I'm thrilled to be joined by the Assistant Secretaries of Manpower and Reserve Affairs for the Army, Navy, and Air Force, a full house. Mr. Alex Wagner at the end, the MNRA for the Air Force, Mr. Franklin Parker of the Navy, and Dr. Agnes Schaefer of the Army. Along with their 3-star uniform counterparts, the G1, A1, and N1, they oversee the development and implementation of the whole gamut of human capital, including civilians and our uniformed service members. So, with that, I'd like to introduce the three of you and kind of pose a scene-setting question up top, which is the all-volunteer force provided us with a certain number of advantages and also potentially some challenges. So can you speak to how the all-volunteer force affects your military department and the services under that? So I will start with Dr. Schaefer.
Hi, everyone. I'm just absolutely thrilled to be here, and there's lots of friendly, familiar faces in the crowd, so thanks for having me. This is really wonderful. And thank you to my buddies here. The three of us are a tight-knit group. We're dealing with similar challenges, and we just make a really, really wonderful team, and I'm honored to serve with them every day. So I think you hit on the tension between the advantages and challenges of an all-volunteer force. I mean, I think the professionalism, diversity of experiences and perspectives are absolutely advantages, but there are some challenges as well. I would say what we're seeing in the recruiting challenge in the Army, and this is specific to us, it's historical. We are now seeing large swaths of the country that just aren't familiar with the Army. And this is largely due to the fact that we bracked a lot of installations in the northern part of the country in the 80s. So folks don't see neighbors who are in the military. They don't see folks walking down the street in uniform. And so we are seeing a really big and growing cultural knowledge gap about the military. And so what we're doing is we're trying to fill that. And so that, to me, that is sort of the biggest thing that I'm worried about. Just that it's amazingly, after 20 years of war, we have a country that really doesn't know its military.
Mr. Parker?
All right, great. Thank you very much. And also, it really is a pleasure to be here today, and also, again, to be here with my counterparts as well. And a great team and tight-knit group, and that's very much appreciated, especially given the common work we do and the common challenges we face. With respect to your question about kind of benefits and challenges of the all-volunteer force, I think one of the real benefits is there's that opportunity to have a closer match between mission and interests and the mission and cultures of the organizations that we each have. You know, not everyone's cut out to be a sailor, not everyone's cut out to be a Marine, but in the all-volunteer force, given the self-selecting aspect to it, people have the opportunity to choose for themselves where they want to go. And I think that's one of the great things in terms of bringing folks in. I think also over time, we develop an ability to better assess kind of what attributes and qualities and types of folks will have better potential to succeed within our respective services as well, and really to provide career paths for those individuals. And so I think those are some of the positives of having an all-volunteer force as we do today. I think with respect to challenges, though, it's very similar to some of the things that Dr. Schaefer mentioned that we're experiencing in the Navy and Marine Corps as well. You know, for the all-volunteer force, one of the biggest challenges is that we're subject to market forces. Basically, we are in general competition with private sector, with other public sector entities for talent. And so if people are deciding whether or not they want to go to the Navy, Marine Corps, Army, Air Force, they're also deciding that against other opportunities they have in their lives, whether to go to another federal government agency, whether to go to a private sector company or what have you. So we always need to remain relevant, and we always really need to communicate to folks what that return on investment will be for them, you know, of their service in the military, and that really can be a challenge.
Mr. Wagner.
Well, I just want to associate myself both with the remarks of thanking CNAS and each other and being here together, but also with the substance that my colleagues just said. When I think about the value of the all-volunteer force over what preceded it, I think of a force that is closer to the American people than our politics today present. We learn about where young people are today faster and better than the social scientists because we're forced to deal with this. We are pulling people, the best of our society, into our force, learning about what they value, getting a better understanding of where they want to go. And we, for the most part, have the ability to adapt and make changes because of our broad authorities and because of the critical importance of our mission. The challenge that I see today is one that's very real, and it includes market forces. I mean, right now we have record low unemployment and record high wage growth, and so we are competing for talent with the private sector. But there's also something that neither of you have mentioned, which is a real concern to me, and it's political polarization. And historically, the military has been that one part of our society, that one part of our national fabric that united disparate parts of our body politic. And today, extremes from both ends are looking at our military and using it as a way to champion their small partisan extreme politics. And I think that has the power to rend the American people, those who are protected, even further away from those who are doing the protection. And that's what really worries me, and that's one of the things that we have been battling to try to talk about the value of service, the mission of service, and the role that the people that comprise the armed forces today play in distinguishing us and offering a strategic advantage over our near-peer competitors.
So as you've all touched on, the recruiting challenges have been headlines in the news, and not just in our small community of people of defense watchers, right? This is the New York Times, the Washington Post, the service secretaries had a joint op-ed in the Wall Street Journal addressing this and addressing the influencers in the community. And so when we look at recruitment, there's two pieces of the Venn diagram, right? There's the ability to meet standards, and there's propensity, or this awareness and desire to serve. And both of those have to be present in order for us to recruit a force. The Army has taken a really different approach in hitting on the preparation side when it comes to helping individuals meet the standards who are propense but might otherwise be barred from service. So can you talk to us, Dr. Schaefer, a little bit about the Future Soldier Prep course and the outcomes that you're currently seeing?
Yeah, sure. I love to talk about the Future Soldier Prep course because the intent was to do exactly what you just talked about, thread the needle, right? So we wanted to open the aperture to folks who were not quite at the they're still qualified but not in those upper categories, to help them get to standard. And in particular, we were noticing that particularly after COVID, kids were not doing well in terms of test scores and physical fitness. So we developed a program that has two tracks, physical and academic. And what we're finding is that there's 97% graduation rates. We've had about 6,000 kids or 6,000 recruits coming through the program. And I think that this has been seen by Congress as well as some of the other services as a way to kind of thread that needle. So it's only been in place for about 10 months. So what I am extremely curious to see is how they will do over the long term. And Congress is very interested in that as well as the other services. So we will see kind of the long-term effects, but my job is to make sure that we protect the data of that first cohort coming through so we can measure this longitudinally. We are very, very curious to see what happens after they get to their first assignment and beyond.
So thinking about recruitment, Alex, you are in a really unique position. So for those of you who don't know, the Department of the Air Force is over both the Air Force as a service and the establishment of the Space Force. So you have to really think about building a service from the ground up. What does that look like? And what are some of the maybe more innovative ways that the Department of the Air Force has been able to approach the development of this new service?
Thanks, Kate. I did want to emphasize that we are a two-service military department, and that offers a number of real advantages, particularly as we imagine what a new service looks like in the 21st century. To answer your question, the Space Force is a very different model for service, far different than the traditional requirements of, jumping out of airplanes or flying airplanes or navigating hostile terrain. The mission that Guardians perform every day is incredibly important to protecting our modern way of war, and many of you understand it as protecting our modern way of life, whether it's via the GPS system, whether it's taking an Uber or getting a date off of Tinder. Our cell phones are integral into how we now work in this world, and similarly, communications and technology and missile warning and tracking is integral into how we fight wars in the 21st century. But the way that they serve is different, and it's often enabled by computers and through technology. And so we don't have to have exactly the same both talent management process, accession process, and physical testing process. So earlier this month, we announced that Guardians now have the option to opt in to an Air Force Research Lab pilot program for a holistic health assessment. So what does that mean? That means that instead of once a year or twice a year getting ready to take a PT test and making sure that your height and your weight and your body conform to what was within standard, we would have the option for continuous fitness monitoring. So those people who aren't necessarily required to meet a certain physical standard to do that job would still be allowed to have a healthy force. So we're going to see over the next 2 years how this works. Of course, folks are always welcome and still have the option to take the Air Force PT test. I took it myself a couple weeks ago. It wasn't that tough. And to me, it didn't get to why we do this, which is to maintain a healthy, resilient force. So one way is through technology. A different way is talent management. We're looking at a system and working right now with Congress to hopefully, since Guardians aren't necessarily always deployed abroad or into war zones, they're often deployed in place, say, well, how can we talent manage in a way that will allow people to have more of a work-life harmony? If you've got a sick relative that you needed to take care of, maybe you can go from a full-time status to a part-time status. Maybe you want to be with your kids over the last 2 years of high school instead of focused solely on the job. And so you can go from full-time to part-time. And then when that situation resolves, go back to full-time. We've got to be able to get a different type of person who is propense to serve, but might see themselves as not willing to do the stereotypical military model in order to get the kind of talent the Space Force needs to win and thrive in the 21st century. And I think that is what we're looking at things differently, managing talent based on competencies rather than years and bars. And there's a whole bunch of other things I'd be excited to talk about, but I don't want to take the whole panel doing so.
So we think a lot about recruitment, but we also think a lot about retention, and that also includes affiliation, so those leaving active duty and entering the reserve component, keeping those skills within the big Army or the big Air Force or the big Navy, but not necessarily on active duty. So for each of you, I'll ask, what does the retention picture look like? Because I think it's a different story that we're seeing on retention than we're seeing on recruitment, and go from there. So I will start with Mr. Parker.
Excellent. I know for the Navy and Marine Corps, the retention picture is looking quite good. I know there have been a number of initiatives in recent years to improve retention in both services, and that's really core to the force structure of each. And we've pulled a number of levers to really try to make that happen. In the Marine Corps, we've looked at a number of different ways to really encourage earlier re-enlistment opportunities, or really improve re-enlistment opportunities for folks. We've also offered special incentive pays to keep people in the force as well. And similarly, in Navy, we've done a similar type of thing, both with special incentive pays, also removing high year tenure for a number of positions, and various other efforts. Another real focus has been on quality of life, really looking at the quality of life that we're offering to our service members, because that's a really, again, going back to the notion of the all-volunteer force and really being in competition for talent, quality of life is a really key discriminator for folks, whether to come into the service and whether to stay. And so we've really been trying to look at it holistically through all those angles, and we've seen a good picture. Our retention is very high, and we're also meeting or exceeding our re-enlistment goals as well.
Go to Dr. Schaefer.
Well, thankfully, our retention rates are also very high, at historical highs, actually. And so what I do worry about keeping that shored up, though. I don't want that to slide. So we're using the same sorts of levers that I think we're using across the services, including bonuses. Quality of life is a huge priority for us. That includes everything from barracks to work-life balance, CDCs. A huge priority for me is permeability, so this ability to move across the components as your life changes, like Alex alluded to. You may want to go out from the active component and go to the Guard or the Reserve. You may want to be settled for a little bit, right, as your kids are in school. These are the kinds of things that this generation is looking for. And I think we need to listen to those cues. And so permeability, quality of life kinds of issues are high on both the Secretary and my mind.
So Mr. Wagner, two questions for you. One, following on to their answer, but two, you have a unique challenge in the Air Force, particularly among the pilot community and some of the other AFSCs, maintainers, right? There's a high demand for those skills outside. So how is retention in the Air Force, and then also specifically, how are you dealing with the retention of those highly skilled, high investment individuals that we have in the Air Force?
So I would just tackle the broader retention question by saying, and affiliating myself with what my colleagues said, we're about 90% retention at key intervals between officers and enlisted in the Department of the Air Force. And what does that tell us? That tells us that once people join, they want to stay. But increasingly, we are in competition with the private sector. We've got to be an employer of choice. And that's not only an employer of choice for the member, but also for their dependents. And so all of these quality of life issues are not tangential to our mission. They are at the core of what it means to have a ready and resilient force. And so I take all of these things, whether it be spouse employment, childcare, housing, very, very seriously. Because this decision, whether or not to stay, is not necessarily exclusively a financial one, although I will get to that, but it is what type of lifestyle and what are the values and opportunities of a military life that we don't talk about enough. We don't help often, in many cases, our members understand all of those benefits that they have versus the private sector. And how do we find a way to both transmit this to the American people, but then also to ensure that our force knows? So specifically with financial incentives, listen, I mean, people come and serve for a variety of reasons, and financial stability is one of those. But I am overall skeptical of the value of these short one-time bonuses. That said, last week the Department of the Air Force made an announcement that we would go up to $50,000 a year to retain some of our critical pilots. You know, when I came into the job and when I testified at my confirmation hearing, I was prepared to answer questions about the pilot shortage. And at the time, I thought that the shortage was on the front end and that we just didn't have enough people being interested in being a pilot. That was completely wrong. We have a number of challenges, whether it be developing those pilots, whether it be absorbing those pilots into the broader Air Force, and then retaining those pilots. And just to unpack what Frank noted about competition with the private sector, and I'll end on this. As I understand, in the last year, the airlines hired more pilots than they did in the previous 3 years combined. So we've got to realize that we are not only in competition with ourselves to make sure that we provide a competitive pay structure, that we provide incredible opportunities, that we allow pilots to do what they love, which is fly and not burn them down with a bunch of other responsibilities, but also that they're being recruited away from us from the private sector in many ways, that they can offer more competitive compensation and more stability. But I think we're always going to win when it comes to mission. And I think we've got to emphasize that and allow those people to do their job and to do what they love at the highest level, because that not only allows us to retain that talent, that allows America's Air Force to succeed into deterring, denying, and when necessary, defeating our adversaries.
Yeah, I think you raise a number of good points in that, and we see it particularly. So some of these items are more pronounced in the Air Force, in the pilot community, and in some of the more technical skill sets in all the services. But thinking about the timing of service commitments and when people want to have families, or there's a range of life choices that are being made, not just purely the financial incentives.
Compensation's important, don't get me wrong,
right.
but it is one part of a decision-making process that includes dependence, that includes quality of life, that includes, are you doing what you love? Are you focused on the mission in the way that we told you you'd be focused when we assessed you?
Yeah, and another thing that raises too is a recommendation that I think most think tanks have made in the past about exit interview data and making sure we're capturing that. And I think our unit level commanders know the reasons why their people might be leaving, or maybe they don't. But there isn't always a central repository to know why people are getting out and what incentives might have actually helped them to stay. And really thinking about some of the non-monetary incentives, so some stability or other facets that have nothing to do with a bonus that might actually keep someone in. So Mr. Parker, specifically, so again, as Mr. Wagner has 2 services in his department, you've got 2 services in yours, and you alluded to this earlier, but the Marine Corps is currently rethinking a little bit the way that it balances between the churn of new recruits and retaining some experience and talent. And that's directly tied to the requirements that we see the Marine Corps filling in potential future conflict. So can you talk a little bit about what some of those initiatives are, and perhaps what the other services could take away from shifting from relying heavily on brand new recruits to rebalancing the relationship between recruited and retained individuals?
Oh, absolutely. Thank you. And the Marine Corps is, in the process of a bit of a transformation in terms of its force structure and also talent management techniques. And that's really to make sure the Marine Corps' mission stays up to date with the evolving challenges that we face in the 21st century and 21st century conflict environment. The Marine Corps has a long and storied history, and it also has a very unique mission within the services. And I think that's one of the things that's really driven some of the relooks at the way things are being done. On the talent management side, and I think really going to your point, historically, the Marine Corps has had a very high level of churn really at the junior enlisted ranks. A lot of attrition early on for folks, getting in for one enlistment, getting out, and so on. And so, what the Marine Corps is really trying to do is take a look at people, not as inventory, but as individuals, and really finding a way to maximize the return on investment in our folks. The Marine Corps understands that in the future we're going to need folks who are much more highly technically competent and will require increased skill sets as well. We also need to make sure that we retain some of the more seasoned Marines that we have in the force, and we keep that talent and that experience within the force as well. And so that's also something that the Corps is intentionally trying to do. So there are a few ways they're trying to do it. On the front end, really trying to look at ways to improve re-enlistment and re-enlistment opportunities, whether that's allowing for earlier re-enlistment, whether that's allowing for pre-approval of re-enlistment, whether that's providing incentives for various special duty assignments and so on. Really trying to look at those types of ways to keep people in at that earlier stage. And then when they're in, investing in them more, providing the training that they can provide to them to make sure that they have the technical skill sets that they're really going to need to be an effective force in the future. And then for our more seasoned folks, again, trying to find ways to continue to help them improve, whether that's through educational opportunities, whether that's through enhanced use of 360 mechanisms and so on to really do assessments of their leadership abilities, and as my colleague Alex mentioned before, really key competencies to really lead a diverse and inclusive force in the future. And then in addition to that, looking at other levers such as those special incentive pays and quality of life factors, really to keep the people in who we've had, just so we can make sure that we're retaining that expertise in the force as well. So Marine Corps is really looking at it at both ends to really make sure we're maximizing that investment in our people right now.
And a few of you have touched on this shift to talent management and I know a lot of the uniform folks who work on talent management hate when we say, from an industrial model into a more talent management model, but that is essentially what it was, right? We're moving from a model of interchangeable parts, which were necessary for the military requirements of the time, to a more technical force or a force that is where we're training the right person for the right role with the right skill sets at the right time. And that's a huge undertaking. So I'd like to ask each of you to touch on some of the efforts that are underway in your service, and also to highlight, a lot of times when we talk about talent management, we're only talking about officers. But I think there are some initiatives underway in each of your departments that are taking a look at how we think about talent management when it comes to the enlisted force, which makes up nearly 80–85% depending on the service. So I will start with Dr. Schaefer.
So one of my main priorities when I came into this position was modernization of our post-industrial system. And I'm talking about that in a historic sense because it really has been that long since we've actually relooked it. So modernization of our policies, our processes, our systems, and talent management is absolutely key to that. And as some of you may know, I was at RAND for 16 years before I took this position, and I had done a lot of work actually with Kate on some of these talent management issues. So now that I am sitting in this seat and seeing all of the really wonderful work, our talent management task force was really sort of a front runner in the department, breaking glass in terms of talent management, and in particular trying to match skills, knowledge, abilities with positions. And so we have done that on the officer side, and we are now starting to do that on the enlisted side too with our Sergeant Major Assessment Program, which is complementary to the Command Assessment Program at the officer level. But I have been pushing the task force to think more about the enlisted population as well, again, because we're going to need flexibilities like we have gotten in the 2018 and 2019 and more recent NDAAs to be able to move people around and to give them the flexibility to move around. I worry that the incredibly siloed system that we have right now is outdated. We need to move more towards a jungle gym type of a system where people can move around, again, depending on life circumstances, where they want to move. And right now, I'm building the army of 2030 and 2040. And in order to be able to build the army of 2040 in particular, I need to start shaping the force now, right? And so thinking about what kind of skill sets we're going to need in 2040, what kind of folks we need to bring in, and our training pipeline to be able to get to the skill sets and the training required for that 2040. So we will continue to make this a priority as we continue, especially as we think about, the recruiting crisis again. It sort of weaves its way through all of the things that we're talking about. But we're looking at the folks that we're able to bring in, right? And how do we, again, make the Army an employer of choice among the vast choices that people have right now in the private sector?
Mr. Parker?
Excellent. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, our enlisted force is the majority of our force, and so our talent management efforts fundamentally need to include our enlisted service members as well. I was talking previously about Marine Corps talent management efforts, and as you might have noticed, a big chunk of what I talked about was specifically geared towards our enlisted service members. On the Navy side, we're trying to do a similar type of thing also. We're looking at our assignment processes to find ways to get folks to re-enlist in sea duty occupations and provide folks with incentives to do so. We're also looking at programs to identify talent and identify enlisted talent and provide them with opportunities to succeed. We have a MAP program that really encourages commands to identify folks who they view as high performers to help provide them with those opportunities. We have another program, the ATP program, Advanced to Position, where we provide incentives for folks to take on hard jobs, hard assignments that not only meet the needs of the Navy, but also provide them with advancement opportunities in the future. Another thing that we feel very strongly about, and I know our secretary really has championed, is the Naval Community College, and that's something we stood up over the past year. And it's geared specifically towards our enlisted service members, and it allows them the opportunity to get associate's degrees, but also professional credentials in other areas that are specific to their warfighting duties that will help them operationally be better warfighters, but at the same time will help provide them with skills and credentials that will help support and advance them throughout their careers as well.
Mr. Wagner?
So the bottom line is that the Air Force and, of course, the Space Force are a high-tech force. And in a high-tech force, you've got to be able to retain that talent. Frank just mentioned the Navy's Community College. I'm proud to say that the Community College of the Air Force is the largest community college in the world. And people often think that the military is an alternative to education. Well, in the Department of the Air Force, I can tell you that we are not an alternative to education, we're a pathway to education. With regard to specific initiatives, if you've been following the news in the last month, we've been trying to increase flexibility and make our processes closer to what America's Gen Z and other generations expect from employers today. And so just recently we announced, as of 1 June, a new program where you can cross-train at the end of your first term of enlistment into a different Air Force specialty code. So maybe you showed up at the recruiting station and this one was filled and this one was filled and you took this one. Instead of saying, well, it didn't really work out, we're going to allow those first term airmen to switch into an undermanned specialty code, irrespective of the manning of the code that they're currently in. On the opposite side of things, we wanted to increase flexibilities, and so we also recently announced a program, along with my battle buddy, Chief Sergeant Major of the Air Force, Joanne Bass, where airmen are going to be allowed to go into our MyVector system and find airmen in that same specialty code and possibly switch assignments. So maybe you want to go here and someone else would prefer to go there. So enhancing these flexibilities, making our system more modern and more reactive and receptive to today's not only young people, but the way Americans expect their employer to be. This is how we maintain our ability to be an employer of choice. And the enlisted force is at the front edge of operating and maintaining these highly exquisite platforms that provide our Air Force with its decisive edge, and making sure we retain that high-tech talent is core to my responsibility and what we see as our mission, fundamental to our readiness.
Dr. Schaefer, I'm going to turn back to you because I think there's two initiatives that the Army has that stand out among the services. One is the command assessment programs that you spoke to, and the other is similar to the platform that Mr. Wagner was speaking to in the Air Force. There's the AIM module, which has really changed the way that assignments are done in the Army. So could you speak to those two elements of managing Army personnel?
I mean, I think both of these, again, the command assessment program in particular, it really tries to identify those folks who are ready for command, because not everybody is ready at the same time. But we have this system that, has been pushing folks up as part of the process. So it was interesting because I was able to observe a CAP assessment a couple of weeks ago, and it was actually very similar to an executive leader training session that I had when I was at RAND. And you do your own assessment of yourself, and then you get assessments from peers and subordinates. And it's just really interesting to see what you're good at and what they think you're good at, and vice versa, and where those converge and diverge. But it was really interesting. And then they sort of go through an interview process with folks to see if they're ready for command. And we have weeded people out and told them to hold off a year or two because you're not quite ready. And I think the feedback that we've gotten is that they don't necessarily appreciate it at first when they hear that, but they do say, looking back on it, I wasn't ready, so it was probably good that I didn't move on to command. And then we're doing all kinds of things, including AIM, to like talent management branching, right? These kinds of things where we're giving people more agency in the choices that they make to manage their own careers, which they haven't been able to do before because they've been in this industrial model where they're on a track, and that's the track they're going on.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. A couple of years back, General McGee, who was running the talent management task force at the time, and General McConville, who at the time was the G1, now Chief of Staff of the Army, wrote some initial pilot results of BCAP. And it was interesting to see that some people who in due course in the old system would have kind of automatically been the person you'd assume would be in command were actually not landing that way, and also individuals who have some of the professional skills that maybe don't get captured in the evaluation system, and actually, they're a really compelling leader, we're rising to the top. So it's interesting to see how that's changing the dynamics there. So you've all touched on elements of quality of life issues for the force, and certainly I would imagine in your offices, those are the things you're most concerned when they go wrong, right? Those are the things that are most likely to be the front page of the newspaper. But you're doing so many proactive things when it comes to quality of life issues for the force. So I'd like for each of you to just highlight one of the things that your department is doing and perhaps the outcomes that you're seeing related to that. So I'll start with Mr. Parker.
Excellent, thank you. And this is an area that's fundamentally important to us. And I've talked about a focus on quality of life from a recruitment and retention standpoint, how the Marine Corps is really putting a focus on it with respect to its talent management 2030 initiatives as well. But another area in which we're really focusing on it is quality of service. And that's really that intersection between quality of life and the quality of someone's experience at work, experience performing their role. And this is something we've been highly sensitized to, especially in light of some of the things we've seen on the Navy side with some of our folks who've been in long-term refueling and complex overhaul situations in our shipyards. And when we've had folks in those environments for long periods of time, we've seen an increase in mental health challenges, and we've seen a number of sailor suicides. And so this is something we're taking very seriously, and we're very focusing on from a quality of service standpoint. And so what do I really mean by that? Well, it's really trying to look at those things that will help improve quality of life, but also make that person's experience in their role a bit easier. And so that can be looking at things like parking access. It can be looking at access to Wi-Fi. It can be looking at housing arrangements and where are folks living, and really what are the quality of those arrangements. It can be looking at access to mental health services and how hard are they to get to, and so on. And so we're really trying to, it can be access to MWR. And if someone especially is in those types of environments, what outlets do they have? And what opportunities do they have for connection to others in the service and building a sense of community? So we're really trying to take a holistic look from a quality of service perspective. And it can be things that you might not even think about. And so it can be things on the IT side, working through some of the IT challenges, because if you have a whole number of things going on, maybe the last thing you need is you come into the office, you have a project, you got something you're trying to push, and your computer won't boot up. And so, really trying to look holistically at where are those things where maybe we can move the needle a little bit in terms of improving our sailors and Marines experience, which can really make a big difference, not only in their quality of life, but in their quality of service overall.
Alex?
So Kate, I'm worried about kids. And I'm worried about kids because if folks, members are thinking and concerned about the experience their kids are having, they're not going to be focused on their jobs. And they're not going to be focused on their mission. And part of our responsibility is not only taking care of the member, but taking care of their entire family. And so when I hear stories of racism in schools, when I hear requests, when I get requests, when I'm forced to move families from installations because their school will do nothing when their LGBT kid is being bullied, that worries me, because that's distracting from the mission, that's detracting from our readiness. And I'm also thinking about childcare. And when I came into this job a year ago, we were paying in the Department of the Air Force at nearly every single installation more than the local community was paying for childcare. And you're right, after the coronavirus pandemic, this is a national issue. Childcare shortages, staffing is a national issue. So I said to our team, well, what can we do to increase staffing? And so we have recruiting and retention incentives. We worked with the Secretary of Defense as part of his Taking Care of People initiative. All the services did. He rolled out a incentive for, we're going to offer you a discount if you want to be a child care provider at one of our CDCs, and your child will get a 50% discount. Well, we crunched the numbers in the Department of the Air Force, and we said, we're going to go to 100%. So your first child, you can get 100% discount on, and your second and third, et cetera, child will give you a 25% discount. And I wanted to see if those types of programs, those incentive programs, enhance access to family child care homes, and recruiting and retention incentives made a difference. And I'm pleased to report that they have. Last year at this time, our staffing was at 65%, and right before I came over here, the numbers I got was we've moved the needle to 76%. So these things are making a difference. The reason why people want to have their kids in our child care system is because it's world class, because our providers are better vetted than the local community, they're in places that are convenient, and their kids are getting a great experience with similarly situated kids. I'm incredibly proud of our child care services, and our main goal right now is to enhance staffing so that everybody who wants to take a part of Air Force child care has that ability and opportunity to, so they can stay focused on their mission.
And Dr. Schaefer.
So they stole a bunch of my thunder. But I would just say, overall, I think, we are taking a similar approach to what Frank mentioned, thinking of this very holistically. And in particular, I'm thinking of, these work-life balance kinds of issues like childcare, spousal employment, things like that. But I would also say that we're also looking at barracks. I think all of the same kinds of issues that we are thinking about.
Right, and I just jump on that. Every single member of all of our force is a brand ambassador to their friends, to their families, to influencers, to their communities. And when we give them a great experience, that will help close this growing familiarity gap. When I was growing up, about 40%, because of the conscription force, 40% of Americans had a parent who served. Today, that number is around 13% and dropping. And so we've got to focus on how we bridge this familiarity gap, which in my mind is the most critical factor in maintaining the health of the all-volunteer force, maintaining the interest in service, and ensuring that our larger body politic is healthy.
If I could just follow up on one thing. So, we've been also concerned about remote and isolated areas. So one of the things that we have been using as a lever is station of choice instead of incentives. In some cases, we are offering incentives as well. But we are finding that station of choice is the top of these sort of options that people choose, which I think is interesting. And Alaska, of all places, is the top station of choice. So some people want to go to remote and isolated places, but it's different when you're forced to go, right? So again, we're getting back to this issue of having some sort of agency over your career. And I think this gets at quality of life.
For sure. I think what we've seen over the last 20 years in the research bears out that those non-monetary incentives are really important, and they're also much harder to track, right? We know exactly how many people are taking the financial incentives, and we're starting to track these non-monetary ones. I think it's agency, and it's also information, and not just for the service member, it's also information for the receiving unit that they may not have been receiving before. I remember, in the Army, you used to just get a list of 5 installations, please rank order them. You didn't know what job it was, you didn't know what unit it was, so I think it works for both the service member and the service. So as we approach the closing time of our conversation here, I spend a lot of my time trying to plead the case of why personnel policy is fundamentally the linchpin on which our readiness and our lethality rests. How do you each describe the relationship between how we manage our people and what our lethal advantage is? And I'll start at the end and work our way down.
Well, the one thing that I haven't had the opportunity, and we haven't had the opportunity to discuss today, is the critical importance of a diverse and an inclusive force. And the three of us recently had to testify on that. But what I would say about diversity and inclusion and why it is core to our national security is not only because diversity is a normative good thing. It's not only because we want to reach the talent wherever it is that we might not have traditionally been able to reach, but it's really about the science of diversity. And what the science of diversity says is that randomly selected teams of diverse individuals outperform carefully selected teams of homogeneous individuals. And why is that? Well, it's easy. When you bring together people with a variety of different experiences, they problem solve differently. And what I need managing the Department of the Air Force's personnel enterprise is a diverse force that thinks about how to approach the hardest, toughest, most challenging national security issues, challenging issues, period, that this country faces, bringing them together with a single focus, with a single mission, and leveraging that power of an all-volunteer, diverse, talented, expert force, and using that as a weapon system to distinguish ourselves from our competitors. That's at the core of what we do. The United States of America leverages its talents, maximizes those talents, and then puts them, as I said, to deter, to deny, and where necessary, defeat. And so I hadn't had an opportunity to discuss this yet, but I am so proud of our many efforts to deliberately and intentionally engender a diverse force that is bound together by a sense of mission and purpose, where everyone can bring their full self every single day to the job and build a stronger team as a result.
Mr. Parker?
Excellent, thank you. And really,
It's a hard act to follow.
I know. Well, further to your comments, Alex. Actually, I mean, we have a tremendously talented nation, and as a result, we have a tremendously talented Corps of Service members. And from talent management standpoint, I think our imperative is really to make sure that we are mining, managing, and developing that talent and helping all our people achieve their potential. And I think in doing so, that only makes us stronger. It only makes us better. And I think that's one of the things that we need to do to continue to have an effective force, both today and in the future. I mean, our people. I mean, we can. For whatever technologies we have, whatever systems we have, none of it matters at all without our people. And so I think I think it's incumbent upon us really to double down on making sure we're doing an effective job managing them and putting them in the best positions to succeed. And I think in doing that, that's the way we get to the strongest force we can have.
Dr. Schaefer?
I am so glad you asked this question because my mission has been to try to connect the operational readiness piece with the personnel piece. I started out as a strategist and then picked up the personnel portfolio. So I intuitively look at everything through a readiness lens. And right now, in this moment of time, our people are key to readiness. It doesn't matter how many tanks we have if we don't have the people who are trained and don't have the people to drive them or shoot them. It's just a tin can. And so all of these things that we have been talking about touch on that operational readiness piece. And looking out, trying to build the Army of 2030 and 2040, that is key in my mind every day, every hour of every day.
And I think it's interesting that, today being the anniversary of D-Day, that a number of things went wrong, right? The plans didn't always work the way they were supposed to. The equipment didn't always work the way it was supposed to. But it was the training of the people carrying out those plans and using those weapons and the ingenuity and the ability to thrive and the will to fight in those moments that actually made the difference. So not to be too on the nose about the anniversary. Well, I would like to thank our panelists. I think it's a rare opportunity that we get to see the three of you together in an open, honest conversation about the proactive things that each of your departments and the services that fall underneath are doing. So we really appreciate having the three of you together. For those of you watching at home, our next panel, exploring the international connections between domestic violent extremist groups, will begin at 2:25 with our program director, Carrie Cordero. And please join us for that panel here in about a half an hour. So thank you all.
What is a war game? If you're like most people, the term war game conjures up an image of a bunch of old men sitting around a map in their military uniforms, pushing around little ships and tanks. But the definition of war game is much more expansive than that. A war game can take many forms, but at its core, it includes three things: people making decisions that have consequences. Games are best for examining how humans make decisions about complex issues and for stress testing concepts against a thinking adversary. Certain sticky issues that interest the Department of Defense, for example, the potential for nuclear escalation in the middle of a war, are good opportunities to leverage gaming. When done well, these games can lead to even deeper insights than traditional research methods would alone. And so war games are traditionally used for two purposes: analytic games and educational games. Educational games offer sort of an experiential learning opportunity for players, allowing them to better grasp very complex topics by forcing them to kind of grapple with trade-offs and the consequences of their actions. On the other side, analytic games allow researchers to explore complex questions, to test hypotheses, or to develop new operational concepts by, again, putting controlled pressure on the participants and seeing where they take things. The Gaming Lab at the Center for a New American Security runs games just like this as part of the CNAS Defense Program's research agenda. And recently, the Gaming Lab ran a game with the U.S. House Select Committee on U.S.-China competition. It's a bipartisan committee that kind of takes a holistic look at how the U.S. can mitigate threats posed by the Chinese Communist Party today. So to supplement the many hearings that the committee's been doing, Chairman Mike Gallagher invited CNAS to run a tabletop exercise, which is a particular type of war game, looking at a fictional scenario in which China had invaded Taiwan. So representatives played in the game themselves. They played as advisors to the president, making key military and economic decisions about the strategy. And it was a great opportunity for collective learning and exploration among the very decision makers that are driving the discussion on US-China competition today. In that, it allowed the representatives to test assumptions that they have about how a war like that would play out, and to identify gaps in current US readiness for such a war. So, armed with the lessons learned from the game, the members published their 10 for Taiwan, which was a list of 10 recommendations so that the US can prevent such a war from ever happening by strengthening deterrence. Many of those recommendations were insights that flowed from the game, such as the need to develop deep stockpiles of long-range munitions and the need for a distributed and resilient posture in the Pacific. The CNAS Gaming Lab is extremely grateful for the opportunity to work with the committee to advance measures to strengthen deterrence and U.S. national security, and the exercise was a great opportunity to show how gaming can be a powerful tool for policy analysis and how it can lead to great actionable policy to strengthen U.S. national security.
My name is Sam Howell. I'm a research assistant with the Technology and National Security Program at CNAS, and I'm here to tell you why you should be paying attention to the global race to develop quantum technologies. Quantum information science uses the laws of quantum physics, which describes the properties of nature on a tiny scale, to advance the processing, analysis, and transmission of information. There are three subsets of quantum technologies: quantum computing, quantum sensing, and quantum communications. Establishing U.S. leadership in quantum ranks among the Biden administration's highest national security priorities, because quantum technologies promise to transform almost any industry dependent on speed and processing power, from aerospace and automotive to finance and pharmaceuticals. Quantum technology will enable machines to solve problems beyond the capacity of current generation computers and are inherently dual use, meaning they can be applied to both military and civilian contexts. Quantum technologies have already been used to enhance the U.S. military's position, navigation, and timing capabilities, drug design and discovery, financial fraud detection, and port logistics optimization. The potential strategic advantages of quantum technologies are numerous and significant. Quantum-enabled countries could crack an adversary's encryption methods, build unbreakable quantum communications networks, and develop the world's most precise sensors. The first country to operationalize quantum technologies will gain the ability to threaten adversaries' corporate, military, and government infrastructure faster than the adversary can establish effective defenses. Quantum technologies also carry immense potential market value, with quantum computing alone expected to reach a global market value of $1 trillion by 2035. The first country to commercialize quantum will have an upper hand in establishing market dominance, developing quantum governance models, and pursuing novel quantum applications. Because quantum is an enabling technology, advancement in quantum could also catalyze a series of disruptive innovations in other profitable technology areas, such as AI and machine learning. The United States currently leads in the development of quantum computing and quantum sensing capabilities, but China leads in the development of quantum communications and holds the highest number of quantum technology patents. Quantum researchers in China also claim to have an algorithm capable of breaking public key encryption years before anyone expected. Lots of experts question the accuracy of this claim, but true or not, the announcement serves as a reminder that surprising quantum breakthroughs are possible in the near term. It's time for the United States to do more to secure its advantages in quantum technology. This means investing in workforce development, cooperating with key allies like the Netherlands, Australia, and Finland, and carefully studying the utility of economic tools like export controls and outbound investment regimes to safeguard sensitive quantum components and know-how. Significant technical hurdles continue to slow progress toward a world in which quantum technologies upend traditional understandings of national security, economic prosperity, and everyday life. But the U.S. cannot wait to reaffirm its position as a quantum technology leader. The quantum race is one the U.S. cannot afford to lose.
The People's Bank of China, China's central bank, is developing the digital yuan, the first digital version of a fiat currency from a major economy. The digital yuan will likely strengthen the Chinese Communist Party's domestic digital authoritarianism. As countries look for models to manage central bank money, Beijing's digital yuan will bring about new standards in the global financial system that risk privacy and governance principles. So far, we know that the digital yuan system will have a two-tier structure, with the central bank managing the back end and state banks and private companies facilitating everyday transactions. It will not be blockchain-based. The most groundbreaking and alarming feature of the digital yuan is controllable anonymity, which allows China's central bank to see nearly all real-time transactions. China's central bank wants to harness the market share and technological innovation of private firms and gain direct access to Chinese consumers' financial data. It aims to shape monetary policy, monitor illegal activity, and curb corruption. The Chinese Communist Party will likely leverage the system to surveil Chinese citizens. The digital yuan system would make it easier for the party to cut off financial access of any individual. Pilot tests have been underway since mid-2020. If successful, China may gain an edge over the United States in financial technology innovation. China will make the digital yuan available for wider use during the Beijing Winter Olympics in February 2022. U.S. policymakers must address the digital yuan's potential to further Beijing's coercive power and influence in the global financial system. America must adapt to the evolving payments space, counter the digital yuan's threats to political and economic liberty, and ensure that innovation in financial technology does not advance China's digital authoritarianism.
What is a war game? If you're like most people, the term war game conjures up an image of a bunch of old men sitting around a map in their military uniforms, pushing around little ships and tanks. But the definition of war game is much more expansive than that. A war game can take many forms, but at its core, it includes three things: people making decisions that have consequences. Games are best for examining how humans make decisions about complex issues and for stress testing concepts against a thinking adversary. Certain sticky issues that interest the Department of Defense, for example, the potential for nuclear escalation in the middle of a war, are good opportunities to leverage gaming. When done well, these games can lead to even deeper insights than traditional research methods would alone. And so war games are traditionally used for two purposes: analytic games and educational games. Educational games offer sort of an experiential learning opportunity for players, allowing them to better grasp very complex topics by forcing them to kind of grapple with trade-offs and the consequences of their actions. On the other side, analytic games allow researchers to explore complex questions, to test hypotheses, or to develop new operational concepts by, again, putting controlled pressure on the participants and seeing where they take things. The Gaming Lab at the Center for New American Security runs games just like this as part of the CNAS Defense Program's research agenda. And recently, the Gaming Lab ran a game with the U.S. House Select Committee on U.S.-China competition. It's a bipartisan committee that kind of takes a holistic look at how the U.S. can mitigate threats posed by the Chinese Communist Party today. So to supplement the many hearings that the committee's been doing, Chairman Mike Gallagher invited CNAS to run a tabletop exercise, which is a particular type of war game, looking at a fictional scenario in which China had invaded Taiwan. So representatives played in the game themselves. They played as advisors to the president, making key military and economic decisions about the strategy. And it was a great opportunity for collective learning and exploration among the very decision makers that are driving the discussion on U.S.-China competition today. In that, it allowed the representatives to test assumptions that they have about how a war like that would play out, and to identify gaps in current U.S. readiness for such a war. So, armed with the lessons learned from the game, the members published their 10 for Taiwan, which was a list of 10 recommendations so that the U.S. can prevent such a war from ever happening by strengthening deterrence. Many of those recommendations were insights that flowed from the game, such as the need to develop deep stockpiles of long-range munitions and the need for a distributed and resilient posture in the Pacific. The CNAS Gaming Lab is extremely grateful for the opportunity to work with the committee to advance measures to strengthen deterrence and U.S. national security, and the exercise was a great opportunity to show how gaming can be a powerful tool for policy analysis and how it can lead to great actionable policy to strengthen U.S. national security.
My name is Sam Howell. I'm a research assistant with the Technology and National Security Program at CNAS, and I'm here to tell you why you should be paying attention to the global race to develop quantum technologies. Quantum information science uses the laws of quantum physics, which describes the properties of nature on a tiny scale, to advance the processing, analysis, and transmission of information. There are three subsets of quantum technologies: quantum computing, quantum sensing, and quantum communications. Establishing U.S. leadership in quantum ranks among the Biden administration's highest national security priorities because quantum technologies promise to transform almost any industry dependent on speed and processing power, from aerospace and automotive to finance and pharmaceuticals. Quantum technology will enable machines to solve problems beyond the capacity of current generation computers and are inherently dual use, meaning they can be applied to both military and civilian contexts. Quantum technologies have already been used to enhance the US military's position, navigation, and timing capabilities, drug design and discovery, financial fraud detection, and port logistics optimization. The potential strategic advantages of quantum technologies are numerous and significant. Quantum-enabled countries could crack an adversary's encryption methods, build unbreakable quantum communications networks, and develop the world's most precise sensors. The first country to operationalize quantum technologies will gain the ability to threaten adversaries' corporate, military, and government infrastructure faster than the adversary can establish effective defenses. Quantum technologies also carry immense potential market value, with quantum computing alone expected to reach a global market value of $1 trillion by 2035. The first country to commercialize quantum will have an upper hand in establishing market dominance, developing quantum governance models, and pursuing novel quantum applications. Because quantum is an enabling technology, advancement in quantum could also catalyze a series of disruptive innovations in other profitable technology areas, such as AI and machine learning. The United States currently leads in the development of quantum computing and quantum sensing capabilities, but China leads in the development of quantum communications and holds the highest number of quantum technology patents. Quantum researchers in China also claim to have an algorithm capable of breaking public key encryption years before anyone expected. Lots of experts question the accuracy of this claim, but true or not, the announcement serves as a reminder that surprising quantum breakthroughs are possible in the near term. It's time for the United States to do more to secure its advantages in quantum technology. This means investing in workforce development, cooperating with key allies like the Netherlands, Australia, and Finland, and carefully studying the utility of economic tools like export controls and outbound investment regimes to safeguard sensitive quantum components and know-how. Significant technical hurdles continue to slow progress toward a world in which quantum technologies upend traditional understandings of national security, economic prosperity, and everyday life. But the US cannot wait to reaffirm its position as a quantum technology leader. The quantum race is one the US cannot afford to lose.
The People's Bank of China, China's central bank, is developing the digital yuan, the first digital version of a fiat currency from a major economy. The digital yuan will likely strengthen the Chinese Communist Party's domestic digital authoritarianism. As countries look for models to manage central bank money, Beijing's digital yuan will bring about new standards in the global financial system that risk privacy and governance principles. So far, we know that the digital yuan system will have a two-tier structure, with the central bank managing the back end and state banks and private companies facilitating everyday transactions. It will not be blockchain-based. The most groundbreaking and alarming feature of the digital yuan is controllable anonymity, which allows China's central bank to see nearly all real-time transactions. China's central bank wants to harness the market share and technological innovation of private firms and gain direct access to Chinese consumers' financial data. It aims to shape monetary policy, monitor illegal activity, and curb corruption. The Chinese Communist Party will likely leverage the system to surveil Chinese citizens. The digital yuan system would make it easier for the party to cut off financial access of any individual. Pilot tests have been underway since mid-2020. If successful, China may gain an edge over the United States in financial technology innovation. China will make the digital yuan available for wider use during the Beijing Winter Olympics in February 2022. U.S. policymakers must address the digital yuan's potential to further Beijing's coercive power and influence in the global financial system. America must adapt to the evolving payments space, counter the digital yuan's threats to political and economic liberty, and ensure that innovation in financial technology does not advance China's digital authoritarianism.
What is a war game? If you're like most people, the term war game conjures up an image of a bunch of old men sitting around a map in their military uniforms, pushing around little ships and tanks. But the definition of war game is much more expansive than that. A war game can take many forms, but at its core, it includes three things: people making decisions that have consequences. Games are best for examining how humans make decisions about complex issues and for stress testing concepts against a thinking adversary. Certain sticky issues that interest the Department of Defense, for example, the potential for nuclear escalation in the middle of a war, are good opportunities to leverage gaming. When done well, these games can lead to even deeper insights than traditional research methods would alone. And so war games are traditionally used for two purposes: analytic games and educational games. Educational games offer sort of an experiential learning opportunity for players, allowing them to better grasp very complex topics by forcing them to kind of grapple with trade-offs and the consequences of their actions. On the other side, analytic games allow researchers to explore complex questions, to test hypotheses, or to develop new operational concepts by, again, putting controlled pressure on the participants and seeing where they take things. The Gaming Lab at the Center for a New American Security runs games just like this as part of the CNAS Defense Program's research agenda. And recently, the Gaming Lab ran a game with the U.S. House Select Committee on U.S.-China competition. It's a bipartisan committee that kind of takes a holistic look at how the U.S. can mitigate threats posed by the Chinese Communist Party today. So to supplement the many hearings that the committee's been doing, Chairman Mike Gallagher invited CNAS to run a tabletop exercise, which is a particular type of war game, looking at a fictional scenario in which China had invaded Taiwan. So representatives played in the game themselves. They played as advisors to the president, making key military and economic decisions about the strategy. And it was a great opportunity for collective learning and exploration among the very decision makers that are driving the discussion on US-China competition today. In that, it allowed the representatives to test assumptions that they have about how a war like that would play out, and to identify gaps in current US readiness for such a war. So, armed with the lessons learned from the game, the members published their 10 for Taiwan, which was a list of 10 recommendations so that the US can prevent such a war from ever happening by strengthening deterrence. Many of those recommendations were insights that flowed from the game, such as the need to develop deep stockpiles of long-range munitions and the need for a distributed and resilient posture in the Pacific. The CNAS Gaming Lab is extremely grateful for the opportunity to work with the committee to advance measures to strengthen deterrence and US national security, and the exercise was a great opportunity to show how gaming can be a powerful tool for policy analysis and how it can lead to great actionable policy to strengthen US national security.
My name is Sam Howell. I'm a research assistant with the Technology and National Security Program at CNAS, and I'm here to tell you why you should be paying attention to the global race to develop quantum technologies. Quantum information science uses the laws of quantum physics, which describes the properties of nature on a tiny scale, to advance the processing, analysis, and transmission of information. There are 3 subsets of quantum technologies: quantum computing, quantum sensing, and quantum communications. Establishing US leadership in quantum ranks among the Biden administration's highest national security priorities, because quantum technologies promise to transform almost any industry dependent on speed and processing power, from aerospace and automotive to finance and pharmaceuticals. Quantum technology will enable machines to solve problems beyond the capacity of current generation computers and are inherently dual use, meaning they can be applied to both military and civilian contexts. Quantum technologies have already been used to enhance the US military's position, navigation, and timing capabilities, drug design and discovery, financial fraud detection, and port logistics optimization. The potential strategic advantages of quantum technologies are numerous and significant. Quantum-enabled countries could crack an adversary's encryption methods, build unbreakable quantum communications networks, and develop the world's most precise sensors. The first country to operationalize quantum technologies will gain the ability to threaten adversaries' corporate, military, and government infrastructure faster than the adversary can establish effective defenses. Quantum technologies also carry immense potential market value, with quantum computing alone expected to reach a global market value of $1 trillion by 2035. The first country to commercialize quantum will have an upper hand in establishing market dominance, developing quantum governance models, and pursuing novel quantum applications. Because quantum is an enabling technology, advancement in quantum could also catalyze a series of disruptive innovations in other profitable technology areas, such as AI and machine learning. The United States currently leads in the development of quantum computing and quantum sensing capabilities, but China leads in the development of quantum communications and holds the highest number of quantum technology patents. Quantum researchers in China also claim to have an algorithm capable of breaking public key encryption years before anyone expected. Lots of experts question the accuracy of this claim, but true or not, the announcement serves as a reminder that surprising quantum breakthroughs are possible in the near term. It's time for the United States to do more to secure its advantages in quantum technology. This means investing in workforce development, cooperating with key allies like the Netherlands, Australia, and Finland, and carefully studying the utility of economic tools like export controls and outbound investment regimes to safeguard sensitive quantum components and know-how. Significant technical hurdles continue to slow progress toward a world in which quantum technologies upend traditional understandings of national security, economic prosperity, and everyday life. But the US cannot wait to reaffirm its position as a quantum technology leader. The quantum race is one the US cannot afford to lose.
The People's Bank of China, China's central bank, is developing the digital yuan, the first digital version of a fiat currency from a major economy. The digital yuan will likely strengthen the Chinese Communist Party's domestic digital authoritarianism. As countries look for models to manage central bank money, Beijing's digital yuan will bring about new standards in the global financial system that risk privacy and governance principles. So far, we know that the digital yuan system will have a two-tier structure, with the central bank managing the back end and state banks and private companies facilitating everyday transactions. It will not be blockchain-based. The most groundbreaking and alarming feature of the digital yuan is controllable anonymity, which allows China's central bank to see nearly all real-time transactions. China's central bank wants to harness the market share and technological innovation of private firms and gain direct access to Chinese consumers' financial data. It aims to shape monetary policy, monitor illegal activity, and curb corruption. The Chinese Communist Party will likely leverage the system to surveil Chinese citizens. The digital yuan system would make it easier for the party to cut off financial access of any individual. Pilot tests have been underway since mid-2020. If successful, China may gain an edge over the United States in financial technology innovation. China will make the digital yuan available for wider use during the Beijing Winter Olympics in February 2022. U.S. policymakers must address the digital yuan's potential to further Beijing's coercive power and influence in the global financial system. America must adapt to the evolving payments space, counter the digital yuan's threats to political and economic liberty, and ensure that innovation in financial technology does not advance China's digital authoritarianism.
What is a war game? If you're like most people, the term war game conjures up an image of a bunch of old men sitting around a map in their military uniforms, pushing around little ships and tanks. But the definition of war game is much more expansive than that. A war game can take many forms, but at its core, it includes three things: people making decisions that have consequences. Games are best for examining how humans make decisions about complex issues and for stress testing concepts against a thinking adversary. Certain sticky issues that interest the Department of Defense, for example, the potential for nuclear escalation in the middle of a war, are good opportunities to leverage gaming. When done well, these games can lead to even deeper insights than traditional research methods would alone. And so war games are traditionally used for two purposes: analytic games and educational games. Educational games offer sort of an experiential learning opportunity for players, allowing them to better grasp very complex topics by forcing them to kind of grapple with trade-offs and the consequences of their actions. On the other side, analytic games allow researchers to explore complex questions, to test hypotheses, or to develop new operational concepts by, again, putting controlled pressure on the participants and seeing where they take things. The Gaming Lab at the Center for a New American Security runs games just like this as part of the CNAS Defense Program's research agenda. And recently, the Gaming Lab ran a game with the U.S. House Select Committee on U.S.-China competition. It's a bipartisan committee that kind of takes a holistic look at how the U.S. can mitigate threats posed by the Chinese Communist Party today. So to supplement the many hearings that the committee's been doing, Chairman Mike Gallagher invited CNAS to run a tabletop exercise, which is a particular type of war game, looking at a fictional scenario in which China had invaded Taiwan. So representatives played in the game themselves. They played as advisors to the president, making key military and economic decisions about the strategy. And it was a great opportunity for collective learning and exploration among the very decision makers that are driving the discussion on US-China competition today. In that, it allowed the representatives to test assumptions that they have about how a war like that would play out, and to identify gaps in current US readiness for such a war. So, armed with the lessons learned from the game, the members published their 10 for Taiwan, which was a list of 10 recommendations so that the US can prevent such a war from ever happening by strengthening deterrence. Many of those recommendations were insights that flowed from the game, such as the need to develop deep stockpiles of long-range munitions and the need for a distributed and resilient posture in the Pacific. The CNAS Gaming Lab is extremely grateful for the opportunity to work with the committee to advance measures to strengthen deterrence and U.S. national security, and the exercise was a great opportunity to show how gaming can be a powerful tool for policy analysis and how it can lead to great actionable policy to strengthen U.S. national security.
My name is Sam Howell. I'm a research assistant with the Technology and National Security Program at CNAS, and I'm here to tell you why you should be paying attention to the global race to develop quantum technologies. Quantum information science uses the laws of quantum physics, which describes the properties of nature on a tiny scale, to advance the processing, analysis, and transmission of information. There are three subsets of quantum technologies: quantum computing, quantum sensing, and quantum communications. Establishing U.S. leadership in quantum ranks among the Biden administration's highest national security priorities, because quantum technologies promise to transform almost any industry dependent on speed and processing power, from aerospace and automotive to finance and pharmaceuticals. Quantum technology will enable machines to solve problems beyond the capacity of current generation computers and are inherently dual use, meaning they can be applied to both military and civilian contexts. Quantum technologies have already been used to enhance the U.S. military's position, navigation, and timing capabilities, drug design and discovery, financial fraud detection, and port logistics optimization. The potential strategic advantages of quantum technologies are numerous and significant. Quantum-enabled countries could crack an adversary's encryption methods, build unbreakable quantum communications networks, and develop the world's most precise sensors. The first country to operationalize quantum technologies will gain the ability to threaten adversaries' corporate, military, and government infrastructure faster than the adversary can establish effective defenses. Quantum technologies also carry immense potential market value, with quantum computing alone expected to reach a global market value of $1 trillion by 2035. The first country to commercialize quantum will have an upper hand in establishing market dominance, developing quantum governance models, and pursuing novel quantum applications. Because quantum is an enabling technology, advancement in quantum could also catalyze a series of disruptive innovations in other profitable technology areas, such as AI and machine learning. The United States currently leads in the development of quantum computing and quantum sensing capabilities, but China leads in the development of quantum communications and holds the highest number of quantum technology patents. Quantum researchers in China also claim to have an algorithm capable of breaking public key encryption years before anyone expected. Lots of experts question the accuracy of this claim, but true or not, the announcement serves as a reminder that surprising quantum breakthroughs are possible in the near term. It's time for the United States to do more to secure its advantages in quantum technology. This means investing in workforce development, cooperating with key allies like the Netherlands, Australia, and Finland, and carefully studying the utility of economic tools like export controls and outbound investment regimes to safeguard sensitive quantum components and know-how. Significant technical hurdles continue to slow progress toward a world in which quantum technologies upend traditional understandings of national security, economic prosperity, and everyday life. But the US cannot wait to reaffirm its position as a quantum technology leader. The quantum race is one the US cannot afford to lose.
The People's Bank of China, China's central bank, is developing the digital yuan, the first digital version of a fiat currency from a major economy. The digital yuan will likely strengthen the Chinese Communist Party's domestic digital authoritarianism. As countries look for models to manage central bank money, Beijing's digital yuan will bring about new standards in the global financial system that risk privacy and governance principles. So far, we know that the digital yuan system will have a two-tier structure, with the central bank managing the back end and state banks and private companies facilitating everyday transactions. It will not be blockchain-based. The most groundbreaking and alarming feature of the digital yuan is controllable anonymity, which allows China's central bank to see nearly all real-time transactions. China's central bank wants to harness the market share and technological innovation of private firms and gain direct access to Chinese consumers' financial data. It aims to shape monetary policy, monitor illegal activity, and curb corruption. The Chinese Communist Party will likely leverage the system to surveil Chinese citizens. The digital yuan system would make it easier for the party to cut off financial access of any individual. Pilot tests have been underway since mid-2020. If successful, China may gain an edge over the United States in financial technology innovation. China will make the digital yuan available for wider use during the Beijing Winter Olympics in February 2022. U.S. policymakers must address the digital yuan's potential to further Beijing's coercive power and influence in the global financial system. America must adapt to the evolving payments space, counter the digital yuan's threats to political and economic liberty, and ensure that innovation in financial technology does not advance China's digital authoritarianism.
Thank you for joining us today for a conversation at the CNAS Annual Conference on the U.S. domestic terrorism threat environment and the transnational connections between groups that are engaged in domestic terrorism and domestic violent extremism. I'm Carrie Cordero, a senior fellow here at the Center for a New American Security. There is a long history in the U.S. of activities and ideologies that in today's lexicon goes by a few different descriptors. You'll hear me and the expert guests that I'm going to bring into the conversation in a few minutes discuss issues of domestic terrorism or politically motivated violence that's intended to intimidate populations and affect the politics and governments of particular countries. Something called REMV, which is racially or ethnically motivated violent extremism. IMVE, or ideologically motivated violent extremism. And then there are also groups that we think about in the domestic violent extremist realm that are anti-government or anti-establishment motivated violent extremism. In a few minutes, we're going to be joined by two additional experts on Canadian government national security. But first, I am thrilled to welcome to the CNAS Annual Conference Nick Rasmussen, who has a distinguished career in public service. Nick, welcome.
Thanks, Carrie. It's great to be here today.
Nick, I just want to give our audience a little bit of background on Nick's substantial history of public service. He currently serves in government as the DHS Counterterrorism Coordinator Task Force Director. In this new capacity, he reports to the Secretary of Homeland Security and is the department's most senior official charged with coordinating counterterrorism activities. Prior to his service at DHS, Nick previously had over 25 years of service in the U.S. government, including as the National Counterterrorism Center Director, NCTC Director, and served in posts across political administrations, including as Special Assistant to the President and Senior Director for Counterterrorism at the National Security Council, and also as Director of NCTC appointed by President Obama and continued into the Trump administration. Outside of government, he was also the inaugural Executive Director of the Global Internet Forum to Counter Terrorism, which is a nonprofit organization charged with preventing terrorists from exploiting the online environment, in addition to a number of academic posts. So the country is grateful that Nick Rasmussen is back in public service. And Nick, thanks so much for being here with us today to help us understand and unpack first what is the actual U.S. domestic threat landscape right now from a counterterrorism perspective, both domestic and international. And then I'd like us to talk a little bit about how that fits into the bigger global picture, which I know will be of interest to our CNAS audience. So with that, to start off our conversation, Nick, can you tell me where you're in your new role at DHS as the counterterrorism coordinator? Give us a little bit of a comparison to when you were serving as NCTC director. How has the domestic terrorism landscape changed since your service or in the last decade or so?
It's a great question, Carrie. And again, thank you for the kind welcome and introduction. I really do appreciate it. Your question is spot on. I would point to a pretty significant change in that last 3 to 5 to 7 years, the period of coverage that you're talking about, with the domestic violent extremism and domestic terrorism set of threats, I would argue, gaining preeminence in terms of our overall set of concerns related to homeland terrorism threats here in the United States. Again, if we had been talking 4 or 5 years ago, we certainly were not immune to those kinds of plots, those kinds of attacks, those kinds of incidents, but they were not at the front of our mind because we were dealing with a very, very significant set of terrorism threats tied to overseas foreign terrorist organizations or the ideologies or grievance narratives of our more traditional terrorist group adversaries. That, I wouldn't say that we've lost the latter and gained the former, but I think the balance has shifted pretty dramatically. If you think about the threat environment we face today, it's the domestic extremism set of threats that are greater in volume, in frequency, and even lethality in the current environment, and that's a source of deep concern.
So let's talk about a recent example in a new bulletin that recently was put out. There was a new DHS National Terrorism Advisory System bulletin, and maybe you can tell our audience a little bit about what the purpose of those is and who it goes out to. But it was released just a couple weeks ago, May 24th, and it mentioned that the Allen, Texas shooter, so just to give a frame of reference, because these types of shootings happen so often, but Allen, Texas was in May, and that was at the Outlet Mall in Allen, Texas. And the bulletin said that shooter had REMV, or racially and ethnically motivated violent extremism ideologies. How are you and your colleagues in government thinking and assessing these REMV motivations in connection with the proliferation of U.S. mass shootings?
So I'll start, Carrie, by answering your question about the actual vehicle we use to communicate the information you just described. Periodically, DHS issues these NTAS bulletins, and they're exactly as advertised. They're for the purpose of informing the public about how we, the department, and we, our intelligence community partners across the U.S. system, view the threat landscape here in the United States. And we've got, right now, we issue them on a 6-month basis. And so the last one was shortly before the holiday period last winter, and then we issued this one in May. And what we pointed to basically, Carrie, was a persistent threat environment in which individuals or small groups of individuals mostly attached to a domestic violent extremist narrative of one sort or another are our most significant threat that we face right now. And this DVE, domestic violent extremist threat population that I'm referring to, can be broken down further into various strands, one of those being, of course, what you just described, racially and ethnically motivated violent extremists. And there you would think of the string of attacks we've seen in recent years that have targeted either the Jewish American population or the African American population or the Asian American Pacific Islander community, or any of the different attacks where the underlying motive included, perhaps not exclusively, but included a grievance narrative or something based in racial hatred or discrimination. And that is unfortunately increasingly a feature of the threat landscape that we are seeing here in the United States. And to jump ahead to where I know you're taking the conversation eventually, it's got a transnational piece to it as well.
So So before we get to the transnational piece, and we're going to bring in our international partners as well, as we get into that aspect of things, Nick, tell me a little bit, when you were at NCTC, information sharing was a key component of what that organization was created to do.
Absolutely.
An enormous amount of developing a legal framework, developing policies, developing international partnerships, developing interagency coordination mechanisms, all in relation to international terrorism, was developed and honed and professionalized and really became a efficient and well-oiled machine over the course of the last 20 years. What do you see as the information sharing environment as it relates to domestic terrorism or domestic violent extremism? Because it seems to me it presents different challenges, different entities that are involved. How are you in your DHS capacity seeing the evolution of that information sharing environment?
I think you're onto something there, Carrie, because I think it took a lot of time, effort, and energy, but between DHS, NCTC, FBI, I thought we arrived at a pretty good place over the years in terms of creating a sharing relationship with our state and local partners around the country, making sure that we could share with those partners contextualized intelligence information that would allow states, municipalities, big cities to make decisions about their own security or to receive the kinds of warning and information that would allow them to take necessary protective steps. Internationally, we did the same in terms of creating an architecture for sharing information really, really broadly across the globe, and not just with our closest partners, but with an even wider array of partners around the globe. The domestic terrorism challenge, though, I think flips the dynamic a little bit in that I think we certainly at the federal level don't have all of the available information that would give us insight as to who are the individuals that may engage in the kinds of attacks that we were talking about just a minute ago. It's just as likely, in my judgment, it's just as likely now that an individual who is potentially an offender or an attacker of the sort that we were talking about a minute ago might come to the attention of a local community or local law enforcement before they would come to the attention of federal law enforcement authorities. So I certainly think that the information sharing challenge is harder than ever because it needs to be much more of a two-way conversation than it perhaps was in the early years after 9/11.
And so our international partners that in the past, again, the conversation has primarily been focused on international terrorism of the Al-Qaeda and ISIS and their progeny related. Are they now, as we widen the lens to sort of bring in this transnational aspect of things and the global coordination on it, are our international partners, our Five Eyes partners, now becoming more interested and engaged in working with you and your colleagues in the federal government as it relates to what we would describe as domestic violent extremist groups?
The short answer is yes, whereas I think, again, hearkening back to 4 or 5 years ago when I was director of the NCTC, I would sit down with a set of foreign counterparts, and this particular topic that we're talking about would not have featured in our conversation, or it might have been mentioned purely in passing. Now I would argue it is, if not the number one issue on the agenda, it is certainly front and center on the agenda. And it's because of what I alluded to a couple of minutes ago. The underlying ideology, grievance narrative, whatever you want to call it, that animates some of these domestic violent extremists, particularly the racially and ethnically motivated violent extremists, that underlying ideology or belief system is not geographically limited to the United States. It can be found in lots of different countries around the world. Some of the same conspiracy theories, some of the same, as I say, narratives that point to, for example, great replacement theory or the white race somehow being supplanted in its preeminence. These are not unique to America or to the United States. Our friends abroad are seeing these as well, and it just heightens the requirement or creates an imperative for us to do more information sharing with our partners as we confront these issues.
Nick, one last, just to follow up on that before we bring in the rest of our panel here. Do you, when you were talking with our friends and allies around the world, our partners in information sharing and intelligence gathering, do they perceive that much of the radicalization or the inspiration, do they perceive it as coming from the United States? Or is this sort of generally recognized as each country having its own variation or issue of it? Is the U.S. sort of viewed as proliferating radicalization of individuals and extremist groups abroad?
Well, I guess I'll just say this. One of the unfortunate realities of this particular slice of the terrorism and violent extremism problem is that individuals who carry out these horrific attacks become sources of inspiration for other people around the globe who share the same belief system. And I would argue that too often these individuals are Americans who've carried out these horrific attacks, some of which I alluded to earlier, and then their names, their belief systems show up in the writings or utterances of attackers who engage in that kind of activity overseas. So I don't want to put a number on it or anything. I can't quantify it, but unfortunately it happens far too often where Americans or people in the United States who've carried out these horrific events or attacks do serve as inspiration and contribute to radicalization in other parts of the world.
Thanks for that. Okay, I want to bring in Nick. Thanks for that overview and that introduction to how the U.S. and our partners are thinking about these issues. I want to now bring into the conversation two of our Canadian government experts and Canadian national security experts. So we will be joined here by Leslie Soper, who is the Director General for National Security Policy at Public Safety Canada. For our audience, that is an organization similar to our Department of Homeland Security. Leslie Soper is responsible for community-wide policy development on a wide range of national security issues in Canada, including transparency and review, research security, lawful access, and tools to counter violent extremism. And she has spent her entire career working in the area of security and intelligence policy, border law enforcement, and migration. So Leslie, thank you so much for being here with us today. I'm going to come back to you in 1 second. I want to first also introduce to our viewers Professor Stephanie Carvin, who is a professor of international relations at Carleton University. Her research interests are in the area of international and national security and technology. And she is the author of a new book called Stand on Guard, Reassessing Threats to Canada's National Security. She also has prior Canadian government experience as a practitioner and as an intelligence analyst. So Stephanie, welcome to the CNAS annual conference as well. Leslie Soper, I want to bring you into the conversation. Nick Rasmussen was just describing sort of how the U.S. just in the last few years has, I won't say shifted, but definitely expanded its attention to domestic violent extremism and these groups. On your side of the border, what are the steps and policies that Canada's public safety is taking to address these similar types of issues that you are seeing?
Thank you for having me here. I think there's a number of places I'd want to start on that. Canada's been very aware of what we term ideologically motivated violent extremism as being a predominant form of violent extremism occurring within the Canadian landscape. Just a bit of background, since 2014, we've had attacks that have killed 26 people, wounded 46 others in 7 separate events that we would term IMVE. So this has been a top of mind issue within our political environment. And there's been a lot of thinking over the last, I would say the last 5 to 6 years about how do we disambiguate the types of trends that we're seeing in this environment. And to put a fine point on what are we talking about when we say ideologically motivated violent extremism, we're really talking about people who are motivated in whole or in part by xenophobia, racism, anti-authority sentiment, violent misogyny, anti-LGBTQ ideologies. But it's really, what we've come to understand about this particular outlook is that it can be drawing from a wide range of grievances and ideas from across political spectrum. And it's animated, of course, by technology, and to our discussion today, its transnationalism is driven by communities of understanding that go on in the internet spaces, that could be driven by online gaming environments, to YouTube channels, to many other commons where like-minded individuals gather and exchange ideas. So to Nick's point, I think we've been looking at how we look at questions about so-called lone wolfism. How do we look at how individuals are being galvanized by other international events, so the Christchurch events, or our own events in Canada, London anti-Islamic attack, the mosque attack in Quebec City, as good examples. How these become events that then further propel ideologically driven individuals to engage in further acts. So just to land on your point, what are we doing? I think our Parliament has recently studied the issue in great detail, has brought forward 33 recommendations, everything from a social health focused approach to prevention, through to ways we can better collaborate domestically with law enforcement and across transnational boundaries to improve the interdicting, identifying early, putting in place the right prevention mechanisms. No surprise, in the Canadian context, people see this issue strongly linked with how do we better manage the internet commons, and what steps can be taken to reduce the number of people that consume violent and what we call lawful but awful content online, and then are driven towards acts of violence pursuant to that radicalization process.
Well, thanks. That gives me a great opportunity to bring Stephanie Carvin into the conversation. Stephanie, you've been researching and thinking and writing about these issues as it relates to Canadian national security throughout your career. Can you talk to us about where do you see the trend in violent extremism in Canada going? And can you put into context for our audience the events in Ottawa in February of 2022, or what's known as the trucker convoy or the freedom convoy? How does that fit into this picture? Leslie Soper gave a couple different examples of violent activity, but one of the things that we all saw were these was the freedom convoy. So can you kind of put that in context for us?
Sure. And I just want to thank you so much for having me here today and being on this great panel. I do want to start by saying, Leslie started off, was describing one of the incidents that happened. The London attack was 2 years ago today. It killed a Muslim family, 4 members of a Muslim family, one critically injured survivor. And it was just an awful attack with vehicles, and very much inspired by the transnational ideologies that we're talking about. But I think that, to your point, one of the things that I think we're trying to grapple with is when it comes to tools and mechanisms, is that a lot of the things that we're seeing in Canada, where does it fit? And the convoy is a good example of this, right? So it kind of falls into what I think we're seeing our authorities describe as ideologically motivated violent criminality. Right. So things that might fall below the threshold of national security, but there is that connection to national security threats, usually through that ideology. So only a small number of people might actually be engaging in violent extremism, but kind of swimming in that pool of that ideologically motivated violent criminality that we saw in the convoy. So getting to the convoy, yeah, that was a whole thing, to put it mildly, but it didn't come out of nowhere, right? It's something that I think we saw build in Canada, and this might tell a useful story for the audience in terms of our connections transnationally and some of the ideas that I think informed that movement. Form might be the wrong word, but you get my drift. So really the origins of that movement go back to 2014, 2015, when we started seeing large numbers of refugees coming to Syria, and simultaneously the rise of the alt-right, which was inspired really by two different movements. And first of all, the kind of European, they have Pegida, the patriotic Europeans Against Islamization of the West. That's the acronym's Pegida. And we saw chapters show up here in Canada. We saw chapters of the Soldiers of Odin, which was a Finnish far-right movement, show up as well. So there is definitely that kind of European connection. And at the same time, we also started to see, with all respect, the candidacy of Donald Trump, who normalized hate speech in a way that I think hadn't really been kind of platformed or normalized before. And that had an almost immediate effect, I think, not just in the United States, but also in Canada as well. And what we saw then was this kind of anti-immigration movement that kind of was rooted in Leslie talked about the way we think about IMVE. We talk about it through xenophobia. We talk about it through gender-based violence, but also through anti-authority movements. And I think that this kind of grievance pot, if you will, has constantly tried to reframe its grievances over different things. So it went up against, for example, there was the Yellow Vest movement in France, which was about the cost of living, got taken up by kind of far-right extremists. Sorry, my dog has views on this apparently because someone's at my door. Max, sorry. Okay, there's nothing I can do, but my dog has been radicalized. My apologies.
I'm going to pause you there for a second.
But just to finish up, it went basically from, we saw the kind of Yellow Vest movement get hijacked in Canada, which turned into an anti-globalization movement, which became part of the anti-lockdown movement, which then became the convoy, right? These guys are always trying to reframe their grievances around something to try and catch public attention. So I apologize for the long answer and my dog.
No, that's great. Thank you, Stephanie. So I'm going to pick up on a particular, all sorts of things I want to ask you all, but I want to pick up on one thread that you just mentioned, Stephanie, and I'm going to come back to Nick to start with this. You mentioned migration. And I was recently overseas at a conference hosted by the International Institute of Justice that included many European partners, Interpol, Europol, many of our European security partners. And one of the issues that came up amongst that community was the effect of migration, as different parts of the world have experienced it as part of a motivating factor to that type of racial or ethnically motivated violent extremism. Nick, can you weigh in? You're at DHS now, which also has a substantial border security immigration component to its operations, as we all know. Are you seeing any intersection from your perspective on the U.S. side between some of the either mass shootings or acts of violence that we think have this sort of ideological basis that are rooted in anti-migration or that type of influence?
I think you're exactly right, Carrie, because I think one of the things that kind of features in the grievance narratives that both Leslie and Stephanie talked about is this sense that the white community is somehow being shoved aside or supplanted in terms of its preeminence in our society and even globally. And that's happening not because of other white people, that's happening because of brown, black, and yellow people who are migrating to our country. And so that can just be a grievance narrative, or it can be posed in existential terms. And if it's posed in existential terms, then it becomes something that is viewed as an actual threat. And again, if you carry the ideological progression forward in the way that Stephanie was describing, violence ultimately becomes not only justified, but mandated if you're going to defend against this existential threat. And again, this is one of the set of themes I just described is very transnational in nature. You could have the same conversation in a dozen different countries around the world. The particular sources of migration might differ. How much or how fast it's happening might differ, but it's the same underlying narrative. And that's why that narrative has appeal when it travels around the online environment in the way that Leslie was describing.
And Leslie, do you have a thought as well how Public Safety Canada is looking at the intersection between migration issues to the extent that you have them and violent extremism?
Yeah, for sure. I think the xenophobic character of some of the ideological sort of underpinnings for different groups is clearly there, and it presents for us. I think it's the broader social cohesion challenge. I think that we've been looking at. It's equally about. There's a lot of dimensions to this issue. I think there's concern, perhaps, that in the world of social media, that political groups that are interested in dividing political views are overemphasizing issues that undermine social cohesion, which again feeds ideological narratives that are supportive to sort of extremist views. So there's a lot of different fronts, is what I would say, that we need to address issues on. One might be helping prepare Canadians to be more resilient in the face of misinformation that's being communicated to them. Equally, sort of recognizing what sort of consumption people are engaged in online that is giving rise to radicalization to violence, and getting that into the hands of first responders and medical practitioners and people who are doing frontline social services to sort of identify the types of people that are vulnerable to these types of ideologies. At the end of the day, it's a really problematic issue, I think, for both our jurisdictions in the sense of the lawful but awful is a very challenging space to regulate, to control in any way without, running contrary to our freedoms and liberties, which in Canada are enshrined through the Charter. And so there's been much thought to how we can work across civil society to engage in questions around resilience in that space. We've always had a very strong push, as has the U.S., on integration for incoming groups into Canadian society. I think that more needs to be done in that space to sort of build whole of society acceptance around levels of immigration within our societies. So these aren't disconnected issues. There is sort of a whole of government, whole of society sort of responses that really will help in that very specific pointy battle that we're taking in the countering violent extremism space.
So I appreciate you, Leslie, bringing into sort of the societal piece of it and the interactions that government, you're in a government role, Nick is in a government role, interaction that governments have with communities, because it actually gives me an opportunity to press both Nick and Stephanie a little bit on some comments that they've made with respect to the different approach that governments might take as they're looking at this current iteration of violent extremism. And let me just unpack explain a little bit what I'm getting at, and then I'm going to come maybe to Stephanie first and then to Nick. One of the things that I've heard both of you talk about is the need for, I think Stephanie has put this as the need for less of a security frame in addressing the current challenges. And I think the word that you've used, Stephanie, in your writing and speaking has been that we need less of a security frame and more of an empathy frame. Nick, in some comments, I think you were maybe at GW. I heard you talk a little bit about the outreach that you and your colleagues are doing with communities, and that the U.S. national security and homeland security establishment is moving away from the CVE, or the countering violent extremism framework, to more of I'll let you describe it, but more of an engagement. But it's a different approach. It sounds a little bit softer to me. It sounds more collaborative with communities. And I want to push both of you on it a little bit because as a old counterterrorism lawyer myself of the prior generation of terrorism threats, when we were talking about the Al-Qaeda threat, we were talking about the ISIS threat, we certainly weren't talking, and when I say we, from the U.S. government perspective, we weren't talking about empathy, and we weren't talking about understanding and community. So, Stephanie, I'm going to come to you first. Why, in this context, when we're looking at this different nature of domestic radicalization that then leads to potentially violence, why is empathy the path as opposed to more of a just collect intelligence, investigate, disrupt, and try to cut off those particular activities?
So, I think a lot of the solutions put forward in all kinds of counterterrorism, old and the new, if we want to use those terms, and I think we can, not just with like far right, but like really kind of empathy with victims, empathy with communities who have these people in their midst, and trying to figure out and not demonizing them in certain ways. Certainly that with the case with say Al-Qaeda or what we call in Canada Daesh, or in Islamic state-inspired extremism. But in this context, it's interesting because, the convoy came out and there were legitimate grievances in that movement, right? I mean, Canada, unlike the United States, underwent severe lockdowns, right? We were on like lockdown number 4, I think, at that point. I mean, I remember by February 2022, I just wanted to buy running shoes. I was just desperate to buy running shoes. I mean, all our malls were still closed. So, I mean, there were people who were suffering, who were hard hit up by what was going on. And I think, first of all, trying to understand, like drawing lines between, okay, well, what is, where can we like draw some kind of understanding, but like things like, white replacement theory is not really the kind of thing you can necessarily have empathy with. So being careful with that. But I think also the kinds of remedies, and Canada in some ways does have different remedies. We have something called peace bonds, which are kind of a halfway house between an arrest and doing nothing. It's basically a kind of restraining order, really, that requires an individual to do certain things like go to therapy, stay off the internet, do these kinds of tactics, which I think are very useful in the Canadian space. They are not unproblematic legally, but as a tool, they have been pretty useful. And the other thing we've spent a lot of money and time on are these kind of I'm going to call them de-radicalization centers. I mean, Leslie, you probably have the better term for them than I do, but we have these kind of circles, these centers that have been set up in several provinces that focus on kind of a holistic approach that can also be individualized for people who enter these programs to try and get them to at least disengage from these kind of violent movements. And I've been doing interviews with my colleague, Amrinath Singham. These centers were originally set up for Al-Qaeda and Islamic State-inspired extremism. They're now at least minimum 75% ideologically motivated violent extremism individuals. And the idea is to try and help find them pathways out of this to get if they need mental health care, they can get the mental health care. If they need career coaching, they can get jobs. If they need, just to kind of get their lives together, these have been very useful. And I think that Canada has actually put forward a pretty good model. I think we need more of them. And certainly it's not going to solve everything, but there are certain tools in the toolkit that I think are useful. And the last thing I would put out there is, there are a number of good community organizations that are doing work in this space, whether it's helping affected communities find resilience, challenging these kind of views on the ground and things like this. So it's not all law enforcement, it's not all government. Sometimes it's just doing homework and trying to figure out, okay, who's already in the community, who has a good idea and feel of what's happening, and how can we empower that community group to do more on the ground to help, provide better safe spaces, or express empathy. And when these kind of incidents happen, and the last thing I'll say, Barbara Perry, who's at University of Ontario No, they keep
Ontario Tech University.
Ontario Tech University. They keep changing the name. I'm sorry. She actually wrote, she did research, and she found one of the most effective things that you can do when these attacks happen is large shows of solidarity, meaningful shows of solidarity around victims to show that, these are our norms, these are our values, and help make the communities feel safe. That's another empathy thing that I think we can do to try and counter this.
Okay, great. Well, that's a helpful explanation. Nick, let me come to you.
Sure.
As you know, when we were fighting Al-Qaeda and ISIS, we definitely were not interested in creating safe spaces. So help me understand how, from a security perspective, you are reorienting the U.S. government's approach to deal with this different type of domestic threat.
So 2 points. First of all, I don't think there will ever not be a place for strong, good intelligence work and strong, good law enforcement work in helping us deal with threats posed by any form of violent extremism, the current forms of domestic violent extremism we're seeing, or the earlier phases tied, Carrie, as you suggest, to Al-Qaeda or the Islamic State. I would argue that the evolution in our approach on prevention, some of which Leslie talked about a minute ago, is not tied to the particular phase of where we are in the fight against terrorism or extremism. It's tied to just lessons learned, and we've learned what works better and what doesn't work so well. And what we've learned doesn't work so well is when you come to communities and say to them, we're really concerned about you because your young people are the problem, and your young people are at risk, and your young people need our help to make sure they don't become extremists or terrorists. There's no way to do that conversation, Carrie, without securitizing it, without making it seem like you're there with your badge in hand, trying to make sure that someone doesn't violate the law or catch somebody if they have violated the law. The alternative approach is to approach communities from a perspective that says there are risk factors that affect every community or that are present in every community. How do we build on the protective strength factors that exist in your community so that young people in your community are more resilient, to use the phrase that Leslie used earlier, are more resilient to these influences, whether in the online space or from peer groups or from other places. And we can find pathways to not disrupt, but to off-ramp or get somebody off of a path that might ultimately lead to a violent outcome. If that happens without law enforcement ever being involved, we're all better off, way better off. Now, to do that, to deliver that outcome, though, you need a wide-ranging set of disciplines involved. You need the mental health profession, you need the social services profession, you need educators, you need faith leaders. I could go on and on and on. That is a whole of society, again, to steal Leslie's term, a whole of society problem. It's also hard to measure effectiveness in this space. You don't know how many people you prevented from going down this path, but from my perspective, it's the only pathway that really, really gives us any hope of blunting these extremist forces. If you engage with communities in their own spaces, on their own terms, and treating them as partners rather than as suspect communities.
Okay, I appreciate that, Nick. It's hard to believe we have just a few minutes left. I want to come to Leslie if you want to weigh in on that. And then also I'm going to come back to each of you just for a final thought, picking up on some themes that Leslie was describing earlier. We've been talking about the role of government, and government obviously has a substantial role here, but the role of the technology community, communications platforms, tech platforms, social media is also integral in being able to identify and neutralize some of these threats. So Leslie, let me come to you if you have a follow-up on that, but also from your perspective, if there was a thing that still needs to be done to improve the coordination or collaboration with the communications companies to counter radicalization to violence, what would it be?
Sure. First I'll pick up on the last point. I think that it is an evolution. There's been a lot of investment in the prevention space, certainly since the heat of the foreign ISIL fighter phenomenon of the early 2010s. And we learned a lot from the errors of that. I mean, a lot of young people went off to their demise in northeastern Syria, and the more that we could have prevented, I think, would have been, would have saved a lot of heartache in many families across North America. So I think it's the lessons from that about how we work with communities to get ahead of these issues is quite important. I cannot overemphasize the importance of technology in this space. There is an accountability here. I think the post Christchurch, the call, the work that's going on through various mechanisms to engage tech companies. We haven't made the inroads past some of the key Western-held platforms to really break the back of slowing down the circulation of terrorist content online that are really continuing to drive radicalization online. There's more work that certainly needs to be done there. It's a perennial call, certainly from the Canadian side, with many folks across our like-minded countries trying to continue to make inroads in that space. There is a shared accountability there that needs to be taken up with a little more fervor by technology platforms.
Nick, do you have, we've got about a minute left. Nick, do you have a final thought? You've sat in a couple different capacities, including your nonprofit service focusing on the technology side. If there was a thing that you see in the near term that could be done that would help the coordination, is there some particular aspect that you think we need to be focused on the most?
I guess short answer is I don't see a thing. I see, as Leslie suggested, a need for a more constant and deeper dialogue about how to make those platforms contributors to social cohesion rather than kind of echo chambers that grab onto our worst impulses and drive us into all of our respective camps ideologically. And I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to deliver that outcome. I certainly don't know how to deliver that outcome consistent with a freedom of speech framework and a respect for rights framework that we share across all of our Western democracies. But we don't get there by not talking about it. So I say we keep working at it.
Great. Well, we're going to end on that note. Leslie Soper from Public Safety Canada, Stephanie Carvin from Carleton University, and Nick Rasmussen now at DHS. Thank you so much, all of you, for sharing your knowledge and your expertise and your experience with our CNAS audience today. For those of you who have been following along to the CNAS conference, for our last session of day one, please join us at 3:20 p.m. Eastern for a conversation between Emily Kilcrease, the director of our Energy, Economics, and Security program here at CNAS, and Grant Harris, the Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Industry and Analysis, on the Biden administration's economic security agenda. Thank you all for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
What is a war game? If you're like most people, the term war game conjures up an image of a bunch of old men sitting around a map in their military uniforms, pushing around little ships and tanks. But the definition of war game is much more expansive than that. A war game can take many forms, but at its core, it includes three things: people making decisions that have consequences. Games are best for examining how humans make decisions about complex issues and for stress testing concepts against a thinking adversary. Certain sticky issues that interest the Department of Defense, for example, the potential for nuclear escalation in the middle of a war, are good opportunities to leverage gaming. When done well, these games can lead to even deeper insights than traditional research methods would alone. And so war games are traditionally used for two purposes: analytic games and educational games. Educational games offer sort of an experiential learning opportunity for players, allowing them to better grasp very complex topics by forcing them to kind of grapple with trade-offs and the consequences of their actions. On the other side, analytic games allow researchers to explore complex questions, to test hypotheses, or to develop new operational concepts by, again, putting controlled pressure on the participants and seeing where they take things. The Gaming Lab at the Center for New American Security runs games just like this as part of the CNAS Defense Program's research agenda. And recently, the Gaming Lab ran a game with the U.S. House Select Committee on U.S.-China competition. It's a bipartisan committee that kind of takes a holistic look at how the U.S. can mitigate threats posed by the Chinese Communist Party today. So to supplement the many hearings that the committee's been doing, Chairman Mike Gallagher invited CNAS to run a tabletop exercise, which is a particular type of war game, looking at a fictional scenario in which China had invaded Taiwan. So representatives played in the game themselves. They played as advisors to the president, making key military and economic decisions about the strategy. And it was a great opportunity for collective learning and exploration among the very decision makers that are driving the discussion on US-China competition today. In that, it allowed the representatives to test assumptions that they have about how a war like that would play out, and to identify gaps in current US readiness for such a war. So armed with the lessons learned from the game, the members published their 10 for Taiwan, which was a list of 10 recommendations so that the US can prevent such a war from ever happening by strengthening deterrence. Many of those recommendations were insights that flowed from the game, such as the need to develop deep stockpiles of long-range munitions and the need for a distributed and resilient posture in the Pacific. The CNAS Gaming Lab is extremely grateful for the opportunity to work with the committee to advance measures to strengthen deterrence and U.S. national security, and the exercise was a great opportunity to show how gaming can be a powerful tool for policy analysis and how it can lead to great actionable policy to strengthen U.S. national security.
My name is Sam Howell. I'm a research assistant with the Technology and National Security Program at CNAS, and I'm here to tell you why you should be paying attention to the global race to develop quantum technologies. Quantum information science uses the laws of quantum physics, which describes the properties of nature on a tiny scale, to advance the processing, analysis, and transmission of information. There are three subsets of quantum technologies: quantum computing, quantum sensing, and quantum communications. Establishing U.S. leadership in quantum ranks among the Biden administration's highest national security priorities, because quantum technologies promise to transform almost any industry dependent on speed and processing power, from aerospace and automotive to finance and pharmaceuticals. Quantum technology will enable machines to solve problems beyond the capacity of current generation computers and are inherently dual use, meaning they can be applied to both military and civilian contexts. Quantum technologies have already been used to enhance the US military's position, navigation, and timing capabilities, drug design and discovery, financial fraud detection, and port logistics optimization. The potential strategic advantages of quantum technologies are numerous and significant. Quantum-enabled countries could crack an adversary's encryption methods, build unbreakable quantum communications networks, and develop the world's most precise sensors. The first country to operationalize quantum technologies will gain the ability to threaten adversaries' corporate, military, and government infrastructure faster than the adversary can establish effective defenses. Quantum technologies also carry immense potential market value, with quantum computing alone expected to reach a global market value of $1 trillion by 2035. The first country to commercialize quantum will have an upper hand in establishing market dominance, developing quantum governance models, and pursuing novel quantum applications. Because quantum is an enabling technology, advancement in quantum could also catalyze a series of disruptive innovations in other profitable technology areas, such as AI and machine learning. The United States currently leads in the development of quantum computing and quantum sensing capabilities, but China leads in the development of quantum communications and holds the highest number of quantum technology patents. Quantum researchers in China also claim to have an algorithm capable of breaking public key encryption years before anyone expected. Lots of experts question the accuracy of this claim, but true or not, the announcement serves as a reminder that surprising quantum breakthroughs are possible in the near term. It's time for the United States to do more to secure its advantages in quantum technology. This means investing in workforce development, cooperating with key allies like the Netherlands, Australia, and Finland, and carefully studying the utility of economic tools like export controls and outbound investment regimes to safeguard sensitive quantum components and know-how. Significant technical hurdles continue to slow progress toward a world in which quantum technologies upend traditional understandings of national security, economic prosperity, and everyday life. But the US cannot wait to reaffirm its position as a quantum technology leader. The quantum race is one the US cannot afford to lose.
The People's Bank of China, China's central bank, is developing the digital yuan, the first digital version of a fiat currency from a major economy. The digital yuan will likely strengthen the Chinese Communist Party's domestic digital authoritarianism. As countries look for models to manage central bank money, Beijing's digital yuan will bring about new standards in the global financial system that risk privacy and governance principles. So far, we know that the digital yuan system will have a two-tier structure, with the central bank managing the back end and state banks and private companies facilitating everyday transactions. It will not be blockchain-based. The most groundbreaking and alarming feature of the digital yuan is controllable anonymity, which allows China's central bank to see nearly all real-time transactions. China's central bank wants to harness the market share and technological innovation of private firms and gain direct access to Chinese consumers.
Good afternoon. Welcome or welcome back to the CNAS Annual Conference, where our theme this year is American Power and Purpose. My name is Emily Kilcrease. I'm the Senior Fellow and Director of the Energy Economics and Security Program here at CNAS. And today, our topic is the economic security agenda. International economic policy is at a moment of profound change. We're no longer in an era of continual forward motion towards more interconnected, more globalized economies. Resiliency has taken precedence over efficiency as governments determine their economic policy, seeking to avoid a repeat of the shocks of the last few years. The centrality of workers to the economy has been recognized, and policymakers are seeking new paradigms to address inequality. Industrial policy has seen a resurgence, certainly in the United States, with huge new investments in domestic chips manufacturing and clean energy, but also abroad, as our partners and allies seek to make comparable investments. And of course, of great interest to us here at the Center for New American Security, emerging national security concerns have led to an increasing number of restrictions imposed on economic activities in the name of national security. And yet, in the midst of these seismic shifts in the global economic order, there remains a critical need for the United States to access markets overseas, to engage in international trade, to engage in economic activity with the 95% of the world's population that lives outside our borders. for the benefit of our workers, farmers, consumers, and companies. How do we achieve that global engagement while addressing the very real economic security risks that we're now all too aware of? And what does the new normal look like in a global economy centered on the idea of economic security? To dig into these questions and more, we are very lucky to be joined by Grant Harris, Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Industry and Analysis, the man whose job it is to think about these hard questions day and night. Within the Department of Commerce, the Industry and Analysis team's job is to maintain the leading competitive edge of American industry throughout the world. Assistant Secretary Harris leads a staff of more than 225 trade and industry experts that produce innovative, high-quality, in-depth trade analyses in support of this vision. He also coordinates Commerce's engagement in the CFIUS process. He served for over 2 decades in a wide range of private and public sector roles related to international relations, national security, and global business, including his prior government service as Special Assistant to the President and Senior Director for African Affairs at the White House, as well as prior roles at the NSC and the U.S. Mission to the United Nations. Assistant Secretary Harris, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're looking forward to a lively conversation. I will kick us off with a few minutes of questions. I've got a whole list of questions, but we will get to audience questions, I promise, as well. And with the assistance of my colleague, Emily Jin, we will offer that opportunity to folks who are joining us in the room. If you are joining us virtually, you can go ahead and start populating questions using the chat function on your live stream or on Twitter. You can go to hashtag CNAS 2023. So to kick us off, why don't we start with what are the administration's priorities when it comes to economic security, and where does the Department of Commerce fit into that sort of agenda?
Great. Well, first, thanks for having me. I appreciate you hosting this and inviting me to have the conversation. It's a great entry point, and you already summarized some of the key things that I would talk about, because you mentioned supporting the competitiveness of U.S. industry. And that is my mission day to day and what the Industry and Analysis Unit does. And more broadly, the Department of Commerce, our entire mission is to support the conditions for economic growth across all communities. And that means helping our industries and our companies in finding markets abroad and exporting. It means supporting them in having as much supply chain resiliency as possible. It means thinking about their needs and their opportunities and the risks that they face. And simply put, when we maybe zoom out to think about this moment in time and what that job looks like, it's different than it may have looked 10 years or 20 or 50 years ago. We've learned a lot coming out of the pandemic. We've learned about supply chains. We've learned a lot about various aspects that affect the kind of issues that we need to be focused on to give these real opportunities to industry. So over time, in the Industry and Analysis Unit, for instance, we've added functions like supporting intellectual property abroad and working with our colleagues, or working on global standards and making sure that U.S. industry is at the table and having voice in those conversations as well. And we need to think about competitiveness holistically, and that is having the inputs, the upstream and the downstream connectivity. It's the supply chains, it's the markets, it's the workforce, it's all of the above. And this moment in time, we need to be vigorous and effective in making sure that the industry can grow and that the jobs are real and that the benefits flow to the many and not just the few.
Excellent. As you well know, one of the main roles for IT in the past has been to promote U.S. exports. There's been questions about how we do that if we're not negotiating trade agreements. And of course, we've heard from the administration clearly that we need to think of a new paradigm for this, right? We need to think about different structures that aren't just based on tariffs and tariff negotiations. So how do you see commerce advancing the free trade, or I shouldn't say free trade, the trade promotion agenda in light of kind of this new approach?
Well, I think that we can take it a number of ways, but let me start with what we're focused on. We're focused on the conditions for growth, we're focused on the markets, and we're focused on the opportunities. We're doing that in a variety of ways. Fundamentally, we're seeking new arrangements with other countries, like through the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework for Prosperity, IPEF. And this is a place where we're able to, with 13 other partners in the Indo-Pacific, representing some 40% of global GDP, thinking about the conditions for growth and the conditions for shared prosperity across a very broad and holistic range. From supply chains, which is one pillar, how do we have a common operating picture of supply chain needs? How do we think about early warning and crisis response? How do we support one another in the key products and key industries that we're trying to advance? To also thinking about digital trade issues, to thinking about climate, anti-corruption, a whole range of issues that will make it easier for companies to do business and will improve investment climates on both sides of the ocean. This is one example, but what I think this moment in time calls for is being creative and thinking about more holistically and broadly the conditions that are needed for growth and success.
I'm really glad you mentioned the Indo-Pacific work and IPEF. Of course, many of us who are following this area, we're quite glad to see the announcement of the substantial conclusion of negotiations, which I think means almost done, not quite there, but getting really close, of the supply chain work. What can you tell us about how that'll be implemented? And obviously that's one piece of the overall work on supply chains, which really started from the 100-day reviews at the very beginning of the administration. So just give us some sense of kind of where the IPEF agreement fits in all of that, and the rest of the strategy for making sure that we do have those secure, resilient supply chains that we're also worried about.
It's another great question, and I'm glad you mentioned the 100-day reviews as well, because the historical perspective is important, in particular why we made supply chains one of the important pillars of IPEF. Going back to the Biden-Harris administration's first 100 days, out of the gate, there was an executive order acknowledging the importance of supply chains and the intersection with national security in addition to economic competitiveness, and the need on supply chains like on critical minerals or advanced pharmaceutical inputs for the United States to be able to have resiliency and security in those supply chains. Coming out of that, various departments had been working on reports and action plans and convening industry and thinking about what specific tools could be brought to bear. The Department of Defense and the Defense Production Act in some cases, and the Commerce Department in thinking about which partners to work with internationally, and thinking about with the Department of Energy and others. And there have been huge bipartisan investments with the help and support of Congress, where we are leveraging a historic amount of resources to these domestic investments as well. And I would say that's really key to our economic security when we're thinking big picture. It has to start with investing at home. It has to start with making sure that we have a strong foundation and base, and that we've got good jobs and we've got manufacturing, and that we've got the conditions for growth and success. But back to the question on supply chains, how this all fits together. You can't work on supply chains or make them more resilient in a vacuum. Obviously, with global supply chains and with the trends and dynamics that vary industry to industry and that are often led by private sector decision making with different data and with different opportunities and risks in each one, we need to be thinking about how we work with industry and how we work with international partners. IPEF was a really natural place to do that, because these partners in the Indo-Pacific are also thinking about the resiliency of their supply chains and what their industry needs are. And so we wanted to use a forum like IPEF to think about how can we improve our communication and our transparency on supply chains. How can we have earlier warning when something might go wrong? How can we understand the needs and desires of other important economies too, and relay that to where there are opportunities for U.S. companies to provide solutions and to find success? But the bottom line really is that IPEF is a critical forum for us to be able to think through this common operating picture on supply chains, on joint problem solving, jointly attacking this challenge from a lot of different angles. And we hope that from that, we'll all be better off, because this information flow, this transparency, this shared work is going to make the supply chains themselves more stable. Before, though, kind of ending this long rambling answer, I would add one thing, because you gave me the opening to think about supply chains writ large. This is something, when I was saying 5 years or 10 years or 20 years ago, this position that I'm in, or how the Department of Commerce is operating in the interagency or in the world, might have seemed somewhat different. We're really charged with a lot of supply chain work, and we want to be as proactive as possible in doing that. In the pandemic, a lot of the work and focus was reactive. We were responding to a crisis. In other cases, Russia invaded Ukraine, and that had supply chain effects. We were reacting to that as well. In other cases, a factory may have gone offline, or there may have been a natural disaster, a weather-related event. We need to be as strong and as quick as possible in reacting, but we also have been shifting, thanks to the 100-day reports and the executive order and the focus of this administration, to a more proactive posture. And that idea is focusing on supply chains that we've identified as important, and thinking now, who can we work with internationally? What industries can we support? How can we support domestic manufacturing as well? How can we take steps to make those supply chains stronger so that we are at a lower likelihood of being on our back foot in the face of a future crisis?
Yeah, there is no easy answer on supply chain, so forgiven for a long answer there. It is such a complex issue. One of the complexities, of course, is who's in charge within the government. You know, you have so many different agencies, even on one supply chain. Just take chips, for example. Almost every agency is going to have an equity or an interest there. So how are you organizing yourself internally? Who's in charge of making sure that we actually do achieve that supply chain resilience?
Yeah, well, it's a very unsexy answer. A lot of internal meetings to coordinate. And you'll know, as an alum of the Commerce Department and the Industry and Analysis Unit, there are a lot of players and there are a lot of agencies with equities. And particularly right now, when you think about the supply chains that we're most focused on, it's really very rarely in the lane solely of one department or agency. And chips, to use your example, the Department of Commerce has a preeminent role in implementing the Chips and Science Act, and they're looking to invest and provide subsidies and to provide incentives for stimulating the ecosystem on semiconductors. But at the same time, the Department of Defense, the Department of Energy, the Department of State has some funding through the Chips and Science Act as well. It's not going to work if it's just one department thinking through its one perspective. On supply chains, the Industry and Analysis Unit has a really unique vantage point because we cover approximately 90% of GDP, and we have really the deepest reserve and the broadest reserve of industry expertise with a commercial perspective in understanding how industry is operating, what the industry needs are, where the opportunities are, and that is a unique value add in these conversations. But when we're working on, say, medical product related supply chains, we've got to be working with Health and Human Services, we've got to be working with the White House and many others. So it will depend on the supply chain and the sector, of course, but throughout, as is classic in most public policy issues, you've got multiple departments and agencies that need to bring their tools to the table.
Yeah. And one of the challenges in all of this, thinking about what we want our supply chains to look like in 5 years or 10 years, is thinking through what's the role for China in some of these supply chains. Obviously, concerns around China are driving at least part of this conversation, right, in addition to the pandemic shocks. And again, it will depend on sector, but you've got sectors like clean energy, where obviously we're trying to make these massive investments in our own domestic capabilities. That will take time. In the meantime, China makes most of the clean energy tech. In emerging tech areas like AI or quantum, for example, China has its own capabilities that are not necessarily dependent on ours, although we're thinking about how we can use some of our tools to, address risks that might be emerging in those areas. So how do you think about that challenge of there will be some level of integration with China or touch points with China in some of these critical supply chains? How do we think about what the right role for China is in those supply chains? How do we mitigate risks that we're all very aware of now?
Right. That included a lot of great questions under the guise of one question. But you touched on some excellent points. And I think as a starting point, supply chain resiliency is, of course, going to depend on what supply chain we're talking about and what that means. But really, it's about making sure that our industries have what they need to be competitive, and also that from a national security perspective, the United States is able to advance those interests and not be at risk, including of a geopolitical choke point or to have a dependency that could cause national security harm. And it's important to think about Chinese strategy here as well. For instance, President Xi gave a speech in April 2020 where it touched on supply chains. And he was saying that he found value in China having dependencies on China, that other countries being dependent on China would be useful from a supply chain perspective and in case of crisis. And it was a really clear window into a deliberate strategy, whether it's on critical minerals or any number of other things where you have a state-driven approach that's not a market-driven approach, but rather a concerted strategy by the state to create market dominance and dependencies in a way that will affect the economic competitiveness and national security of other states. And if you think critical minerals being a core input, whether it's on semiconductor chips or any number of other things, or even on semiconductor chips themselves, these are places where the United States needs to make sure that the supply chains are as resilient as possible and where we're not subject to undue risk because of the state-driven actions of another party. I think the answer, as the Biden-Harris administration has been really trying to make clear, is that there are places, particularly in dual-use technologies, where we need to be very cognizant of the national security risks that are present there. And again, hearkening back to the model that we're seeing in Beijing, the premise is on civil-military fusion. The premise is on using the private sector to create gains in technologies that have explicitly dual uses, whether it's in semiconductor chips or artificial intelligence or quantum or any number of other things, that the idea is to draw from the private sector military and intelligence and national security gains to the benefit of Beijing. That's clearly a different model, and it's one that we need to be responsive to and understand how that creates risk for us as well.
And as we're thinking about that immense challenge, really, of trying to figure out, how to compete with a very different economic model that doesn't necessarily abide by the rules-based system that we've worked so hard to build, but which China has benefited from, there is, of course, the question of what role is there for talking directly to China? We've seen some meetings take place recently, including with the recent, on the margins of the recent APEC meetings in Detroit, talking about commercial and economic issues. And it's encouraging to see some of those touch points, of course. At the same time, it's hard to see what are we planning to get out of those meetings? What are we asking for? And what role do we think those sorts of direct conversations with our Chinese counterparts can have in hopefully moving the economic relationship to more of a steady state equilibrium, where there's predictability in the relationship, there's stability, businesses know what the rules of the game are. We hear from industry all the time, as I'm sure you do, that it's a huge market. They want to know what they can do and what they can't do, and they want to do what's in the best interest of U.S. national security if we're talking to the U.S. companies, So how are we thinking about those sorts of engagements, and what should industry folks keep in mind?
Yeah, you mentioned the importance of the market to many industries and companies, and it's an important point. Mm-hmm. China is, of course, a huge trading partner for the United States, and it's one of the top export markets. There's some 750,000 U.S. jobs, more or less, that are dependent on those exports, and there's some 25,000, more or less, small and medium-sized enterprises that export to China, and many companies see that as an important market. And in recognizing that, and Secretary Yellen, Secretary Raimondo, National Security Advisor Sullivan, all of them have spoken on these topics more eloquently and in a more fulsome manner than I will today, but they've made very clear that we do not have a goal of decoupling the two economies. What we have a goal of is identifying where there is a national security reason where we need to take action or where we need to protect either technologies and innovation that we have, or make sure that we've got a resilient supply chain or a resilient ability. And that is much different than broad-scale decoupling or an agenda to de-link economies. So it's a very important starting point that I hope is clear in the conversation. And speaking of conversation, dialogue is always important as part of that. For us from the Commerce Department in particular, one of the issues that we continue to be vigorous about is insisting that there be a level playing field. And that's something where U.S. companies face risk in this market in particular because of the treatment of government, because of laws, because of the treatment of data. For any host of reasons, U.S. companies need to be very clear-eyed about their investment strategy and about their work. But from a Commerce Department perspective, we want to advocate on their behalf. We want to insist that the rules of the game are clear and fair, and we want to be continuing to raise their issues as well.
I guess the skeptic could ask, how realistic is it that we have an open door on the other side of that? We've tried dialogue, of course, with China in the past. There's longstanding concerns that China is well aware that the United States has. So we can continue to talk, but clearly there's resistance on the other side. So how do we think about that challenge of potentially banging your head against the brick wall for a few more years on this?
Well, first, I'm shocked that anyone would be skeptical of anything that I might have to say, but I will put that aside for the sake of answering the question. It really varies by industry, and it varies by company strategy as to what the Chinese market means for them. And our position at Commerce is that companies need to be cognizant of how Beijing treats U.S. companies, of what the laws are, of what the market opportunities are, of where China is using anti-competitive or state-driven strategies that undercut that level playing field. And so though we are not proposing decoupling, we are going to continue to advocate for U.S. companies to be treated fairly and to have opportunities. That's different than the national security conversation, which I've been talking about. But again, there are jobs, there are companies that look to this market. It's a place where we need to continue to advocate from a commerce and a U.S. government perspective.
And what are you hearing from industry in terms of how they're viewing the China market, aside from the geopolitical risk, which is, just a small aside, the geopolitical risk. But, we've certainly seen survey reports, for example, that over the last few years, what companies were most concerned about was actually China's domestic policies, right? Their tech regulation, their COVID policies. There's a chilling effect of some of China's own economic policies. And then you layer on top of that the geopolitical risk. So are you seeing a change in terms of how industry is looking at the China market, given this confluence of really negative trends?
It does really vary by industry, of course. I hear from a lot of companies that are looking to diversify their production and their supply chains. I hear a lot of strategy in that regard to think about what they're doing in China, but also looking at other markets differently than they may have in years past. So it really does depend.
Okay. I'm going to ask one more question, and then we'll get to the audience questions. So for folks in the room, please do think of questions. And if you're watching us virtually, please go ahead and use the chat function to submit your question. Obviously, one of the issues that we're following very closely here at CNAS is the question of outbound investment and whether it's appropriate for the United States to impose some sort of new controls on the sorts of investment activities that U.S. companies can do in China. It's not a new debate. In some respects, this is a debate that's been happening for over a decade, but clearly it has picked up quite a bit recently. So can you walk us through why are we even having this debate? What's the problem we're trying to solve? We've got tons of ways to restrict economic activity with China already, including export controls. What are we trying to fix with outbound investment?
Right. With outbound investment, and for those of you who are following it less closely, the administration is contemplating whether to initiate a program that would look at outbound investment in certain dual-use technologies and certain advanced sectors and technologies along the lines of what we were talking about, where there's a dual use and a national security issue. I think conceptually, if you think about how to protect against this threat and what that threat is, export controls, like as you mentioned, if you have a specific technology in the United States that you think if it's exported it could cause harm to U.S. national security, you can use export controls and you can prevent that. If a U.S. company is developing a technology that could be dual use and it could have national security implications, and a Chinese company, for instance, is looking to acquire that company, then there might be jurisdiction for the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States to screen that investment. What we do not have is a tool that addresses U.S. capital, say venture capital or private equity capital, that is helping, say, a Chinese startup or a startup from a country of concern develop those kinds of technologies or more that would have dual-use applications, that could make investments in advanced semiconductor chips or quantum or other areas where if it was in the U.S., if it was identified, if it was a U.S. company, we may have other tools to address it. But capital, including U.S. capital, which also comes with know-how and expertise and additional intangible benefits when you think about early stage investment and the knock-on effects there, we do not have a tool that would address those capital flows that could go to developing these technologies that would have dual-use impact. And again, as I was explaining earlier, the context, for instance, if you think of a country of concern, or if you think of the People's Republic of China in particular, when you have civil-military fusion and when you have a government using the private sector explicitly to try to develop technologies that will have military and other national security impacts, or like quantum, if you were to develop quantum, you would be able to decrypt cybersecurity protocols. Or if you were to dominate in artificial intelligence, that could directly affect the speed and accuracy of military decision-making. There are dual-use implications here where we need to be very thoughtful on, is U.S. capital supporting something that could pose a threat to the United States? That said, There have been no final decision on this process, and so I'm just describing conceptually how these conversations are taking place and what we're thinking about in what kind of tool might be helpful here. But I would say it would be very important to make sure in any approach that it's really narrow and that it's really clear and carefully tailored. Again, as I was saying earlier, it's not administration strategy to decouple from China, for instance. It's administration strategy to identify where there is a national security threat and to make sure that we are protecting against that. So that national security threat would be dual-use technology and advanced technologies where we need to make sure that we are not allowing that benefit to run to a country of concern in a way that can threaten our national security.
Now that approach does sound targeted, right? So there's specific technologies where it's clearly in the U.S. advantage to maintain an edge, and we don't want U.S. technology, U.S. capital to support China's homegrown development of that. There's obviously proposals out there that are much broader in terms of the scope of sectors that might be covered, the types of transactions, the objectives that that sort of mechanism could potentially cover. But it sounds like what the administration is thinking is much more narrowly targeted, a specific scope of transactions, which I assume you're still working through exactly how to scope that, a specific set of technologies. Is that right?
I think that's fair. There are a lot of people talking about outbound. There are multiple views out there, including among members of Congress and other stakeholders. What I'm talking about is conceptually within the administration, how we're thinking about a threat or a problem that we're trying to solve, and how we might devise a program that could address that threat. And I think it would need to be as narrow as possible and as clear as possible so that industry could understand exactly what is included and what is not. And we would want to be as careful as possible to minimize unintended effects on the market or to not impede places where it's benign investment or where we're not intending to regulate or have our program affected.
I'm going to ask this next question, knowing that you might not be able to answer it, but I get this question all the time, so I'm passing it on to you, which is the timing question of when we might expect to see any sort of action from the administration on outbound investment. Is there any sense of timeline that you'd be able to share?
I don't have a timeline for you. This is something that will require the highest level of decision making, and it's something where we're very focused on it. There's a lot of momentum behind addressing this issue. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan has been talking about it publicly. Others have been talking about it publicly. It's something we are very focused on and where expeditiously we really want to address, but there isn't a specific timeline.
Had to give it a shot. Thank you. Why don't we go to questions in the room? So if folks in the room would like to ask a question, go ahead and raise your hands, and Emily will walk around with a mic. And for folks virtually, please go ahead and enter questions into the live chat or on Twitter using the hashtag CNAS 2023. Got one question there.
It's on? Okay. Thank you for your explanation. My name is Ken Scabe, Marubeni Corporation. So I would just ask about the EV critical mineral and the battery component. As you know, the Inflation Reduction Act renewed the D30 tax credit, which limit, so it from 2024, 2025, the tax credit will limit the condition for which any foreign entity of concern, the component made or manufactured by the foreign entity of concern was not installed in the electric vehicle. So, if I know this is not your department concern, but do you think for example, China, do you think any material from the China without these component or critical mineral can you make this electric vehicle in the U.S.?
Great, thank you. The question raised a lot of interesting points about critical minerals, and I think how we're seeing those supply chains and how the Inflation Reduction Act and other tools that we're thinking about apply. And it's such an important issue. Some 80% of critical minerals are processed in China. And so these supply chains are a place where there are a lot of dependencies and where there is real risk when we think about the industries of the future and the technologies of the future and many of the technologies of today, frankly, that depend on critical minerals. But certainly, since you were talking about electric vehicle batteries, if you want to have scale and if you want to reach our climate goals and if you want to reach the administration's ambitious agenda of electrifying the federal fleet and getting more electric vehicles on the road and the like, we need to make sure that the critical minerals in the supply chain are there too. As you also mentioned, it's not the Department of Commerce, but the Department of Treasury that's doing much of the rulemaking here, and there's more clarity to come as they're putting out in real time what the IRA provisions will mean. But I think fundamentally, the issue as we're thinking about is we have to invest more domestically, and we have to think about our supply chains in a way that we can scale and that we can meet the needs not just of today, but in the years to come. The IRA is an important tool to do that. The tax credits are hugely important, but we've also got other infrastructure investments, and we've got a lot of projects to attract to make sure that we have the base and the manufacturing and the ability to meet the needs on these supply chains.
Other questions?
Hi, I'm Morgan Chalfant from Semaphore. I just wanted to ask you a few follow-ups on the outbound mechanism. Can you talk a little bit about how your discussions with outside stakeholders have shaped what you're putting together? And then also on the question of members of Congress and proposals they've put forward, are there any that you find particularly compelling or worrisome?
Great. Yeah, thank you. We've been trying to listen as much as possible on outbound over various months. We've been trying to understand from industry what outbound might mean to them, what impacts it might have, what questions we need to be asking ourselves and thinking about. I myself have met with well over 150 companies, at least in recent weeks. It's been illuminating and incredibly valuable to understand those questions and those issues as they're raised. We want to be really thoughtful and deliberate about how we approach something like outbound. We want to understand how the industries work and what the effects on the market would be, and so that we can address a national security threat in a way that minimizes unintended consequences, that minimizes as much as possible administrative burden on industry. And we want to think about how we do this just in a very narrow and thoughtful and deliberate way. There are a lot of ideas out there on outbound. Again, I'm speaking for the administration in terms of the thinking that we have as it's progressed to date and how we're thinking about approaching this, and our philosophy as we've developed it to date. And again, it's subject to further decision making, but our conception is that we really want to be narrow and tailored in our approach, and that will best address the threat while also minimizing the unintended consequences.
Great. Pardon me. Thanks for the discussion today. Steve Pinkos with Intel. Just following up on outbound, I know it's one of your favorite topics, and but we do appreciate how much time you're spending on it, and as you alluded to, the engagement that you've participated in. In terms of, Intel obviously being a semiconductor company, and it's been no secret that semiconductors, the industry is one of the industries of concern and related to the technology investments that the administration is getting at through the upcoming executive order. But just in terms of the type of investments, the scope of the EO, I mean, we saw many people, or maybe you've noticed the announcement from Sequoia today about how they might try to, will be trying to, structure their investment portfolios or companies. But in terms of the scope of investments covered, we're talking, I believe, the administration, and it's open-ended question, of investments in like Chinese entities or Chinese companies versus American companies investing in their own operations in China? Understanding that there's export controls, there's guardrails around chips and investment tax credit, but is that the general construct of the still under construction executive order?
As we're conceiving it, we want to really identify the sectors that we're talking about and the technologies that we're talking about. And we think it's incumbent upon us to be really clear in describing our goal and in making clear what would be covered and what would not be covered. And to do that, we would also have to be really clear on what type of investment and who is covered and what that means. We've gotten a lot of great questions from industry in particular. What would be considered a U.S. subsidiary, or what would be considered this or that, or what types of investments would you include, and all types, or would you carve out this or that? We're trying to be very thoughtful in thinking through those questions, and I appreciate you and your company and many other familiar faces that I see here in terms of having been on some of these calls and posed these great questions. It's on us to really create, I think, to really reach final decision in the administration on the way forward, but it will need to be as clear as possible so that an industry representative can look at it and understand this applies, this does not. That's our intent.
Yeah. And it is quite encouraging, of course, to hear you talk about the need for it to be administrable, right? As somebody who has to administer the program, as somebody who used to implement one of these programs in the CFIUS process, I think that's an underappreciated element, just the amount of staff and resources and complexity that goes into building something like this, which would be new. There's lessons learned from the CFIUS process and export controls, I'm sure, but this would be a new program, a new set of authorities, a new way to think about risk, and an entirely new scope of economic activity that would be covered.
Yeah, I think it's really fair. It's one not to be taken lightly. We really need to define the problem that we're trying to solve. We need to be able to clearly communicate that, and we need to be able to clearly communicate to industry how we are solving that, and to do it in a narrow and a thoughtful way. Mm-hmm. And it's very important to us to minimize unintended consequences. Mm-hmm. And it's very important to us to minimize as much as possible administrative burden as well. Those are really the defining features of what we're driving at. Solve the threat and be very conscious about the market, unintended effects, and the administrative implementation as well.
Mm. Any last questions? I'm sorry.
Is this on? Yeah. Hi, Ansgar Baums, visiting fellow at German Marshall Fund. Just that you mentioned the threat of outbound investments. Could you talk a little bit about how the assessment of such threats looks in practice? So what kind of methodology goes into it? How big is the threat from your perspective in comparison to all the other tools that have been developed in the space of dealing with the competition from China?
Right. Well, again, this is a tool that we think doesn't exist. It's not meant to overlap with or be redundant with any other tool in the toolkit that we already have. It's not overlapping with or redundant of export controls or CFIUS inbound investment screening or the like. We see the ability for U.S. capital and know-how to help support advances in dual-use technologies that would pose a threat. And we need to define, though, if we make such a decision on implementing a program, we need to define exactly what all is included and what is not. But suffice it to say, internally, we're being as thoughtful as possible in thinking about what this threat is that we're trying to solve for and what the impacts would be. We would do that before any policy decision, and it's something where we've got many departments and agencies thinking about this to try to define what should be here, what should be there, where can we draw lines, how can we scope exactly what we're getting at to be narrow and fulfill the goal while not being overly broad or unclear.
Mm-hmm. Now, you mentioned this is a new authority, and it is, right? At the same time, we're seeing more use of export controls. CFIUS has been very aggressive for quite some time now in terms of looking at Chinese, mostly Chinese, but also Russian investments in the United States. And when we've made those decisions previously, and certainly when I was sitting in that chair, we always kept the focus squarely on national security risk. Does this particular transaction present a national security risk, and how do we address that? there's never a balance question, right, of balancing the national security with the economic. And there probably shouldn't ever be in the context of specific transactions. That's been a very core part of the U.S. approach, is to keep it very squarely focused on national security. But I'm curious whether we're getting to a point where the aggregate impact of all of those restrictions does have an economic effect. And do we need to start thinking about the overall impact on our firms, on our industrial base, on economic growth? I don't know if we're there yet in terms of macroeconomic growth. But how do you think about that, trying to keep distinct the need to really get at those hard national security concerns with the particular transactions that you're tasked with reviewing, while still thinking about this broader economic question?
Right. Well, CFIUS, for instance, excuse me, on the example that you gave, the president has given us really important guidance on this too, in the form of an executive order last year to directing the CFIUS committee to be thinking about things like supply chain impacts, to be thinking about data, to be ensuring that as we review investments, that we're mindful of where a threat might emerge from many different angles. Excuse me. When we're talking about an identified national security threat, it's incumbent upon us to act and take measures. We need to be thoughtful, we need to know precisely what we're trying to do, and we need to be very careful to not have unintended effects. But at its core, we're trying to solve for a problem where we think technologies could threaten American citizens or American service members, or pose a national security threat to allies and partners, where we see something that is a direct threat. It's not, I would say, a dispassionate economic analysis of how you might think about an investment decision here or there. It's in a category of where we're thinking about, this is something that we need to take action on and solve for. How do we minimize any effects beyond what we need to solve for, so that we're deliberate and careful?
Well, Assistant Secretary Harris, thank you so much for being with us today. We are actually at time. This has gone fast. This has been a great conversation.
Thank you.
I hope you will come back to CNAS at some point. Any last words before I take us home here?
I really appreciate you having me and the invitation. Again, I think, though, there's a lot of interest in outbound and other things, and I welcome that. I just want to end kind of where we began, and that the viewpoint of this administration very strongly is that we need to be making these investments domestically in the United States to make sure that we're supporting communities and our base, and that we're building manufacturing. And it is a historic opportunity to do so, thanks to the acts of Congress and the laws that we are implementing right now. We also, at the same time, are going to continue to be vigorous in advocating for U.S. companies, and vigorous in trying to make supply chains as secure and resilient as possible. And where there are national security needs, we'll be vigorous in addressing those as well. But I think this is a strategy that I think will continue to yield great benefit. We're seeing manufacturing gains that are unheard of since the 1950s. We're seeing profound and historic investments in the United States. And so it's something that we want to build on and keep carrying forward.
Excellent. It's always nice to end on a note of optimism, especially at a national security conference where we don't often get that. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you to our audience in person. Thank you to our virtual audience. And then we'll remind everyone you can keep tuning in for days 2 and 3 of our annual conference. Tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock Eastern, you can join us for a virtual Brussels Sprouts podcast live hosted by my colleague Andrea Kendall-Taylor, with NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg and U.S. Ambassador to NATO Julianne Smith. You can watch live from conference.cnas.org, on our YouTube channel, or on Twitter. Thank you all for joining us.